Forcing someone into Zetsu, the state of absolute stillness, was a death sentence in a fight between Nen users. Even Nobunaga, with a single swift sword draw, could take down Kurapika before he had a chance to activate his chains. Maki's deadly Nen threads could restrict him in an instant, while Shalner could manipulate his body like a puppet before he even had the chance to resist. In truth, Kurapika was lucky that his opponent had been Uvijin. If it had been anyone else, he might not have stood a chance. But Ronnel had bigger concerns. Kurapika's battles didn't matter to him. What did was ensuring he could squeeze every possible advantage from the dark underbelly of Yorno City, preparing himself for the day he might stand against the Ant King. But first, he needed to pass the Hunter exam. Ronnel already had a few strategies forming in his mind, ideas that if refined could prove crucial when the time came. So far, the journey through the underground tunnels had been smooth. The traps posed no real threat to Ronnel and his group. But in the control room, Lippo, one of the examiners, leaned forward, watching them through the monitors. His fingers tapped against the table, a knowing smirk creeping onto his face. "Something's about to happen," he muttered. At the end of the tunnel, one of his most carefully designed challenges awaited them.
2 paths. 2 choices.
The first path was long, treacherous, and required dozens of hours to traverse. It would allow all 5 candidates to pass, but even at full speed, it would take them at least 45 hours to complete. The second path was a shortcut, just 10 minutes to the exit. But there was a catch. Only 3 people could enter. And they'd be shackled together. Lippo had designed this test for one purpose: to force conflict. No matter how strong a group's teamwork was, pressure like this could break them apart. That was all he needed. Hours later, Ronnel's group stepped into a dimly lit chamber. Flickering candles cast eerie shadows along the stone walls. 2 iron doors loomed at the far end, their surfaces adorned with worn inscriptions. Weapons lined the walls, remnants of past challengers. Libert's voice crackled over the speakers, repeating the rules. All eyes turned to the 2 paths. "We have more than 60 hours left," Gon reasoned. "That's enough time to take the long route." "I agree." Leorio chimed in eagerly. "Doesn't matter to me," Killua shrugged.
"Fine by me," Kurapika added.
Leorio and Gon exchanged relieved smiles. Then their smiles froze. Ronald stepped toward the shorter path.
The group stiffened. "Ronnel." Gon called, his voice uncertain.
Ronald ignored him. He reached out, knocking on the iron door. The sound echoed through the chamber.
He hummed. "Sturdy enough."
Then, without another word, he raised his hand. None surged around his body.
Boom.
The iron door exploded into shards, smoke and debris filling the air. When the dust settled, a gaping hole stood where the door had been. Gon and Leorio gawked, their jaws practically hitting the floor. "Incredible," Kurapika whispered, gripping his chains tighter. Even Killua, who had grown up surrounded by deadly assassins, felt his heart race. "I need to learn that kind of power." The thought burned in his mind. Ronald dusted off his hands. "Well, that settles that." He turned to the group, whistling. "Let's move."
Ho.
Gon and Leorio scrambled after him. In the control room, Lippo's biscuit slipped from his fingers. He stared at the screen, blinking. "That's why I hate brute force types," he grumbled. "They ruin all the fun." In less than 10 minutes, Ronald's group reached the bottom of the tower, successfully completing the 3rd phase of the Hunter exam. "We did it!" Gon cheered, throwing his fists in the air. Leorio and Kurapika shared a relieved smile, but Ronald's expression remained unreadable. He was scanning the room. Something felt off. The moment they entered the waiting area, he sensed it. A sinister gaze. He didn't need to look to know who it belonged to. "Oh ho ho." A voice slithered through the air, smooth yet laced with amusement. "Little Ronald, you finally made it."
Hisoka.
Seated across the room, he idly shuffled a deck of pyramid-shaped cards, his shoulders trembling with silent laughter. Ronald barely acknowledged him. He had no interest in entertaining Hisoka, nor did he care about the Phantom Troop. Not now. But before he could settle into a corner. Creak. A heavy stone door groaned open. The sharp click of footsteps echoed through the chamber. A man stepped inside. His face was dotted with round needles, his expression disturbingly blank. Hisoka barely spared him a glance. But Gon and the others? They instinctively stiffened. "That's candidate no. 301. Gitaracker." Leorio's voice was low. "He's been keeping a low profile. But somehow, he's made it this far without doing anything." Killua's brow furrowed. Something about this man felt wrong. Kurapika took a slow breath, steadying himself as rational thought returned. He analyzed the situation carefully. The fact that he made it here, just a step behind Hisoka and us, is proof of his strength. He's definitely a hidden master. Leorio nodded in agreement, his usual bravado tempered by the uneasy atmosphere. He and the others instinctively kept their distance from Hisoka and Gitaracker, remaining on high alert.
Ho?
Hisoka's golden eyes gleamed with amusement as he spotted Gitaracker. Then, his gaze flicked toward Illumi, and a slow, delighted grin spread across his face. Illumi, as unreadable as ever, barely acknowledged the look before settling into a silent seat.
But Hisoka wasn't done.
His gaze shifted again, landing on Ronald, who stood off to the side, leaning casually against the wall.
The grin widened.
His shoulders trembled with excitement.
Illumi and Ronnel? Oh, how fun.
This year's Hunter exam is turning out to be far more interesting than the last. Strong opponents, fresh young apples,
Wait.
Suddenly, Hisoka's expression faltered. His gaze sharpened as he studied Ronald more closely, his amusement momentarily giving way to confusion. Did little Ronald join Gon and the others? A frown tugged at the edges of his lips. That means they passed together? Hisoka's fingers twitched as an unsettling thought crept into his mind. If Ronald keeps making things too easy for them, they'll grow up crooked. And that would be such a waste. Rotten fruit isn't sweet at all. The pyramid of playing cards he had been stacking collapsed. He blinked at the scattered cards, then turned toward Gon's group.
Their expressions were tense, uncertain.
Hisoka followed their line of sight. There stood Ronald, just a short distance away. Hisoka tilted his head, tapping a finger against his lip. This isn't what I expected. Still, he sighed and shrugged. Well, as long as my little fruit ripened properly in the end. Casually, he picked up another playing card, rolling it between his fingers.
Down again.
I really thought I'd break my record this time. A heavy silence settled over the waiting area. Gon and Killua remained relatively at ease. As kids of the same age, they had their own way of navigating the tense atmosphere. Gon's optimism kept him steady, while Killua's assassin instincts made him constantly alert, but neither appeared outwardly shaken. Every so often, Killua would glance toward Gitaracker, feeling a strange sense of unease, but he didn't dwell on it. Leorio and Kurapika, however, were different. Leorio fidgeted, his unease obvious. Being trapped in an enclosed space with Hisoka was like sitting next to a ticking bomb. Sure, they had passed this stage of the exam, but what was stopping Hisoka from killing him right here and now, just for fun?
And Gitaracker?
That guy was just as unsettling, if not worse. Leorio felt his nerves fray. His instincts screamed at him to stick close to Ronald. Having someone that powerful nearby would make him feel a whole lot safer. But then he glanced at Kurapika, and hesitated. Kurapika looked worse than him. Leorio sighed, ultimately choosing to stay with his friend rather than seek protection. Kurapika was drowning in conflict. At first, when they had entered this unknown waiting area, his mind had remained sharp, focused. But now, with nothing immediate to distract him, his thoughts wandered. And they all led back to Ronald. On one hand, he couldn't accept it. Ronald, someone he had come to see as a companion, was part of the Phantom Troop. The same group that had massacred his clan. On the other hand, spending time with Ronald during the second stage of the exam, and later while clearing the trick tower, had shattered his preconceived notions. Ronald wasn't the cold-blooded killer he had imagined all troop members to be. If anything, Ronald's actions had earned his respect. And because of that, Kurapika had started to see him as a companion. It felt abrupt, but for someone as rational as Kurapika, trust was built on action, not emotions. Back in the early stages of the exam, he and Killua hadn't even interacted much. Their bond had only started forming after they survived Trick Tower together. But somehow, Ronald had forged a deeper connection in even less time. Not just with him, Gon and Leorio saw Ronald as an ally too.
But Killua?
Killua was just beginning to understand what companionship meant. The idea of relying on someone still felt foreign to him.
Kurapika, however, wasn't as detached.
And that's what made this so painful. Because if Ronald truly was part of the Phantom Troop, then what did that mean? If Ronald had been someone like Hisoka, it wouldn't have mattered. Kurapika could have justified working with a monster if it meant getting his revenge. But Ronald wasn't a monster. That was what made it worse.
So much worse.
Kurapika clenched his fists. He knew how this would play out. Later in Yorno City, when Gon and Killua inevitably got involved with the Phantom Troop, he would fight tooth and nail to keep them out of it.
This is my fight.
Stay out of it. And here, in this silent waiting room,
Hey everyone.
those emotions were already beginning to boil
I
over.
appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
He didn't want to implicate his companions due to his own personal affairs, especially when it could mean endangering their lives. Kurapika sat in the dim waiting area, his mind clouded with conflicting thoughts. The tension in the room was thick, stretching each moment painfully. Hey, I must be the first one to clear this stage and reach the bottom. A boastful voice echoed through the chamber. The stone door rumbled open, and a shiny bald head emerged into view. Hanzo. He strode in with a triumphant smirk that quickly vanished. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hanzo counted the candidates already present. What? I'm the 8th. His voice dropped, laced with disappointment, the previous joy and pride dissipating. He slunk to the corner, his mood casting a low pressure over the room. I really thought being the first one down would help in the next phase, so I rushed like mad, only to end up 8th. Hanzo's boastful demeanor quickly deflated into self-pity, turning the once boisterous ninja into a sulking figure in the corner. Leorio, who had been about to wave hello, awkwardly dropped his hand and focused on pretending he hadn't noticed Hanzo at all. Despite his constant chatter, Hanzo was undeniably strong. In fact, during the hunter exam, Hanzo was one of the top examines, second only to Hisoka and Gitaraker. Even Killua had once admitted to Gon that Hanzo's strength surpassed his own. The bald ninja was a force to be reckoned with, even if he couldn't stop talking about it. As silence once again enveloped the room, Ronald yawned, feeling the weight of boredom settling over him. The flickering candles cast soft, uneven shadows, and Hanzo's muttering served as a lullaby. Leorio, on the other hand, was on edge, nervously tiptoeing around the others. But Ronald? He was already thinking about the next phase of the exam. If everything goes as expected, the next phase will be on Zville Island, an opportunity to push myself even further. T/N, Zville Island is the site of the 4th phase of the 287th Hunter exam. Suddenly, Ronald's instincts flared. He glanced toward Illumi, whose expressionless face belied the sharp focus in his eyes. A faint pulse of Nen energy drifted toward Ron. The soft crackle of Ronald's Nen echoed in the still room. With a flick of his wrist, he formed a delicate orb of Nen on his fingertip, tracing out words in the air. Hunter script glowed faintly in the dim light. I want the contact information for the Zaldik family. There may be business opportunities in the future. Illumi's gaze hardened, but only for a moment. How did he know? His eyes flickered toward Killua, who was deep in conversation with Gon. So, he must have traveled with Killua. That's how he figured it out, Illumi mused. He sensed the same aura from Killua and connected the dots. For a moment, Illumi felt a rare twinge of pride. His younger brother resembled him enough that it made people instantly recognize the family connection. After a pause, Illumi nodded slightly and traced a series of numbers in the air. It was his personal number. If Ron needed anything, he could reach him directly. Of course, the cost would vary depending on the difficulty of the task. Ron noted the numbers with a faint smile of acknowledgement before letting the glowing symbols dissipate into the air. Across the room, Hisoka noticed the exchange but, true to form, merely smirked to himself. He had more important things to focus on, like reaching new heights in the Battle Olympia. His pursuit of the strongest fighters, of finding and cultivating the ripest fruit for battle, kept him occupied. Minutes turned into hours. Eventually, Jaretta, number 384, entered the room. He had an uncanny resemblance to an Indian from Ron's previous world, though his height and build were quite different. As he entered, the countdown clock ticked down to 30 hours left in the Trick Tower. Despite the extended phase, only 9 candidates had cleared this so far. As the clock continued its steady countdown, the iron gate opened once more, and prison guards wheeled in trays of food for the remaining candidates. Gon was the first to stand, quickly grabbing some food and offering a plate to Leorio and the others. They had cleared another hurdle, but the real challenge still loomed ahead. A serving of food was simple, 2 long strips of yellow compressed biscuits, enough to replenish basic energy and salt, accompanied by a bowl of millet porridge and a glass of water. Lippo, known for his love of snacks, had a penchant for preparing meals that could sustain candidates, but the setup was Spartan. Ronnel, however, politely declined Gon's offer of the food. With a flick of his wrist, a plate of sushi appeared in front of him, something he'd prepared during the second stage of the Hunter exam after submitting to Menchi. He had made a few extra servings to save for later. Alongside the sushi, there were cold mixed pig meat and scrambled eggs with grape spiders. To complete the meal, he poured a glass of fruit wine he had collected before joining the exam. What a great lunch, Ronald thought. Hanzo, chewing on his biscuit, glanced over at Ronald's meal. His eyes widened in horror as he caught sight of the sushi, triggering memories of his earlier culinary trauma. Cough, cough. Hanzo choked violently, pounding his chest in an effort to catch his breath. After taking a long gulp of water, he shot Ronald a wary look. Why does he have that on his plate? Hanzo thought, recalling the sushi he swore never to eat again. Even Jaretta, who had been sitting quietly, nearly choked on her own meal as she noticed the sushi. Hisoka and Illumi, both chewing their biscuits, remained indifferent but their lips curled slightly as they continued eating. It was obvious how much psychological damage that sushi had inflicted on them during the exam. However, what interested Hisoka and Illumi even more was Ronnel's Nen ability, specifically his method of storage. Is this something he learned from Maki? The so-called dead man's pocket? Convenient, though. I wonder how many decks of cards it can hold, Hisoka mused. As a member of the Phantom Troop, Hisoka was familiar with the Nen abilities of his fellow members. Although he wasn't always welcomed by the troop, Maki had provided him with information in exchange for a hefty price. Ronnel's Nen, Maki had hinted, would be worth watching. Gon, meanwhile, was watching Ronnel with fascination as he munched on his compressed biscuit. He could almost taste the delicious meal Ronnel was enjoying just by looking at it. Leorio, standing nearby, pretended not to care. But deep down, he too remembered the taste of the pork from Ronnel's last meal, his mouth watering at the thought. Suddenly, the door to the waiting area creaked open. 2 candidates entered almost at the same time. One of them, Pakal, the future hunter of fantastic beasts, had his bow slung over his shoulder. He had no idea that one day he'd be captured by the Chimera ants, dissected, and used to feed their queen. The other, Jaretta, was dressed like an Indian warrior, carrying a wooden spear. His eyes flashed with a fleeting desire to fight. As more candidates arrived, the waiting room grew busier. Ponzu entered, calmly handling her bees, while Sami played with his pet monkey. Badaro, with his martial prowess, stood stoically in a corner, and even the infamous rookie killer, Tanpa, made his way in. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the timer counted down to 0. A massive stone door in the center of the room opened, revealing the rising sun beyond. It's so beautiful, Ronald said, admiring the scene. After a brief moment of awe, Ronald turned his attention to the man standing in front of them, Lippo, a blacklist hunter and the prison warden of Trick Tower. He still had traces of chocolate and oat milk on the corner of his mouth. Congratulations on successfully escaping the Trick Tower, Lippo announced. I'm Lippo, and now, I invite you all, he paused for effect, to board the boat. With a snap of his fingers, a massive boat appeared from beneath the cliff. Without wasting time, Lippo ushered the candidates onto the ship. No rest for the wicked, he thought to himself, already eager to get back to his personal plans. The boat set sail, heading toward their next destination. Ronald, with nothing better to do, wandered around the ship. The sun slowly ascended into the sky, casting its blinding light and bringing with it a slight warmth just enough to remind everyone that this was another clear day, perfect for the upcoming phase. The boat's speed began to decrease, signaling to the examines that they were nearing their destination. Through the window, what first caught their eyes was a desolate, wrecked ship, a graveyard of wrecks, sprawled out like the remains of forgotten vessels. The boat released the examines, leaving them ashore without any hint of departing. Their attention shifted to the elderly couple standing before them, smiling kindly. Welcome to our hotel. T/N, as I understand it, in this fanfic they made a stop on a non-canon island. Are they the examiners for this round? One of the examines muttered, confused by the warm welcome. Doesn't seem like it, Gon said, tilting his head. I don't feel any tension coming from them. Ronald, still scanning his surroundings, muttered quietly. Is this Arakuta Island? The elderly couple introduced themselves with warm smiles, explaining the details of the island hotel. After extensive renovations, this ship now serves as your hotel for the duration of your stay. This very hotel has had the honor of hosting along with many other distinguished guests. We call it the Bia Palace, the crown jewel of hotels on the sea. The hotel owner beamed with pride as he spoke. Bia Palace, the world-renowned name that could easily rival establishments like the Hilton from another life. But even with that grand comparison, could you really claim to be the only place worth staying within 100 miles? And how often do kings and princesses visit a place as desolate as this? As the examines grumbled quietly to themselves, the elderly couple relayed a message from the Hunter Association. The 4th phase of the exam was set to begin in 3 days, giving the examines time to rest and recuperate. Hearing it was sanctioned by the Hunter Association, most of the 36 examines except for Ronald breathed a collective sigh of relief, the fatigue from their 72-hour ordeal in the Trick Tower finally catching up to them. As they prepared to enter the hotel, the couple stepped in front of them with that same smile. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch or a free hotel stay. When the owner mentioned that a deposit of 10 million jenny was required for a room, the examines were furious. 10 million jenny? You could live in a luxury hotel for half a year with that kind of money, one of them exclaimed. To give you some perspective, the amount they're asking for would be like paying for 5 fights on the 200th floor of Heaven's Arena. Despite the examine's outrage, the owner remained cheerful, offering an alternative. We're antique dealers, you see. If you collect valuable antiques from the nearby shipwrecks, you can earn yourself a free stay. The rarer the treasure, the more luxurious your room will be. Ronald scanned the nearby shipwrecks, casting a knowing glance at the couple. They were antique dealers, all right. The equipment they carried was top-notch for such a profession. But they likely worked for the Hunter Association, using the examines to salvage treasures that hadn't yet been recovered. It was a clever, cost-saving scheme. As the other examines stripped off their outer layers and dove into the water, ready to scavenge for antiques, Ronald also began his search. His goal? The shipwreck carrying relics of the Curta clan. The Curta were unique, possessing scarlet eyes, one of the 7 most beautiful things in the world. Those eyes, while breathtaking, granted their owners exceptional power. In their normal state, Curta Nen users had abilities of various types. But once their eyes turned scarlet, they would switch to the enhancement category, gaining even greater abilities. Kurapika, for instance, was a manipulator under normal circumstances, with his signature Nen ability being the Judgment Chain. But when his scarlet eyes activated, he could use the terrifying Absolute Time ability, making him a force to be reckoned with. Ronnel's eyes were set on obtaining a second type of Nen. Although his current Nen ability Gravikeeper's Grasp had been immensely useful in battle and had bolstered his strength, it was primarily an enhancement technique. His other abilities, Face Changing, Paladin's Glory, and Upgrade Game, had all been acquired through Gravikeeper's Grasp as well. But while Face Changing had its utility as a support skill, it didn't offer much in terms of sheer combat power. Likewise, Paladin's Glory and Upgrade Game were mainly tools to further boost his already impressive strength. Ever since his battle with Sparka, Upgrade Game had provided him with a significant power boost. But since then, it had plateaued, offering only minor benefits when he fought weaker opponents like Chirp and Johnny. It seemed that unless Ronnel faced someone as powerful as Sparka or stronger, Upgrade Game would remain dormant. Ronnel took a deep breath, diving into the wreckage below. His mind raced with thoughts of the Curta clan's power, the Scarlet Eyes, and the Nen potential they unlocked. This treasure hunt was more than just a test, it was an opportunity to further his journey to true strength. As for Paladin's Glory, Sparka's exclusive Nen ability, it wasn't suited for Ronnel at all. Though Ronnel still needed to improve his Nen and overall strength, he had enough skill to protect himself and navigate through the vast, dangerous world of the 6 continents. His combat skills, including martial arts like Shinjin Ryu and martial arts of Subai School, were already advanced. What Ronnel lacked was a true finishing move, a decisive attack that could turn the tide of battle. Moves like Shulnark's Autopilot Mode, Fink's Ripper Cyclotron, or Feden's Pain Packer, these techniques acted as their ultimate trump cards in a fight. Originally, Ronnel had thought about learning Yuvijin's Big Bang Impact or mastering Tiger Bite Fist from Nobunaga. Both of these moves were incredibly destructive and could serve as his ace in the hole. But after his clash with Netero, Ronnel realized something important: his strength alone wasn't enough to take on the world. He felt a new urgency and knew he had to evolve. Yet, those moves, Tiger Bite Fist and Big Bang Impact, were based on Yuvijin and Nobunaga's individual Nen abilities. They might not be the best fit for him. So, Ronnel set out to create his own ultimate technique, one perfectly tailored to his abilities. And to achieve this, he needed to find the lost ship of the Curta clan. According to stories, after the Curta clan was attacked by the Phantom Troop 4 years ago, a small group had escaped to Arakuta Island. They were the seeds meant to preserve the bloodline. However, most perished in the treacherous waters surrounding the island, their bodies claimed by the sea. In order to protect the survivors, the Curta's patriarch sent some of their strongest warriors, Nen users, to guard the escape. But when Nen users die, their resentment lingers, especially if they have unresolved anger. And these Curta warriors had plenty of reason to hate the Phantom Troop for slaughtering their people. Although 4 years had passed, Ronnel was no stranger to the lingering aura of death. He stretched out his Nen and scanned the sunken ship until he sensed it, a faint trace of hatred, hovering in the wreckage. With that, Ronnel leaped aboard the ship. Kurapika, watching from a distance, saw Ronnel's figure and hesitated. He wasn't ready to face him yet, so he turned and left without a word. The ship was old and weathered, but surprisingly, it wasn't moldy. Even after all these years, it retained some traces of the Curta people's culture, faded clothing patterns similar to Kurapika's, and a necklace left on a table, a symbol of their traditions. It was unmistakably the Curta's ship. Ronnel smiled to himself before focusing on the bodies inside the ship. There were 7 corpses, but only 2 gave off a lingering aura of resentment, 2 of the Curta warriors, still holding their grudge even in death. There were 128 members of the Curta clan, including Kurapika, and the fact that only 2 Nen users were left to guard the group showed how brutal the Phantom Troop's attack must have been. Ronnel knelt by one of the bodies, placing his hand over it. He made a vow. I want to inherit the ability to develop a second Nen power without the restriction of the Scarlet Eyes. I'll pay any price to make it happen. Ronnel didn't want Kurapika's limitations, the need for his eyes to turn red to activate his secondary ability, Emperor Time. He sought only the power, without the emotional burden or the need for his eyes to change color. Some might argue that one person could have multiple Nen abilities, like Razor from Greed Island, who had both Aura Ball and 14 Devils. But those were extensions of his primary ability, just like Kurapika's Judgment Chain, which had multiple variations. What Ronnel wanted was different, an entirely new power, not just an extension of his existing Nen. As Ronnel spoke, the resentment from the dead Nen users became visible, thickening the air. Their anger surged, filling the entire cabin. In a small inn nearby, the innkeeper and his wife, busy appraising antiques brought in by the candidates, suddenly froze. They turned toward the ship where Ronnel was and exchanged worried glances. That shouldn't be possible. The Hunter Association cleared this area for the exam, the innkeeper muttered, his voice laced with disbelief. Even the examines waiting outside felt the dark, ominous aura emanating from the ship. It was suffocating, making their hearts race with fear. What is that feeling? One of them stammered, wide-eyed. The tension in the air was palpable. Leorio's skin prickled, and both Gon and Kurapika wore grim expressions. Killua, sensing the dangerous aura, instinctively moved back a few meters. On the rooftop, Hisoka stood side by side with Illumi. Such a terrifying aura, Hisoka commented with a smirk, though his expression betrayed no fear. Almost reminds me of an old predator ready to strike. This is the first time I've encountered such strong resentment, Illumi replied, his usual monotone voice now tinged with curiosity. Something interesting must have happened here. As they spoke, the unsettling atmosphere quickly dissipated. The boss, who had been ready to call the Hunter Association, hesitated as the tension suddenly faded. Is it over? He murmured, slowly putting down the phone. He stepped outside and cautiously glanced at the wrecked ship that radiated an ominous aura. Just then, a figure emerged from the cabin. What's the matter? Why are you all staring at me like that? Ronnel asked, a faint smile playing on his lips as he noticed the group of 113 examines frozen in place, their eyes fixed on him. You're all right, the examiner asked, his gaze running up and down Ronnel's figure. After confirming that nothing seemed amiss, he cautiously continued. You were in there during that incident, right? While the Hunter exam was a dangerous, life-or-death challenge, accidents caused by negligence from the association were an entirely different matter. Incident? What incident? Ronald replied, feigning ignorance, fully aware of what the examiner was hinting at. The examiner seemed to understand this as well. Satisfied that Ronald was unharmed, he nodded and returned inside, hands tucked behind his back. The other examines, wary of Ronald's reputation as someone nearly as dangerous as Hisoka, scattered to continue their search for treasures and antiques, eager to distance themselves. And just like that, the tension faded as if nothing had happened. However, two pairs of eyes remained fixed on Ronald from the rooftop. Do you really want to fight him? He's hiding a lot, Illumi under the guise of Gitaraker said to Hisoka. I can sense he's at least as strong as I am. If anyone ordered me to take him down, I'd probably decline. The Zaldik family had rules: don't take jobs beyond your capability. Greed was a surefire way to die. Hisoka didn't respond directly, only licking the edge of his playing card with his bright red tongue. His eyes gleamed with excitement, undeterred by Illumi's words. Seeing this, Illumi simply shrugged and leapt from the roof to resume his hunt for antiques. He, I thought only the Phantom Troop and Krolo interested me, Hisoka muttered to himself, his smile widening. But it seems there's another juicy fruit. Poisonous, perhaps, but delicious nonetheless. Though, with my current resistance, there's a chance it might be fatal. He vanished in a blur, leaving the rooftop empty once more. Meanwhile, Ronald handed over a few antique items he had retrieved from the Curta clan's shipwreck. In exchange, the examiner provided him with the key to a private room, a rare luxury. The examiner, having sensed Ronald was different from the others, had chosen to be cautious and granted him the room to himself. No disturbances, just peace and quiet, a perfect setting for Ronald to review his spoils. Once inside the room, Ronald locked the door, sat on the bed, and began sorting through what he had acquired. The shipwreck of the Curta tribe held the most intense resentment he had ever encountered since awakening his Nen. However, no matter how thick the malice, his golden finger ability capable of dispelling negative states easily neutralized it. The moment the dark energy surged toward him, it was obliterated, leaving Ronald unharmed. Along with that, he had gained the potential to develop a second Nen ability. His first Nen ability, Gravikeeper's Grasp, dealt with corpses and lingering grudges, primarily an auxiliary skill. For his second Nen, Ronald wanted something that packed a stronger punch. A martial arts ability that would complement his first, much like Kurapika's Judgment Chain and Emperor Time. He envisioned a powerful technique, something more than a simple brute force attack like those of Uvijin or Razor, whose abilities relied on singular devastating blows. They had no follow-up, just sheer raw power. Many dark hunters focused solely on strength, aiming to cause the maximum amount of harm. Even the members of the Phantom Troop were mostly like this, with the notable exception of their leader, Krolo. Krolo used more sophisticated techniques, like poisons. During his confrontation with Zeno and Silva in Yorno City, he wielded a dagger laced with a toxin so potent that 0.1 milliliters could paralyze an elephant. Silva was immensely strong, but even he had to wrap his arm in his own hair to halt the spread of the poison. It was a stark reminder that even the strongest hunters in the world were not immune to the deadly effects of poison or other debilitating abilities. Meruem was so powerful that even Neferpitou managed to heal the intense heat caused by the flower bomb. But the poison, no, not even Meruem himself could fully resist the venom of the flower bomb. From Meruem to Shaipuf and Neferpitou, these apex chimera ants could hardly endure the poison. Poison, in this world of hunters, has the potential to accomplish a great deal. Ronald was thinking along these lines as he planned his second Nen ability, focusing on a deadly status effect like poison. Similar to the blood-clotting claws or bone-melting palms found in martial arts novels, he wanted his ability to inflict not only immediate damage but a lingering, debilitating effect that would continue to erode the victim's body. These malevolent techniques inspired Ronald, and many ideas for developing his abilities began to surface in his mind. The corpses of his enemies carried resentment, and now that resentment would also carry poison. Previously, Ronald hadn't paid much attention to the concepts of corpse poison or resentment. They were negative states, easily shrugged off. But now, as he focused on developing his second Nen, the potential for lethal, hard-to-counter poisons caught his attention. Of course, he wasn't going to mimic the rotting corpse poison exactly. He had to integrate it into the structure of Nen in this world, carefully planning each step. Nen mastery wasn't something that could be rushed, but Ronald had been contemplating it since his days in the Hunter exam. In this way, when Yorno City opened up to the underworld, the corpses of gang members scattered across the streets could become a powerful source of nourishment, enhancing his strength. No doubt, the refinement of his Second Nen would rely on those very corpses. While Ronald was deep in thought about his Second Nen, elsewhere, the examines had begun to find their own antiques and traded them for hotel rooms. Just like before, Gon and Killua played around in their room, Sami and Gitaraker sat back to back, and Sami's monkey, frightened by Illumi's antics, darted around the room. Tonpa curled up near the door, holding a quilt, watching Hisoka calmly build his third pyramid of cards. Oh ho ho ho. Broke the record. Hanzo exclaimed, enjoying the sun. In another room, Kurapika and Leorio talked about Ronnel and the Phantom Troop. No one knew exactly what was said between them, but Kurapika no longer seemed to avoid the topic of Ronnel afterward. The night passed quietly until just before dawn, when Ronnel, listening intently, raised his head and looked in a certain direction. Leaving already. Walking to the window, he peered down at the hotel owner and his wife, who had packed their belongings and were preparing to board the airship. Opening the window, Ronnel called out, "Let's go. In 2 days, a storm is coming. Who knows how many of the remaining examines will survive?" The owner adjusted his glasses, preparing to board the airship. A gentle hand tapped his shoulder. "How about taking me with you?" The owner froze. When he turned around, he saw Ronnel smiling at him. "All right," the owner replied. Given Ronnel's strength, surviving a stormy ordeal seemed manageable. Plus, his presence might prove too overwhelming for the other examines, preventing them from demonstrating their own abilities. Since this went against the purpose of the exam, the owner didn't resist much and allowed Ronnel to join them. Boom. In the still night, where even the drop of a pin could be heard, the sound of the airship's engines pierced the quiet. Examines, who had been fast asleep, woke up and rushed out of their rooms, still in their pajamas. But the airship had already started to sail, leaving them behind. Damn it! I knew something was up with those two. Leorio cursed, glaring at the owner and his wife, who looked down from the airship, emotionless. They must be. Leorio started but cut himself off mid-sentence. His eyes went wide as he recognized a familiar figure by the window of the airship. Ronald. The other candidates were just as shocked, staring in disbelief at Ronald, who waved from the airship. Why, how is this possible? Leorio's mind raced. Could this be part of the Hunter exam? Kurapika speculated aloud. His eyes, focused on Ronald, were no longer clouded with conflict, though they still held a hint of complexity. Part of the exam. If I'm right, Kurapika continued, this could be a two-part test, an upper and lower section. Upper and lower. The candidates were perplexed by Kurapika's words. Hanzo thought for a moment before his eyes lit up in understanding. I get it now. Just like examinee 406 said, each round tests our relevant abilities. This round must be assessing our vigilance in a resting environment. I bet examinee 406 noticed something off about the hotel owner and his wife. That's why he stayed alert all night and caught them trying to leave. Hanzo's mind raced as he pieced together the events. The more he thought about it, the clearer it became everything fit. Regret tinged his voice as he muttered, damn it! If I hadn't let my guard down, I could have made it onto the airship and passed the test like no 406. He clenched his fists in frustration. But because we rested, we're stuck here, waiting for the next unknown challenge. As Hanzo's words sank in, a heavy silence fell over the remaining 30 or so examines. His analysis made sense to them, too. Kurapika chimed in thoughtfully, that's right. This test isn't just about vigilance and crisis awareness. When collecting treasures and bringing them back for appraisal, there are likely hidden clues testing our observation skills, too. He paused, a frown crossing his face. Our first challenge in the Milsey wetlands tested our ability to stay alert and sense danger. The second challenge likely measures our powers of observation. Kurapika's voice lowered. But because we got too comfortable, we failed this simple test. Leorio slammed his fist into his palm in frustration. Damn it, that makes so much sense. The rest of the examines didn't speak, but their expressions mirrored Leorio's. Hanzo clapped his hands, trying to lift the group's spirits. We may have messed up, but we've still got a chance. We just need to be vigilant for what comes next. But how can we prepare if we don't know what this retest involves? One of the examines asked nervously. Remember what number 406 said about the meaning of the test? If this is a retest, it'll likely cover what we've faced before. The third test was the Trick Tower, another examinee whispered. Exactly, Kurapika said, nodding. It's a test of how well we respond to threats in unfamiliar, dangerous situations. Living on this deserted island without knowing what's coming next is exactly the kind of environment that tests our crisis response. That makes sense, Hanzo added. In the Trick Tower, we faced all kinds of mechanisms designed to trap us. Our challenge, Kurapika continued, was to work together as a group of 3 to make it through. The next test may also be about teamwork and cooperation. The examines exchanged glances, determination settling over them. Then let's stay sharp and face whatever's next, someone shouted, rallying the group. Yeah. From his position on the airship, Ronald stared down at the impassioned examines below. He wasn't the only one taken aback, the boss and his wife beside him wore similarly puzzled expressions. Ronald had no idea that his decision to board the airship to avoid the storm on the island would lead to such intense speculation. Hanzo and Kurapika had spun a whole theory out of thin air. And yet, their guesses were eerily close to the truth. The island was meant to test the abilities of the examines to work together. But even though they were on the right track, Ronald couldn't help but feel amused. Let them do what they want, he thought with a grin. Meanwhile, I'll enjoy a couple of peaceful days on this airship before the next phase. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the first rays of the morning sun streamed through the windows of the airship, Ronald opened his eyes. After a brief exchange with the boss and his wife, he disembarked and boarded Lippo's ship, which was bound for the island to retrieve the other examines. During the trip, Lippo and Ronald introduced themselves and exchanged contact information. Lippo was confident that Ronald would pass the hunter exam and become a licensed hunter. Getting to know a future colleague certainly didn't hurt. Their conversation was light, and before long, the ship arrived at the rundown warship to pick up the surviving candidates. 31 people, Ronald muttered as he watched the examines board the ship. However, thanks to Kurapika and Hanzo's speeches, this time the number of survivors hadn't decreased by much. Including Ronald, there were 32 examines left. As the examines settled on the ship, Lippo slowed the pace of their journey back to the Zville island, giving everyone time to rest. Ronald closed his eyes to meditate but was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. What you choose to do is your decision, Ronald said without opening his eyes. Just like what I choose to do is mine. There's no need for you to concern yourself. He cracked one eye open and saw Kurapika standing before him, hesitation written all over his face. I know what you're about to say, but it won't change anything. When you actually face the Phantom Troop, you'll have to pass your own test first. With that, Kurapika bit her lip, holding back more words. He bowed deeply to Ronald and then turned to leave. As he walked away, Kurapika paused for a moment before adding one final statement. Ronald, I do consider you a friend. Ronald watched his leave, glancing at Gon and Leorio, who were peeking from behind a nearby pillar. He shook his head but remained silent. He could sense the sincerity in Kurapika's words, but in this world, some things aren't so simple. When Kurapika, someone who's never taken a life, faces Uvijin, the internal struggle will be far worse than it seems now. It's only after killing Uvijin that Kurapika will fully understand. When the transformation comes, everything will fall into place. For now, though, Kurapika is still just a 16-year-old boy. Eventually, as the distant outline of Zville Island came into view, all the examines realized that the real fourth phase of the exam was about to begin. Lippo, the examiner for this round, stepped forward once again to explain the rules. First, all the examines drew lots in the order they exited from Trick Tower. Ronald drew number 16. When he saw the number on his slip of paper, he laughed. What a coincidence, Tonpa, the rookie crusher. Once everyone had drawn, Lippo began explaining the phase's details. The trial was a hunt. Examines would be both hunters and the hunted, and it would take place on Zville Island. The rules were simple, each examines needed 6 points to pass. 3 points for holding on to their own number plate, 3 points for acquiring their target's number plate, and 1 point for any other plates they gathered. Within a week, the examines needed to gather 6 points by any means necessary. When the boat returned to the island's shore, those who had collected enough points would be deemed successful. The rules were clear, and everyone understood them. As Lippo finished his explanation, all the examines removed their number plates, stashing them away. The tense atmosphere was briefly interrupted when the young woman who had been in charge of the lottery spoke up, excitedly sharing what she thought was good news. Next year, every participant who makes it to the hunter exam will automatically get a promotion to the next phase, so even if you fail this time, you can always come back and try again. This so-called promotion felt like a marketing ploy at a supermarket sale. After all, why would anyone want to fail and come back again next year? Ronald glanced at the woman, then at Lippo, whose fox-like grin made him smirk. This seemed like another mental game to shake up the examines. He had never heard of any such discount in the hunter exam before. When next year comes, Tonpa and the Amurai brothers will be starting from scratch, going through the first phase again. No discounts for them. Lippo certainly knows how to throw in a little twist. The ship eventually stopped near Zville Island, and the examines disembarked one by one, heading into the dense forest. Hisoka went first, followed by Ronnel. Gon, Leorio, and Killua followed suit, with others like Illumi, Hanzo, Pakal, and Ponzo trailing behind. Ronald was one of the few confident enough in his abilities to not bother hiding his number plate. He had activated his Nen, easily sensing who was sneaking glances at his number plate. Unsurprisingly, it was an old acquaintance. As Ronald stepped off, Amurai looked at the lottery slip in his hand, almost ready to cry. He remembered the trauma from last year, when Ronald had taken him down without a word. This year, he had done his best to avoid that monster. But of course, when he drew his lot this time, it was Ronald's number that appeared. It's true what they say, what you fear, you attract. Why am I so unlucky? Realizing who his target was, Amurai's brothers, Omurai and Imori, advised him to change his target immediately and try to collect 3 other number plates. Amurai agreed, but his bad luck wasn't over yet. He forgot one crucial detail. While he was hunting, he was also someone else's prey. Number 199? Who's that? Killua muttered as he disembarked, still holding his lottery slip. The number plate pinned to his chest. Like Ronald, Killua wasn't one to hide his number either. Whatever, he shrugged. When the person hunting me shows up, I'll just beat them and take their plate. Easy enough. With that, Killua flicked his lottery paper into the air, letting it drift away in the wind. Poor Amurai. Not only was his target one of the strongest candidates, but those hunting him were also among the top contenders. Talk about bad luck. In fact, the tables had turned. In the original exam, Amurai's target had been Killua. Now, Killua was targeting him. The situation had flipped, but the outcome remained the same. Zville Island got its name from its shape, two large land masses connected by a thin, bridge-like passage, resembling a pair of glasses. Ronald and the others disembarked on the southeast side of the left land mass, and the examines were expected to stay within this area for their trial. As the second examinee on the island, Ronald settled on the shore, waiting calmly for Tonpa to arrive. Ronald sat perched in the branches of a massive tree at the edge of a dense forest, patiently waiting. His second Nen ability needed one last verification, and Tonpa, unfortunately for him, was about to be the final test subject. During the 2 days aboard the airship, Ronald had been refining every aspect of this new ability. Now, everything was in place, all he needed was Tonpa to confirm the outcome. From his vantage point, Ronald spotted Tonpa stepping off, his familiar round frame and cautious demeanor unmistakable. Tonpa's eyes darted around nervously as he entered the forest, vanishing into the dense foliage. Without hesitation, Ronald pressed the tip of his foot against the tree branch and disappeared into the shadows, silently following. Tonpa, oblivious to the hunter tailing him, grinned to himself as he pressed deeper into the forest. "I can't believe I made it this far," he muttered, still riding the high of his small victories. 35 years, and now with Sami by my side, we'll definitely pass this time. The image of holding a hunter license danced in Tonpa's mind, filling him with a rare sense of hope. But just as quickly, that hope crumbled. Blocking his path stood a figure he'd hoped to avoid. Ronald. Tonpa's voice trembled, fear tightening around his throat. The man standing in front of him was no ordinary contestant. No, in this secluded part of the forest, the only fate awaiting him at Ronald's hands was death. No, not like this, Tonpa thought, panic surging. I haven't even lived my dream yet? Just as he was about to force a smile, pretending this was all some mistake, Tonpa's gaze fell to the small piece of paper in Ronald's hand, the number 16 scrawled clearly on it. Tonpa was his prey. All hope abandoned him. With every ounce of survival instinct his years in the hunter exams had sharpened, Tonpa acted. He tossed his number plate to the left and bolted to the right, his legs carrying him faster than they'd ever moved before. But within mere seconds, his escape route was cut off. Ronald stood in front of him again, catching the number plate mid-toss with a casual flick of his wrist. The look in Ronald's eyes told Tonpa everything. There would be no escape. Ron. Before he could finish, Ronald vanished again, and a sharp pain flared in Tonpa's throat. His vision blurred, the world spinning as his body gave out beneath him. Snap. Tonpa's limp body hit the ground with a dull thud, and Ronald appeared beside him, calm and calculating. 35 years, all for this, Ronald whispered, crouching down next to Tonpa. He didn't activate his Gravikeeper's grasp just yet. Instead, he extended his hand, his second Nen ability ready to be unleashed. Now, let's begin. Energy of the undead. A dark, unseen energy swirled around Ronald's hand, invisible to the naked eye. Even a trained Nen user would struggle to perceive it. Under this black aura, Tonpa's lifeless body began to twitch. From within Tonpa, a sickly green light burst forth, only to be swiftly enveloped by the inky blackness in Ronald's palm. The death energy and corpse poison that had gathered in Tonpa's body were absorbed into Ronald's Nen, fueling his newly awakened power. As quickly as the black light appeared, it vanished, and with it, the trace of life from Tonpa's form. Above Tonpa, a malevolent force began to take shape, a pitch-black grudge, the embodiment of Tonpa's despair. Ronald, with a single wave of his hand, dispelled the curse as easily as one might brush aside a leaf. In his palm now glowed 2 halos, remnants of the power he had just absorbed. But he didn't examine them immediately. His focus was elsewhere, on the satisfaction of his second Nen's completion. Second Nen ability, Energy of the Undead. Effect. Stores death energy and corpse poison from the deceased, to be unleashed against enemies. The more deaths Ronald causes, the greater the buildup of corpse poison and death energy, amplifying the attack's strength. Kills made directly by Ronald yield twice as much energy. Limitations. Extracting death energy and corpse poison from corpses increases the resentment held by the deceased, leading to potential attacks from vengeful spirits. As the buildup of death energy grows, so too does the strength of the accumulated grudges. Ronald knew the power he now wielded was dangerous, an offensive ability focused on the raw, unrelenting force of death. In the martial arts-driven world of Hunter x Hunter, few would expect a technique like this, making it all the more lethal. Even those capable of withstanding the initial attack would find the corpse poison coursing through their veins, slowly killing them long after the battle had ended. It was a vicious, relentless form of Nen, but that suited Ronald just fine. As for the resentment it would attract, Ronald simply smiled. The golden fingers effect of removing the negative state of the corpse was enough to solve all the problems. Moreover, the abilities of the two were closely connected, which was quite intriguing. Since death energy and corpse poison aren't like Nen, which retains effects even after death, they act more like physiological byproducts gradually forming within the corpse. Therefore, the amount of death energy and corpse poison is generally proportional to the size and time of death of the body. For instance, a child's corpse would naturally produce less corpse poison than that of an adult. Likewise, someone recently deceased wouldn't have as much death energy as someone dead for a longer time. That's why the energy of the undead ability thrives on quantity over quality. The more corpses available, the greater the accumulation of death energy and corpse poison, allowing Ronald to increase the concentration. On the other hand, Gravikeeper's grasp favors quality. The stronger the deceased, the better the effects that could be harnessed from their corpse. In essence, these two Nen abilities complement each other. Death energy and corpse poison not only enhance normal attacks but can also be infused into special moves. For example, in the future, if Ronnel learns Yuvijin's destructive punch, he could combine it with corpse poison and death energy to produce a devastating strike combining raw physical power with toxic energy. And it's not just for fists. With the proper death energy and corpse poison, Ronnel could infuse these elements into clothes or weapons, similar to how Nen enhances objects. The best part? Accumulating death energy and corpse poison doesn't harm Ronnel at all. These energies act like a blue bar in a game, offering power without any drawbacks. There's also no upper limit to the amount he can gather. He can keep accumulating endlessly. To amass more, cemeteries are the prime hunting ground. Places filled with the dead, like graveyards, offer endless potential for gathering corpse poison and death energy. If the miniature rose bomb could kill Meteor, then surely a strong enough corpse poison could do the same. In the coming days, Ronnel's focus was clear. He'd need to gather enough to face Meteor and his guards. Besides cemeteries, Yorno City would also be a rich source. After all, any creature killed by Ronnel doubled the production of death energy and corpse poison. And this applied to animals too, not just humans. After all, humans were just another form of animal. Ronnel had his path set. He'd participate in the upcoming hunter exam, then find Bisky and Shizuka with the gems and treasures he traded with Menchi. After that, he'd continue traveling the world with Shizuka, visiting famous necropolises and graveyards to gather more death energy. Next, Yorno City would be his prime target. He could mow through weaker enemies, take out 1 or 2 members of the Phantom Troop, and adjust his plan depending on the situation. With his plans solidified, Ronnel nodded and took one last glance at Tonpa's lifeless body before turning to leave. From Tonpa, Ronnel had obtained 2 valuable things, a specially formulated laxative and a heightened hazard awareness. The former needed no explanation, but the latter acted like a sixth sense, much like Spider-Man's spider sense. After surviving the deadly hunter exam for 35 consecutive years, Tonpa had developed an extraordinary ability to sense danger. It wasn't hard to see why he managed to sabotage so many rookies yet live to tell the tale. As Ronnel gazed down from his vantage point, watching the other examines in the forest, only Hisoka and Illumi seemed aware of his movements. The rest carried on, oblivious to the observer in the shadows. Hisoka, as usual, lounged beneath a tree, playing his own enigmatic game. The faint smell of blood on his shoulder couldn't be hidden by his usual tricks, and blood butterflies fluttered around him. Illumi, employing the Zaldik family's tracking techniques, was already on the hunt for his target. Gon was still on the move, having drawn Hisoka's number. He pressed forward despite the weight of his task. Killua had effortlessly caught an opponent who underestimated him because of his age. He casually interrogated the poor soul about the whereabouts of number 199. Nearby, Hanzo was going into a cave, unaware of the danger waiting inside. Elsewhere, Badaro and another examines named Jaretta, with an afro puff hairstyle and had black eyes, engaged in a duel with their number plates on the line. The outcome? Unsurprisingly, a draw, both of them having seized each other's plates. Sami, who had been waiting impatiently for Tonpa's arrival, eventually gave up waiting with his pet monkey and decided to start hunting on his own. The real battle had now begun. First off, apart from Ronnel, the first to secure a 6-point number badge was Pakal. This kid got lucky, facing an opponent who wasn't too tough. With an arrow tipped in paralytic poison, he swiftly immobilized his target and claimed 6 points. Next was Killua. His luck wasn't bad either, running into the 3 Amurai brothers in the jungle. What happened after was inevitable. After taking Amurai's badge, Killua noticed someone tailing him. Instead of keeping both extra badges, he tossed them away. One of those badges was caught by his stalker, who initially felt proud of his stealth. However, when he checked the number plate, it was number 198, not the 197 he was after. The realization hit hard. Killua had tricked him, and all hope faded. The 197 badge, meanwhile, disappeared into the underbrush. Finding it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. This meant that Hanzo, already determined to outperform the other 2 examines, could still make up the 6 points needed. Even though there were 32 examines instead of 24, the challenge wasn't insurmountable for him. Killua's move didn't just fool Hanzo, it also marked the end of the road for the 3 Amurai brothers in the hunter exam. Meanwhile, that elusive 197 badge landed on the head of an unsuspecting man wearing glasses. A badge from the heavens. Leorio glanced at the plate, startled, then looked up. What? Number 197? It's just 1 number off from the 198 I needed. Leorio muttered, slightly annoyed, though he tucked the badge safely into his coat anyway. Due to the increased number of examines, Leorio, unlike in the original timeline, hadn't encountered Ponzo and her bees. So, her fate was sealed. 7 days spent in a cave and a den of poisonous snakes. Come on, Leorio. I'm coming. Hey Kurapika, have you found your target yet? That monkey handler, Sami. The 7 days of waiting soon passed, and the time to gather arrived. On the distant coastline, Ronald was the first to arrive after the boat's horn sounded. During those days, he had looted a few useful items from the bodies of fallen examines, gathering corpse poison and a few other treasures, quite a haul. Soon after Ronnel's arrival, the other examines began to trickle in: Hisoka, Illumi, Killua, Hanzo, Pakal, Badaro. Along with Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio, the total number of remaining examines came to 10. Gon and his group first chatted briefly with Killua, before moving over to Ronald. Since Kurapika was on good terms with everyone, Gon, relieved that there was no tension between them, led the way over to Ronald. Leorio, Killua, and even Kurapika silently followed. Ronald, you were probably the first to collect all 6 points, right? Who was your target? Gon asked, trying to spark a conversation. Tonpa, the rookie killer. Tonpa? That old guy. Gon scratched his head, trying to recall him, since it had been so long since they'd last met. From there, the group began swapping stories about their experiences during the exam. Gon shared some things as well, though he omitted the more unsettling parts, like his encounter with Hisoka. Sometimes, the boy could be a bit stubborn and secretive. Ronald listened carefully, catching some intriguing bits of information that he hadn't seen from his vantage point. For instance, the details of Kurapika and Leorio's adventures, and Leorio's unexpected encounter with Hanzo. Kurapika's target had been Sami, the monkey handler, who in turn had Leorio as his target. This poor guy had unknowingly walked into Kurapika and Leorio's trap. After being beaten senseless, Sami and his monkey were tied up and hung from a tree. In an amusing twist, Sami also happened to be Hanzo's target, as Hanzo needed the badge to get his final point. However, Kurapika and Leorio had already taken Sami down, so Hanzo was left with no choice but to move on. Not that Hanzo was worried. He only needed one more point, and with so many examines still around, it wasn't hard to find another target. Under Kurapika and Leorio's watchful eyes, Hanzo casually shrugged. If it weren't for that silver-haired brat who beat me and threw away badge 197, I'd already be done with this face, Hanzo grumbled. Leorio's ears perked up at that, and he stopped Hanzo from leaving. After some back and forth, they realized that each of them had the other's missing badge. Laughing at the irony, they quickly exchanged badges. Having made up his 6 points, Hanzo no longer needed the extra badge from his earlier victory, so he gave it to Leorio as thanks for the helpful exchange. Not long after, the group's conversation was interrupted by the distant whistle of the boat as it drew closer to shore. Moments after the whistle blew, the young lady responsible for overseeing the phase announced the results. The original 9, plus Ronald, made 10 examines in total. As she spoke, she revealed that the next stage was the final test. Gon, Hanzo, and the others exchanged glances. They had finally made it to the last hurdle. The partner news buzzed through the airship. The special airship, meant for the hunter's exam, appeared on the horizon. Its arrival marked a transition. Those eliminated would depart, while those who passed would be taken to the location of the final phase. 2 types of transportation by sea and by sky seemed symbolic of something deeper. With just 10 examines left, many felt a strange mix of relaxation and excitement. The last time I was on an airship like this, we were crammed together like sardines. I didn't expect we'd have so much room now, Leorio mused, looking around the spacious room. After enduring so much, this moment felt like a dream to him. The journey alone, he thought, could fill a novel. I wonder what they'll test us on for the last round. I'm getting nervous just thinking about it. Leorio couldn't sit still as he paced around, speaking his thoughts aloud. All 10 of them had gotten to know each other through shared struggles. Their teamwork back on Warship Island forged bonds, but they all knew the next challenge would be different. Hanzo, who had taken the lead, naturally stepped up again, gathering everyone in a circle. Hisoka, however, remained in the corner, casually playing with a stack of cards. No one, including Hanzo, dared approach him. Gitaraker, too, declined Hanzo's invitation. Ronald, more curious than anxious, sat among the group, observing the scene with interest. We're all rookies to the hunter exam. No point guessing blindly. We should ask someone with experience, right? Hanzo suggested, his tone decisive as he gestured toward Pakal. Everyone turned their gaze to Pakal, knowing he had taken the exam before. Under the pressure of their collective stares, Pakal squirmed. It's no use asking me. 3 years ago, I was eliminated during the 4th phase. This is my first time making it to the final test. He nervously waved his hands, unwilling to admit he'd been knocked out in the first round the previous year, preferring to highlight his best achievement. So, in the end, you're not much help, Hanzo sighed, clearly disappointed. Pakal shot him a sideways glare. And who asked you to care? He hadn't forgotten how Hanzo had mocked him during the sushi test. Turning the conversation, Gon looked at Ronnel. What do you think, Ronnel? You must have made it to the final phase last year with your strength, right? Wait, he's not a rookie, Hanzo exclaimed, startled. The fact that someone as skilled as Ronald hadn't passed last year rattled everyone. Was the final phase really that hard? Leorio and Killua, now fully focused, exchanged concerned looks. Even Kurapika sat up straight, intrigued. There was a complication last year. Some examines attacked the examiners, Ronald explained, causing everyone to glance toward Hisoka instinctively. By now, they had pieced together the gist of last year's fiasco, and Hisoka was at the heart of it. It happened during the 3rd phase. The Hunter Association had to send in a professional to handle the situation. Afterward, all phases were suspended, and we were pushed straight to the final phase. Everyone listened with bated breath, including Pakal and Badaro, who leaned in with wide eyes. They, too, had been eliminated early last year and hadn't heard the full story. The phase test was simple. The examiner, who was also the one who resolved the incident, stood still and told us that anyone who could touch him, even just graze his clothes, would pass. That's it. Hanzo and Pakal exclaimed, exchanging looks of disbelief. But then, realization hit them. No way it was that easy. There had to be a catch, right? Some condition or hidden challenge, Hanzo reasoned. Gon's eyes lit up with a flicker of recognition. He turned to Killua, who had the same deadpan expression. Isn't this exactly like when we played dodgeball with Netero? Touch the ball or in this case, his clothes, and you win. But it's not as easy as it sounds. Right, Kurapika agreed, his voice measured. The final phase might look simple, but in practice, it's anything but. He turned toward Badaro, hoping for more insight. What about you, Badaro? Any experience with the final phase? Leorio, too, chimed in. Mr. Badaro, you must have some insight from past exams. Hanzo, eyes gleaming with hope, stared at him expectantly. Badaro remained calm. I didn't make it to the final phase either. I was eliminated in the first phase last year. The group's collective shock was palpable. Then why are you acting so relaxed? They all silently complained. But, Badaro continued with confidence, I can take a guess at what the final phase might be. Despite the disbelief etched on their faces, they leaned in to hear his analysis. And so, Badaro began to break down the phase, from the long-distance marathon to the just-concluded Zville Island hunting trial. Stop beating around the bush and get to the point already. What's the last phase? Hanzo had been listening for a while and finally couldn't hold back, cutting in. Hey, you still don't get it? There's one last phase, something they haven't tried before in all the previous phases, Badaro replied, his voice serious. And what's that? Leorio asked, starting to get a bit anxious. Yeah, what kind of phase is it that hasn't been covered yet? Hanzo straightened up, clearly on edge. It's the fundamental knowledge every hunter must have, Badaro said, suddenly standing up and raising his voice. The last phase is a written exam. The crowd's faces shifted into a collective expression of horror, and the pyramid of cards Hisoka had been quietly building came crashing down. Even Hisoka, usually unfazed, was taken aback. Meanwhile, Illumi, on the other side, remained as calm as ever, though his rhythm of tapping his nails seemed to pause briefly. A murmur of restlessness spread through the candidates as the notion of a written test set in. It was Ron who had first suggested that each stage of the hunter exam carried a deeper meaning, and Badaro's deduction had everyone convinced. Knowledge a written test seemed in line with the unpredictable nature of the hunter exam. The panic was palpable. Just as silence fell over the group, Hanzo was about to suggest hitting the library when, Gon hesitantly raised his hand. I wanted to ask, what kind of books has everyone read? Gon awkwardly admitted, when I was a kid, my aunt gave me some world encyclopedias and basic textbooks, but other than that, not much. I've read quite a few books myself, Hanzo interjected with a smirk, but then he added, though most of them were ninja training manuals. Basic ninja knowledge, self-discipline, nothing too deep. Killua, standing beside Gon, nodded in agreement. Same here. Most of what I've read were family records about assassination techniques and training methods. Leorio chimed in, a bit embarrassed. I've only skimmed through some basic medical books, and a couple of get-rich-quick guides. I haven't touched a book in ages, Hanzo confessed. The last thing I read was a guide on mythical beasts and some hunter exam tips, but those cheat guides turned out to be useless. Since passing the hunter exam came with immense benefits, including a lifetime of financial security, it attracted millions of applicants each year. Naturally, a market had sprung up to cater to these hopefuls. Failed examins were often hired to create study guides, which were then enhanced with creative liberties. One such guide, called Teaching You How to Pass the Hunter Exam, had been circulating lately, eerily similar to the cram books Ronald had seen back in his previous life. If none of us has really studied, they wouldn't put questions like that in the hunter exam, right? Gon laughed nervously. Isn't that right, Ronald? Everyone looked at Ronald, who was suppressing a mischievous grin. Ahem, normally, no. You wouldn't see that kind of written phase in the hunter exam, Ronald said. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, and Gon started to smile. But, Ronald continued, Badaro does have a point. It wouldn't be unreasonable for them to throw a written phase in there. What? You just said it wouldn't happen, and now you're saying it's reasonable. Hanzo protested. What I mean is, they might give us a written phase, but the content wouldn't be anything too complicated. Oh, everyone, even Gitaraker, seemed intrigued now. Hisoka casually tossed aside his remaining cards, focusing entirely on Ron. Hunters do need knowledge, but that's more relevant after you've become one. When you first take the exam, you've probably already decided what kind of hunter you want to be, right? Well, I want to be a magical beast hunter, Hanzo said, raising her hand. To discover rare and undiscovered creatures. Exactly. So if I asked you a question about archaeology, would you be able to answer it? Who knows? Hanzo said, looking flustered. See, that's why I think if there's a written test, it won't be about deep or specialized knowledge. It'll be something more general, things every hunter should know. But if it's just basic common sense, what's the point of testing us on it? Hanzo and Leorio asked, clearly confused. No, there is a type of knowledge that every hunter must know. Kurapika suddenly spoke up, a spark of realization in his eyes. What? Hunter knowledge. The group stared at him, dumbfounded. Yes, Kurapika continued, it's the professional knowledge of what it means to be a hunter. Ron snapped his fingers. Exactly. Just like how a teacher needs to pass certification and learn the necessary skills, a hunter has to master certain knowledge and abilities. How many classifications of hunters are there today? What are the tasks for each type? Basic knowledge like this is essential for any hunter. There's also the perks that come with being a hunter, where you can use the license, the industries it grants you access to, and what the grading system is for hunters, plus the criteria for star promotions. And then, there's the history, when the Hunter Association was founded, how many exams have been held, who the legendary hunters are and their greatest achievements, the stories of past association presidents, and of course, the current president, Netero. Wait, all of this could be on the written test? That's not too bad. Simple. Faces of the examines stiffened. They came to the exam because they were drawn to the privileges and rewards of being a hunter, or had other goals. They might have learned about some of the perks or about the type of hunter they wanted to become, but otherwise. Feeling cold? Although Ronald had said there was a chance to pass, everyone subconsciously ignored the word chance and assumed this year's phase would be a written test. Even Badaro frowned. He had initially wanted to showcase his reasoning and analytical abilities, but hearing Ronald's words, it seemed like there might really be a written test. While several people were guessing the final exam's topic, the scene shifted to the main room of the airship. In the large chamber, Netero, chairman of the Hunter Association, sat with the other examiners, discussing this year's batch of examines. Sipping tea, Netero glanced at Menchi, who was busy tallying the gems she had collected. Out of the 10 finalists, 6 of them are rookies. Quite a harvest compared to previous years. The other examiners nodded. This was indeed an impressive number. Soon, the conversation turned to the final stage of the exam. Chairman, what will be the final phase's topic? Apart from Menchi, who was preoccupied, everyone was focused on Netero. He coughed lightly and said, I'm planning a special duel for the final phase, but before we begin, I'll have to talk to them. The tension between a written test and a duel couldn't be more different. Once the examines found out the truth, their reactions would surely be priceless. Meanwhile, Ronald leaned against the library door, watching Leorio and the others hastily scribbling cheat sheets. He couldn't help but find the scene amusing. Not just Leorio, Pakal, Hanzo, and even Badaro were there. However, as a martial artist, Badaro wasn't one to cheat. Instead, he opted to recite and memorize material. Just as Ronald was observing the commotion, an announcement echoed throughout the airship. Attention examines. If your number is called, please report to the interview room. A clear female voice broke the silence. Please proceed to the first reception room on the second floor if your number is announced. First up, examines 406. Me. Ronald muttered, hearing the number over the PA. He turned and headed towards the interview room. With a quiet click, he pushed the door open. Inside, Netero sat cross-legged on a futon with a table in front of him, an empty futon opposite. Please, have a seat, Netero invited calmly, his tone warm but direct. Ronald nodded, taking his place across from the legendary hunter. For the final phase, I'm going to ask you a few questions, Netero began. First off, why do you want to become a hunter? Ronald replied without hesitation, because my master said I couldn't see her again unless I got a hunter license. So, here I am. Netero chuckled softly. The approach and tone were so like Bisky. His amusement quickly vanished behind a small cough, and he continued with the next question. Who among the examines stands out to you the most? Honestly, no one, Ronald said after glancing at the photos of the other finalists. Is that so? Netero stroked his beard. And who do you most want to fight? Number 301. He's by far the strongest here, and I'm itching for a fight against him, Ronald answered, referring to the mysterious Gitaracker. After sparring with Netero during the second exam phase, Ronald's abilities had grown, and he had even begun to develop a second Nen ability. Though he wasn't afraid of Illumi, he was more than eager to test his skills against him. Netero's eyes flicked over Gitaracker's photo, but he said nothing. And who would you prefer not to fight? Ronald didn't miss a beat. Hisoka. Not because of his strength, but because he's just unsettling. He spoke casually, his tone light and easygoing. Hisoka didn't pose a threat to him, not now and not in the future. While Gon and the others were steadily growing stronger, Hisoka was still fixated solely on Krolo, and his abilities hadn't progressed much. Netero scratched his head, reviewing Ronald's responses. That's all for now. You may go. And by the way, tell your master that this old man gets lonely. She should visit sometime. I'll treat her to tea. I'll let her know. Ronald grinned and got up to leave. As he walked into the corridor, he spotted Leorio, Pakal, and Hanzo lurking nearby, clearly trying to eavesdrop. As Ronald stepped out, Leorio's eyes lit up, and he hurried over with a mischievous grin plastered across his face. Ronald, what did Chairman Netero say to you? Does it have anything to do with the final phase? Ronald shrugged casually. Nah, he just asked 4 basic questions. Why do you want to become a hunter? Who among the examines do you care about the most? Who do you want to fight? And who do you not want to fight? Just 4 questions, huh? Leorio and Hanzo both exchanged glances, comprehension dawning but with a hint of disappointment. Ronald smirked. But Netero is the one asking the questions, so who knows? If you answer carefully, there might be a surprise waiting. With that cryptic remark, Ronald walked away. A surprise. Hanzo looked puzzled while Leorio's eyes widened with understanding. Leorio recalled the time when Netero set up that insane dodgeball match with bizarre, unpredictable conditions. It clicked. Wait a minute. If you answer his questions well enough, you might impress him enough to skip the rest of the exam and get a hunter license just like that. Though the odds were slim, the thought left Leorio fantasizing about the possibilities. What if it actually worked? It wouldn't hurt to try answering those 4 questions with some thought. But before Leorio could sprint off to prepare, Hanzo and Pakal dragged him back. Hey, don't hog all the insider info for yourself? What surprise are you talking about? Inside the interview room, Netero paid no attention to the noise outside. He studied Ronald's answers for a moment, then picked up a brush and scribbled something down before calling in the next examinee. And so, one by one, each of the examines went through their interview, all asked the same 4 questions. Most answered without much fanfare except for a few notable cases. Hanzo, Leorio, and Pakal walked out of their interviews with visibly different reactions. Netero reviewed their answers with mild amusement. When it came to Hisoka, he was playing with a deck of cards in his hands, as usual, smiling mischievously. The one I want to face the most is you, Chairman. But among the examines, number 406, Ronald. I want to fight him again. But funnily enough, he's also the one I least want to fight. Hanzo, deep in thought, replied, the person I don't want to fight is definitely number 406. He's too dangerous. But the one I do want to fight? Number 53, Pakal. He seems the weakest. Badaro's answer reflected his martial artist mindset. I don't want to fight 405 or 99 Gon and Killua. They're kids. But if I had to face someone, it'd be 406, Ronald. He's powerful, and I'd like to test my skills against him. Killua, playing it cool as ever, said, there's no one I particularly want to fight, but if I had to, I'd face 406, Ronald. The person I don't want to deal with is number 53, Pakal. He's boring. Then, under Netero's stern gaze, Killua changed his mind. Actually, make that 405, Gon. Even Leorio got swept up in the spirit of competition. I don't want to fight 405, Gon, but if I had to fight someone, it'd be 53, Pakal. Kurapika's answer was more restrained. I'm not eager to fight anyone, but if I had to choose, I'd avoid 405, Gon, and 406, Ronald. Gon, ever the optimistic fighter, said, if I have to choose, I don't want to fight 406, Ronald. But if I had to fight someone, then I guess 53, Pakal. Netero silently noted down each answer. The pattern was obvious. Ronald, Gon, and Pakal came up most frequently. The answers to why each examines wanted to become a hunter were predictable. Kurapika wanted revenge. Gon sought his father. Hisoka, in his usual twisted way, just wanted to kill strong people when the opportunity arose. And Badaro desired to exchange skills with other martial artists. But then, there were 3 particularly troublesome examines. Pakal, the first offender, rambled on for 10 minutes about eudemons and the significance of becoming an eudemons hunter. He went into detail about the many rare creatures he'd encountered, their importance, and the great achievements of hunter of fantastic beasts. Netero stared blankly. What is this? Do you really think I care that much? Then came Leorio, who, to Netero's growing exasperation, launched into a philosophical monologue about money, doctors, morality, and the duality of human nature. This is a hunter exam, not a dissertation defense. And just when Netero thought it couldn't get worse, in walked Hanzo the bald-headed ninja chattering non-stop about the history of ninja, the art of ninjutsu, and even pitching the idea of a ninja hunter. By the time Hanzo finished, Netero's patience had reached its limit. This is truly a test of my self-restraint, he thought, trying not to overturn the table. When Hanzo finally left the room, Netero breathed out in sheer relief. He channeled his remaining energy into writing the battle bracket, muttering to himself, I'll let them analyze it. Hunter of fantastic beasts? Ninja hunters? Well, if you've got the guts, we'll see. Netero's distinctive, quirky laughter echoed through the room. That laugh, it always feels like someone is about to have a really bad day. Soon after, the final battle bracket was revealed, freshly printed for all to see. When the group of examiners gathered around the battle board, their eyes widened in disbelief. Chairman, are you serious? One of them exclaimed. Of course, Netero replied with a mischievous smile, pointing to the board. The tournament format was a classic promotion system, but the arrangement of the battles was, well, it could drive anyone with obsessive-compulsive tendencies crazy at first glance. As for the rules, the winner would receive their hunter license, while the loser would advance to the next round. The one who fought their way to the top but failed to secure victory would be the only candidate left without a hunter license. All the others would pass. In other words, in this final round, Netero was feeling particularly generous. 9 licenses were up for grabs. To put that in perspective, in previous years, 2 or 3 people getting their hunter licenses in one session was considered remarkable. 4 or 5 was a bounty. But this year, 9? It was certainly a bountiful harvest. After explaining the rules to the examiners, they nodded in understanding. No one complained about the unprecedented number of licenses being issued. While the rules themselves were fair, the actual battle arrangements left a lot to be desired. But since Chairman Netero himself had orchestrated the whole thing, no one was willing to challenge his decision. His playful, impulsive nature was well known, after all. In the end, the examiners exchanged silent glances, resigning themselves to Netero's whims. The examines were given a 3-day break to rest and gather their strength before the final phase. When the time came, the airship landed at a luxurious hotel in a desert oasis, the site of the last stage, owned by the Hunter Association. As the examines filed into the hotel ballroom, following the instructions broadcast over the intercom, they found Netero and a group of examiners already waiting for them. Along with them were numerous men in black familiar figures who had been tracking the candidates since the third phase of the exam, posted as guards around the arena. Then, just as Netero announced that the final phase would be combat-based rather than a written exam, Ronald felt a few glares directed his way. He brushed them off and continued listening. When Netero unveiled the final battle table and reiterated the rules, the candidates slowly emerged from their shock over the revelation that only one would fail. With 9 out of 10 guaranteed to pass, the odds seemed far more favorable than in previous rounds. But instead of relaxing, the tension in the room only grew. No one wanted to be that one person who failed, so the stakes felt higher than ever. It was so close, the closest they'd come to their hunter licenses, and losing now would mean a lifetime of regret. Netero's system was truly cruel. Failing here wouldn't just wound the body, it would scar the spirit. After Netero explained that the only way to lose was for their opponent to admit defeat by saying, "I give up," the examines nodded, signaling their understanding. Then, with Netero's signature smile, they turned their attention to the battle arrangements. The moment Ronald saw the bracket, he froze. His eye twitched. The 10 examines were split into 2 groups, left and right. On the left, the first match was Hisoka versus Kurapika. The second match was Ronald versus Hanzo. The losers of these 2 fights would face each other in the third match, and the loser of that would advance to the 5th match. In the middle, Gitaraker was pitted against Killua. The loser would also go to the 5th match. The loser of that match would be the final loser from the left group. On the right side, the first match was Leorio versus Gon, followed by Botaro versus Pakal. The losers would then face off in the third match, determining who would be eliminated from the right group. Finally, the 2 group losers would face each other for the last available spot. The arrangement had clearly been based on the success of the examines throughout the exam. Those who had performed better had to fight more skilled opponents. Killua had some complaints about the setup, but knowing that he'd likely face Gon eventually kept him calm. Of the 4 competitors on the left, Ronald, Kurapika, Hisoka, and himself, Kurapika might be the weakest physically, but his intelligence and strategic mind could be an advantage. Killua had no strong objections. Unlike previous formats, where each examines had only 2 opportunities to fight, this time, they had 3. Netero had given them more chances to win but also more chances to fall into despair. Reactions of the examines to the battle board varied. Some wore stoic expressions, while others looked visibly shaken. "Why am I fighting that guy?" Hanzo grumbled, his brow furrowed in frustration. He had thought he performed well during Netero's questioning, expecting some kind of reward. Instead, he was handed this brutal matchup. But the most distressed among them wasn't Hanzo, it was Leorio. "Why Gon? What the hell is going on?" Leorio ran his hands through his hair in disbelief. Was my answer not good enough? It couldn't be. He glanced at Gon, who stood next to him looking just as troubled. This phase felt like the ultimate nightmare for them both. Although Pakal next door didn't look pleased, it was only because he wasn't used to these situations. Still, he weighed his options and realized that this matchup suited him. Feeling more confident, he stole a glance at Hanzo and Leorio standing nearby, a smirk forming. "Humph. I may not be the most well-read person, but I've probably read more than the 2 of you. There's no way your answers were as good as mine, and that's why you 2 are struggling now." A glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes. He couldn't help but feel some satisfaction. Netero, observing from the side, noted everyone's reactions with great interest. The way Hanzo, Leorio, and Kurapika had handled the earlier questions left a deep impression on him. Even though Pakal didn't voice his thoughts like the others, Netero could tell what was on his mind. With a mischievous grin, Netero thought, "Not good enough? No, you're perfect. Just perfect. I've worked hard to arrange this exactly how I wanted, giving you opportunities that fit your abilities while making things delightfully uncomfortable. Ho 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 ho. Are you surprised? Are you?" If Hanzo, Leorio, and Kurapika knew the depths of Netero's mischievousness, they'd likely regret their every move. But aside from them, the rest of the examines had no objections, and soon, the gong sounded to begin the final round of the Hunter exam. The referee for this round was Satos, who had guided them through the earlier phases. First up was a match between Kurapika and Hisoka. It was over before it even began. Hisoka leaned in, whispering something in Kurapika's ear, and then casually surrendered. Kurapika stood frozen, Hisoka's words echoing in his mind. "Let me tell you about the spider." The unsettling hint lingered, throwing Kurapika off balance. He knew that their paths were destined to cross again. Following that, the second match was announced, Gon versus Leorio. This matchup caught everyone's attention. Not only did the examines sit up straighter, but even the examiners leaned in with anticipation. In the audience, Lupo, the prison warden of Trick Tower, grinned from ear to ear, sneaking a bag of soundless K-pop candy to enjoy the spectacle. "Now this," Lupo whispered excitedly, "is even better than the morning TV dramas." The relationship between Gon and Leorio was well known from friends to partners, and now rivals. The crowd hadn't expected this emotional confrontation. Under the exam's strict rules, even close friends had to fight each other. Leorio and Gon exchanged uncertain glances, their expressions begging for help from Kurapika and Ronnel. Kurapika, lost in thought after Hisoka's cryptic words, was of no use. Ronnel, on the other hand, seemed to enjoy the unfolding drama. He strolled over to Lupo, casually sharing some small cakes and watching the fight with amusement. Leorio, the rest of the examines and examiners. Aren't you two supposed to be friends? Hello. Killua stood off to the side, exasperated but silent. Knowing Ronnel, there was no point in saying anything. He stayed on the sidelines, quietly observing. The tense silence between Gon and Leorio stretched until finally, Leorio spoke up. Gon, do you remember what Ronald told us back at the steakhouse? About his first exam? Gon blinked, trying to recall. His first exam. That's right, he said. If you can't avoid the fight, you've gotta face it head on. Leorio's voice grew louder, his determination blazing. Gon, if you want to become a hunter, get your license, and find your father. Leorio tore off his suit and tie, throwing them aside. Then come at me with everything you've got? If you defeat me, I'll admit defeat without hesitation. The crowd held their breath as Leorio locked eyes with Gon, his gaze unwavering. Gon's expression shifted. He could see the pain and love hidden beneath Leorio's fierce words. Leorio, Gon whispered, his heart heavy. But deep down, he knew Leorio was right. The referee, Satos, announced the start of the match. They squared off, neither wanting to hurt the other, but both understanding what was at stake. In the end, Leorio was the one to yield, forfeiting the match so Gon could move forward. Even though he lost, Leorio smiled relieved, free-spirited. Gon, on the other hand, looked troubled by the outcome. As Leorio left the stage, his eyes shifted toward Pakal and Botaro. A spark of renewed determination flared in his gaze. All right, if it's them, I've got a good shot at winning. Next time, I absolutely won't lose. Meanwhile, the next match was announced, Ronald versus Hanzo. This one promised to be intense. The stakes were high. Whoever lost would face Hisoka in the next round. Hanzo's expression darkened, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. When the two fighters took their positions, Hanzo immediately adopted a defensive stance, eyeing Ronald warily. At the same time, he switched into chatter mode, attempting to throw Ronald off balance. Although I know I'm not your equal, I'm still the strongest ninja of my generation. If you plan to take me down, it won't be easy. And I'm stubborn. I've never surrendered in my life. If you're thinking of using torture to get what you want, know this, I've endured it since childhood. Hanzo's tone was resolute. He crossed his arms and added with a sly grin, and let me warn you, if I die of blood loss, you'll be disqualified too. So think carefully before you try anything reckless. Others' thoughts. This guy talks way too much. I really want to gag him. Yet no one could deny Hanzo's strength. Physically, he was ahead of Killua, not surprising, given that he was 6 years older. His upbringing wasn't any less brutal, either. Hanzo's training as a ninja involved unspeakable torture, rivaling even what Killua had endured with the Zaldiks. When he said pain didn't faze him, he meant it. But, torture? Would Ronald really bother with such an unnecessary method? Just as Hanzo opened his mouth to say more, Ronald interrupted in an even, calm voice. You have two choices. Hanzo froze mid-sentence, and the room fell silent. Everyone turned toward Ronald, waiting for his next words. Option 1, you surrender now. That's not happening. Hanzo snapped immediately. Ronald smiled, undeterred by Hanzo's stubbornness. Option 2, I'll surrender now. You can get your hunter license, no problem. But once that's done. Ronald's smile darkened, a chill creeping into his expression. I'll kill you outside. Hanzo's blood ran cold. The examiners and referee exchanged uneasy glances. There weren't many rules in the hunter exam. Aside from the two main prohibitions, no outside interference and no unauthorized killing, almost anything else was allowed, including bribery and intimidation. Still, the open threat to kill another hunter, right in front of the Hunter Association chairman, was beyond bold. It bordered on reckless. Even so, Isaac Netero didn't seem the least bit troubled. Instead, he chuckled. Ho 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 ho, this kid is interesting. Truly interesting. Netero knew Ronald came from Meteor City, a lawless wasteland where survival was a matter of cunning and ruthlessness. It didn't surprise him that Ronald's behavior reflected that upbringing. As long as Bisky, his master, kept him in check, Netero had no reason to interfere. He expected nothing less from someone molded by Meteor City's chaos. Back in the arena, Ronald spoke again, his tone even but unwavering. Don't think you can pull some ninja trick and slip away after the exam. I've planned for every outcome. With a casual flick of his wrist, Ronald produced a small can of juice from his pocket. This juice looks familiar, murmured Gon, squinting. Wait a second. Gon suddenly exclaimed. That's gotta be Tonpa's laxative juice. Hanzo flinched. He recognized the name instantly, Tonpa, the infamous rookie crusher, notorious for poisoning first-time examines with diuretics and laxatives. Ronald gave the can a shake, the liquid sloshing inside ominously. This stuff isn't just a regular laxative, Ronald said, his voice steady but threatening. I've enhanced it with some special ingredients, including a powerful toxin that'll leave you with relentless diarrhea and muscle weakness for 3 days straight. Hanzo's expression darkened. He knew all too well how devastating Tonpa's concoctions could be. Even without poison, severe dehydration from prolonged diarrhea would incapacitate him for days. But if there was poison mixed in, you see where this is going? Ronald asked with a grin. Hanzo clenched his fists. He could already envision the worst-case scenario. If he refused to surrender, Ronald could easily overpower him in the confined space, force-feed him the laxative, and confiscate his supplies. Without proper medical treatment, he'd be left helpless, a sitting duck waiting to be killed once everyone else moved on. Hanzo gulped. What if Ronald wasn't bluffing? Could he afford to take that risk? Then Gon's earlier words echoed in his mind, that's Tonpa's laxative. Hanzo shuddered. If it really was Tonpa's laxative, then Ronald wasn't joking. Even without any added poison, the laxative alone could put him out of commission. I can't let my pride hurt the reputation of Japan, Hanzo thought grimly. T/N, Japan is an island country in the world. Taking a deep breath, Hanzo made his decision. I surrender. Ronald's smile softened ever so slightly. Wise choice. He tucked the juice can back into his pocket, satisfied. For all his bravado, Ronald hadn't been bluffing about the contents of the juice. Not only had he refined Tonpa's original laxative formula using his Nen abilities, but he'd also added a slow-acting corpse poison. Even if Hanzo received medical treatment for the laxative's effects, the poison would remain in his system, a silent threat waiting to strike. Mixing the poison with the laxative had been an experiment of sorts, a dangerous one. Ronald was almost disappointed he wouldn't get to see the results firsthand. Back on the player's bench, Hanzo sat down heavily, his face pale with lingering fear. He knew he had escaped by the skin of his teeth, but his next match was against Hisoka, a far more dangerous opponent. He'd need to regroup quickly if he wanted any chance of survival. While Hanzo strategized in silence, another battle began on the opposite side of the arena. Pakal versus Botaro. This match proved to be quite interesting. Strictly speaking, their strength was nearly identical. Back in the Trick Tower, both had made it to the first group of examines, right after Ronnel and Hanzo. Pakal's abilities couldn't be taken lightly. You could compare him to Araida, who reached the tower at the same time. Araida had been Illumi's prey. Despite being severely injured during Illumi's hunt, Araida managed to escape and find Hisoka. Surviving an encounter with Illumi without awakening Nen was no small feat, proof of considerable skill among non-Nen users. Leorio's eyes widened as he observed the match, keen to glean any useful insight since the winner would become his next opponent. After a tough battle, Pakal unleashed his accumulated poisons on Botaro, winning through tactics reminiscent of Ronnel's threats. Hisoka versus Hanzo. Hisoka's battle with Hanzo was as direct and brutal as expected, more so than Ronnel's usual antics. From the outset, Hisoka hurled a few poker cards toward Hanzo. Although Hanzo dodged them in haste, he couldn't hide his shock at Hisoka's precision. Once he'd demonstrated his skill, Hisoka issued a chilling threat. If you don't surrender, I'll break your legs and leave you crippled. A hunter's license won't help you then. Hanzo. The other examines and examiners could only exchange uneasy glances. Netero, ho 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 ho. Hanzo's frustration was palpable. Being the first to fight carried its risks. Stronger opponents still had multiple rounds ahead of them, which meant they could ruthlessly pressure weaker ones. In the face of Hisoka's sadistic nature, Hanzo had no choice but to surrender again. The other examiners glanced at Ronald, blaming him with amused stares. His threats during his own match had inspired this ruthless trend. Initially, they thought it would end there. However, the next battle was anything but ordinary. Gitaraker versus Killua. When Gitaraker removed the needle from his face, the audience witnessed a heartbreaking clash between two brothers, one seeking control through obsessive love, the other resisting fiercely. The twisted dynamic between them made Leorio mutter, "This trip was worth it just to see this mess play out." Under the influence of the needle in his forehead, Killua lost the will to fight and decided to forfeit the hunter exam. As he prepared to leave, Gon, despite still recovering from his injuries, leapt in front of Illumi, standing between the brothers. "Killua is my friend. He has his own thoughts. You can't control him," Gon declared firmly. This statement instantly sparked murderous intent in Illumi, but before he could act, Killua intervened. "Stop, Gon," Killua muttered, pushing his friend back. "I'll go home and accept whatever punishment waits for me." Kurapika and Leorio stood beside Gon in silent solidarity. Hisoka, disappointed at the interference, clicked his tongue. His much-anticipated fruit had yet to ripen. Seeing that the exam setting restricted his actions, Illumi reluctantly let Killua leave. "I'll let them go for now. Mom, Dad, and the others will handle this." A cruel smile spread across Illumi's face. "Killua doesn't need friends. If he has any, we'll just kill them." Aftermath. In the final rounds, Leorio fought against Botaro, but Botaro met a tragic end, killed by Killua, who was briefly out of control. Killua then left the arena alone. Gon tried to follow him, but Ronnel stopped him. "Strictly speaking, this is a Zaldik family matter. You shouldn't interfere." But Gon protested. Ronald gave a knowing smile. "You're his friend, right? It's natural to want to help. But help after their family issues are resolved. Visiting him as a friend then would be the right thing to do." Gon's eyes brightened at Ronald's words. Kurapika and Leorio exchanged relieved glances. They'd feared that if Gon rushed into the Zaldik family, he'd be killed on sight. Determined, Gon resolved to visit Killua once everything with the hunter exam was settled. Illumi, seeing no immediate threat, dismissed the situation with a glance. "There's no need to act now. He'll come to us on his own, and then we'll deal with him." Hunter exam results. At the conclusion of the 287th hunter exam, 8 examines passed. One died, and the rest were disqualified. In the hotel's lounge, Mr. Beans gathered the newly minted hunters to provide them with essential information. After running through the benefits of being a hunter and the importance of the license, he asked, "Any questions?" Gon, Leorio, and Kurapika all raised their hands simultaneously. Beans blinked, surprised. "Yes, Gon? What's your question? When will we learn about Nen?" Gon asked eagerly. At this, Illumi remained silent, while Hisoka gave Gon an unreadable glance before losing interest. Hanzo and Pakal exchanged puzzled looks. They had clearly never heard of Nen before. Intrigued, they turned toward Mr. Beans, waiting for an explanation. Beans. Nen, the mysterious and complex life energy, remains a closely guarded secret among hunters. It isn't something to be taught freely, especially not without permission from the Hunter Association president. Face of Mr. Beans reflected a mix of uncertainty and embarrassment as he prepared to refuse. Teaching Nen is part of the follow-up assessment for the Hunter exam, came a sudden voice, breaking the silence. The speaker was none other than Netero, the association's chairman, striding in with his signature wooden sandals clacking against the floor. Relief washed over Mr. Beans as he bowed to Netero and slipped away, grateful for the timely intervention. Netero smiled and stroked his long beard. When you become hunters, strictly speaking, you aren't fully certified yet. There's one final, hidden test you must pass to earn the title in its entirety. This stage isn't a challenge for most, but it serves to weed out the unworthy few. He cast a quick glance at Ronnel, as if silently assessing him. Hisoka and Illumi, who had been lingering nearby, didn't seem concerned. They already knew about Nen and clearly had no interest in sharing that knowledge with anyone else. Gon, Kurapika, and the others were more curious, however. They understood that they would need to learn Nen sooner or later, especially after crossing paths with Ronald. He had opened their eyes to its power in more ways than one. After Netero's brief explanation, Gon let his arms drop. Hanzo and Pakal exchanged knowing glances, and the group suppressed their growing curiosity. Kurapika, however, was restless. "Chairman Netero, how long will it take us to learn Nen?" His voice was firm, driven by the quiet fury that lingered behind his usually calm demeanor. For Kurapika, time was everything. His thirst for revenge against the Phantom Troop weighed heavily on him, and every second felt like a step further behind his goal. Hisoka's cryptic whispers about the troop had only deepened that sense of urgency. "It can take anywhere from 3 months to half a year," Netero replied. "Nen isn't something you can rush. Building your physical strength beforehand will also help. I've heard the gate to the Zaldik family's estate is a good place for that kind of training." He smiled as he added that last part. At the mention of the Zaldiks, Gon's eyes lit up. He glanced at Kurapika and Leorio, and without a word, they all made the same decision. They would find Killua. Illumi, however, remained unfazed. He didn't care about Netero's suggestion. He knew that if Gon and his friends went to Kukuro Mountain, they wouldn't even be able to push open the Zaldik family's gates. They were far too weak. Netero offered them another passing suggestion before he quietly left, signaling the official end of the hunter exam. Later, in a hotel room, Ronald sat across from Menchi, the gourmet hunter and one of the examiners from the second phase of the hunter exam. "I've brought everything you asked for," Menchi said, her voice laced with playful seriousness. "I had to call in a lot of favors and spent quite a bit of Jenny, so don't disappoint me." She placed a small bag on the table, its contents glimmering faintly under the room's light. "These are treasures," she continued. "I even asked a friend with space manipulation abilities to store them securely. No scratches, no bumps." Ronald smiled, unfazed by her mock threats. A stack of papers appeared in his hand as if out of thin air. "These are the recipes I promised. The ingredients should be in the hotel's kitchen. Feel free to test them and see if they meet your standards." Menchi's eyes sparkled with excitement. She snatched the papers from Ronald's hand and scanned through them quickly. As a gourmet hunter, she could tell instantly that these recipes were authentic. She grinned. "Thanks. You can check the gems in the bag to make sure everything's in order." Ronald trusted her enough not to bother checking. After a bit more small talk, Menchi hurried off, eager to start cooking. As Ronald left the hotel room, Kurapika crossed paths with him. Kurapika had just finished an intense conversation with Hisoka in the courtyard and was now heading out. "Oh, Ronald," Hisoka called out from a short distance away, his voice dripping with amusement. He sauntered toward Ronald and stopped a few paces in front of him. "I'm not sure what you and Kurapika talked about, but during the exam, his eyes, well, they changed color. Must have something to do with the Phantom Troop." Ronald glanced at Hisoka, uninterested, and made to leave. But Hisoka's next words made him pause. "I know a few things about the Phantom Troop that might interest you," Hisoka said with a grin. Ronald turned back slightly, intrigued. "What do you mean?" Meanwhile, Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio had already decided to head for Kukuro Mountain to find Killua. Gon invited Ronald to join them, but he declined. "I've got my hunter license now," Ronald said. "I need to go see my master first. There are some things I need to take care of before I continue my training." With that, Ronald bid them farewell, walking off into the distance. The trio watched him go, a mix of emotions on their faces, before they waved their goodbyes. Hisoka, who had been watching from a nearby rooftop, muttered to himself, "I wonder what your real intentions are, Ronald. If you help me and Kurapika, the odds of me facing off against Krolo will rise even higher." Behind him, Illumi appeared silently, his face as unreadable as ever. Did you tell him about the Phantom Troop? He asked quietly. Did you tell him about Omokage? Illumi's voice was low and deliberate. I heard that Omokage hasn't been very trustworthy lately, seems like he even created a puppet of me. Hisoka's lips curled slightly, but he didn't bother to turn his head. At first, I thought his Nen ability, which rivals Krolo's, had a lot of potential, a fruit that could grow into something delicious, Hisoka continued, his voice steady. But lately, it seems he's spiraling. If he doesn't get harvested soon, he'll explode before he ripens. Hisoka's grin widened as he toyed with a card between his fingers. Perfect. I can use Omokage to test Ronald's stance toward the troop. If he cooperates, it'll make my fight with Krolo much easier. Illumi's figure began to dissipate into the dim hotel room air, leaving behind a light-hearted, teasing farewell. If you need help dealing with Krolo, feel free to call me. I'll even give you a 10% discount. As his presence faded, Hisoka let out a chuckle, soft and tinged with a hint of something sinister. Yes. You, Kurapika, and Ronnel. You'll all help set the stage for my battle with Krolo. Oh, how exciting. His unsettling laugh echoed through the hotel room long after Illumi had vanished. Meanwhile, far from there, Ronnel mulled over the conversation he just had with Hisoka. Omokage. So, Hisoka's targeting him now. Omokage, originally the fourth member of the Phantom Troop, was introduced in Phantom of Crimson. Before Hisoka joined the troop, Omokage had left voluntarily, but not without catching Hisoka's interest. According to Hisoka, Omokage's Nen had a unique quality that made him stand out. Hisoka likened it to waiting for fruit to ripen. Omokage, the former troop member, had great potential. However, rather than let the fruit rot on the vine, Hisoka decided to harvest him at the right moment. Omokage's obsession with turning troop members into puppets mirrored Hisoka's own twisted desire to control and test those around him. But Omokage was far more deranged, driven by a madness even Hisoka found troublesome. Now, instead of waiting for the inevitable disaster, Hisoka intended to reap the benefits of Omokage's descent into insanity. It was also the perfect opportunity to gauge Ronald's loyalty to the troop. In Phantom Rouge, Omokage had stolen Kurapika's Scarlet Eyes and desecrated the graves of Yuvajin, Pakunoda, and the ghost beasts to complete his puppets. His actions earned the wrath of the troop, leading to a confrontation. T/N, Hunter x Hunter, Phantom Rouge is the first movie based on Hunter x Hunter. Omokage's Nen ability, Soul Doll, was particularly disturbing. He could create lifelike puppets of others, replicating not only their appearance but fragments of their memories as well. Though weaker than the originals, these puppets could even steal eyes to boost their own power or grant their abilities to Omokage. Even more disturbing was Omokage's twisted familial obsession. Just like Illumi's unhealthy fixation on controlling his siblings, Omokage had sacrificed his sister, Rets, to perfect his Nen. He granted her immortality, only to use her as the price for his ultimate power. In the end, his arrogance caught up with him. His obsession led him to provoke both Kurapika and the Phantom Troop. His story concluded in tragedy, slain by his own sister, whom he had turned into a puppet. At this point in the timeline, Krolo's Nen was still sealed by Kurapika, and the search for Greed Island had just begun. Gon and Killua hadn't yet encountered Bisky. Because of Ronald's involvement, Hisoka decided to take early action. He sent Ronnel an invitation to join him in dealing with Omokage, suggesting they meet in mid-July at Heaven's Arena. I'm going to harvest some apples before then, Hisoka had said with a mischievous grin. Omokage's fruit has already gone crooked. Hopefully, the others won't disappoint me. Ronel knew exactly who Hisoka was referring to, Castro. 2 years ago, Hisoka had recognized Castro's talent and let him go, arranging a duel for the future. In the meantime, Castro had trained in Nen, relying on his instincts and natural talent. Though his Tiger Bite Fist was powerful enough to sever Hisoka's arms. His Tiger Bite Fist worked well with his unconventional fighting style, but he couldn't fully unleash his potential. In the end, it cost him the battle. I wonder how Hisoka will react when he finds out whether Castro's fruit has grown properly or if it's just as crooked as Omokage's, Ronnel mused. Lost in thought, Ronald took out his phone. Half a day later, Ronald arrived at a small town near the Hunter Association's final venue. In one of the town's modest hotels, he found Bisky waiting for him. I made sure to learn the final location of the Hunter exam from Beans himself, Bisky said, her voice chipper as she sat cross-legged on the bed. She wore her usual frilly red dress, her 2 pigtails swaying slightly. Her small, innocent appearance belied her immense strength. And here I am, waiting for you, she added with a smug smile. Shizuka sat quietly, flipping through a book. She glanced up when Ronnel walked in, her expression unreadable but curious, blinking slowly at him. Ronel's heart softened seeing the 2 people who mattered most to him, Shizuka and Biscuit Kruger, gathered in the same room. A genuine smile spread across his face, rare and unguarded. Without a word, Ronel pulled out a small bag filled with gems, handed to him earlier by Menchi, and extended it to Bisky. Bisky's eyes gleamed as if she'd anticipated this moment. Her grin widened as she began inspecting the contents. Oh, this is the deep ruby from King Gambiko's crown. And this Bisky held up another gem, the green diamond from the scepter. She continued rummaging, her enthusiasm contagious. Seeing her so pleased made Ronel feel unexpectedly warm. From the same bag, Ronel withdrew several ornate necklaces and delicate jewelry pieces. He approached Shizuku and held them up. Do you like these? Without waiting for a reply, he gently placed the jewelry on her one by one, earrings, necklaces, rings, and bracelets. As the gemstones shimmered against her, Shizuka's understated beauty seemed to bloom even more. Yes, she said flatly, though the glint in her eye betrayed her happiness. Good. Ronald smiled, satisfied. I'm glad you like them. After Bisky had catalogued each gem, she straightened up, her expression turning serious. Alright, now that we've gotten the formalities out of the way, let's see how much you've slacked in your training. But Ronald was prepared. After facing Netero and growing stronger through their clash, he knew he wouldn't disappoint her. Bisky studied him with a sharp, assessing gaze, then gave an approving nod. You've exceeded my expectations. You've gotten stronger. Her smile turned sly. Which means you can team up with me for this next job. Team up. Ronald raised a brow, puzzled. That's right, Bisky said, clearing her throat. There's something I've been after, but it's located in a peculiar place. I need someone reliable and you're perfect for the job. Ronald's deadpan expression revealed everything. So, you weren't here just to visit. You came to rope me into unpaid labor. Oh, don't give me that look. Bisky waved a hand dismissively, unfazed by his reaction. This will benefit both you and Shizuka, too. That piqued Ronald's curiosity. What kind of job is it? Bisky's eyes sparkled as she leaned in closer. The item in question is called the Amethyst Grape Crystal. The Amethyst Grape Crystal. Ronald echoed, unsure if he'd heard her correctly. Bisky handed him a few sheets of paper filled with her own notes and research. It's one of the 7 beauties of the world, she explained. Ronald scanned the text at the top of the page, Amethyst Grape Crystal, one of the 7 beauties of the world. This rare treasure was described as a gem that resembled a cluster of grapes radiant like amethyst. In some cases, it was viewed as an exotic fruit. To gourmet hunters, it was one of the most exquisite delicacies in the world, said to be a once-in-a-lifetime experience. To Stone Hunter, its beauty was intoxicating, so mesmerizing that anyone who gazed upon it would never forget its brilliance. And for collectors, it was a treasure of unparalleled value, coveted by many. As a stone hunter, there's no way I could ignore this. Bisky's tone was matter of fact. The crystal was discovered only 2 days ago. It's currently hidden in the depths of the Cruz Cemetery. Ronald frowned. The cemetery. Bisky nodded. This ancient battlefield cemetery was so chaotic that the bodies of many soldiers were hastily buried without proper rites. Over the centuries, the lingering resentment from the fallen turned that place into a breeding ground for dangerous Nen mutations. Ordinary people can't get near it, and even seasoned hunters tread carefully. Ronald knew of the cemetery's grim reputation. It was notorious, like the Bermuda Triangle from his old life, both feared and revered by those who sought adventure. But the Cruz Cemetery isn't just a death trap, Bisky continued. It's also a treasure trove. Many legendary martial artists discovered powerful techniques there, including the founder of the Moon Shadow School, one of the top martial disciplines today. Ronald absorbed her words in silence. In addition to relics and techniques, the cemetery is a hotspot for rare medicinal herbs and exotic ingredients. That's why even gourmet hunters visit, despite the dangers. And now, she tapped the paper in Ronald's hand. The amethyst grape crystal has been found in the depths of that cursed cemetery. But if it's so dangerous, why not go alone? Ronald asked, suspicious. Bisky gave a sheepish grin. Because the news spread faster than I expected. Stone hunter, gourmet hunters, and even some wealthy collectors have already sent their own teams to retrieve it. I'd rather not deal with the competition by myself. So, you need me to help you fight off the other hunters. Bisky's grin turned sly. Not just fight. You're also good at handling tricky situations. Corpses, cursed relics, traps, stuff like that. You'd be a valuable partner. Ronald sighed. Of course, it came down to this. Besides, Bisky added with a mischievous twinkle in her eye, if we succeed, you'll be the proud owner of one of the 7 beauties. Imagine how that'll look around Shizuka's neck. That did give Ronald pause. He glanced at Shizuka, who was still sitting quietly, her new jewelry glinting under the light. Fine, Ronald relented. I'll help. Bisky clapped her hands together, triumphant. Excellent, I knew you'd come around. Ronald shook his head with a sigh. What did I get myself into this time? And with that, the unlikely trio Ronald, Bisky, and Shizuka began their preparations to venture into the haunted depths of the Cruz Cemetery, where both treasures and terrors awaited them. With Ronald joining the mission, armed with his unique Nen abilities and formidable strength, this trip to cemetery was as good as secured. Amethyst Grape Crystal. After going through the introductory notes, Ronald raised an eyebrow at the description. Amethyst Grape Crystal, a rare gem that, when consumed, rejuvenates the skin, leaving it soft, fair, and radiant. A first-class product in skincare. So, you're saying this would work for me and Shizuka? Ronald's expression shifted to deadpan, eyes heavy with skepticism. It wouldn't hurt. But unlike you and Shizuka, my skin's flawless already, Bisky replied with a smirk. I don't need any whitening. Ronald scrolled further down the page. There's more, he muttered. Apparently, the crystal reaches peak beauty when it reflects the light of both sunrise and sunset, making it one of the 7 beauties of the world. The idea caught Ronald's attention. He had a particular fondness for these moments of the day when night surrendered to dawn, and dusk melted into darkness. If you pick the amethyst grape crystal precisely during those moments, the note added, its beauty will remain eternal. Like the Curta clan's scarlet eyes, Ronald murmured, a flicker of unease passing through him. Their eyes flash with unmatched brilliance, but only in death does that beauty last forever. The allure of the crystal had captivated him, and Shizuka, standing beside him, was equally entranced by the mention of its skincare properties. Seeing the longing in their faces, Bisky clapped her hands together. Great, then let's head out now. Now, Ronald groaned. I just finished the exam. Can't I at least rest for a bit? Nope, Bisky said with a grin. We'll rest along the way. If we don't move quickly, other hunters will grab it first. Ronald sighed, shoulders slumping in defeat. You're really something else, Master. Bisky beamed. Naturally. A dark mission in the Kaken Empire. The cemetery? Huh. Ronald mused as they packed their things. I was wondering where I could gather some dead air and corpse poison. This place sounds perfect. Bisky gave him a playful swat. You and your creepy hobbies. Ronald chuckled, eyes glittering with mischief. The trio Ronald, Shizuku, and Bisky boarded an airship bound for the Asian continent. A relic of ancient wars fought over a century ago, carried a reputation both as a haunted site and a tourist destination. The local tourism bureau had even turned some of the surrounding areas into attractions. Visitors could gawk at old battlegrounds and, as ridiculous as it seemed, even the gates of the Zaldik family estate were now part of the tour circuit. People really are insane, Ronald muttered, risking their lives just for the thrill of it. The airship descended near a small town on the outskirts of the cemetery. The place was already overcrowded with adventurers hoping to get their hands on the amethyst grape crystal. Hotels were packed, and the streets buzzed with tension. Chaos on the streets. This is madness, Bisky muttered, rising on her toes to peer over the crowd. But at least it means no one has found the crystal yet. Otherwise, they'd be gone by now. Ronald scanned the people around them, eyes sharp and alert. Most of the Nen users here posed no threat. They were little more than second-rate hunters, barely comparable to a floor master of Heaven's arena. Just as Ronald was about to turn away, a commotion broke out. Move! Clear the way! A group of men in black suits pushed through the crowd. Each wore sunglasses, exuding an air of menace, their Nen flaring in warning. At the center of the group was a pale young man, his posture languid and indulgent. Hey, watch where you're going, someone shouted after being shoved aside. His companion grabbed his arm in alarm. Are you crazy? That's the youngest son of a high-ranking official from V5. At the mention of V5, a coalition of powerful nations, the man backed down instantly, swallowing his anger. They're here for the crystal too, Bisky observed, her expression neutral. I've seen worse from these types during my years as a hunter. When V5 first came into power, they were even more reckless. Though V5 had toned down their antics over the years, the arrogance ingrained in their elites remained undeniable. Ronald watched the scene unfold without much interest. The arrival of V5 officials only complicated matters, but it wasn't his concern for now. They needed to find a place to stay before worrying about anything else. Come on, Bisky said. No use standing around. Ronald gave the group of bodyguards one last glance before following her and Shizuka. In the world of hunters, disputes were settled with strength, and here, strength was the only thing that mattered. A town on edge. The longer they searched, the clearer it became every inn and guest house in town was full. Adventurers of all kinds, from thrill-seekers to seasoned hunters, crowded the streets. There's no place to stay, Ronald grumbled. Yeah, seems like some are already staking their claim with brute force, Bisky said, watching a group of Nen users muscle their way into a tavern. It was a chaotic town filled with clashing egos, and tensions were running high. More than one fist fight had broken out in the street as arrogant hunters tried to prove their dominance. But Ronald stayed calm. He had no intention of getting involved in petty squabbles. His focus remained on the mission and the amethyst grape crystal waiting for them deep inside Cruz Cemetery. Let them fight it out, he muttered. In the end, it'll come down to whoever's strongest. Bisky gave him an approving nod. Now you're thinking like a real hunter. They found the hotel they wanted. If someone was already staying there, they'd simply mark it down and respond as needed. Those who won could stay. Those who lost left in shame, beaten and humiliated. Chaos soon followed. But that chaos? Exactly what Ronald had hoped for. With a few well-placed punches and kicks, they chased off some arrogant challengers and finally secured a decent room. The game was simple. Anyone who dared to knock on their door looking for a fight, they'd break their legs and toss them out like garbage. After dealing with 4 or 5 of these nuisances, the city finally quieted down. In truth, Ronald and his group weren't too interested in entering Cruz Cemetery. However, it became impossible to ignore the buzz. News was spreading fast. Word was that the amethyst grape crystal had been found inside the cemetery. Unfortunately, the poor soul who discovered the artifact died before he could reveal its exact location. But since he was a well-known adventurer with a reputation for finding rare items, most believed his final words. The 7 beauties of the world are nearly impossible to find. Each one fetches a fortune on the market. Before the Curta clan was slaughtered by the Phantom Troop, their scarlet eyes were beyond value. Originally, 128 Curta existed, a seemingly significant number. But in a world with a population of over 8 million just within Meteor City, and billions across 6 continents, they were barely a drop in the ocean. When those red eyes hit the underground auctions in Yorno City, only 36 pairs remained. Each pair became the crown jewel of the black market. With such demand for rare beauties, the rumor of the amethyst grape crystal was enough to set the entire city ablaze. Ronald, Shizuka, and Bisky spent 2 days in their hotel, waiting for the chaos to settle. Finally, they got the information they were waiting for. The amethyst grape crystal is in the southwest corner of Cruz Cemetery. According to the rumors, it could only be spotted briefly at sunrise, a flash of stunning purple glimmering in the sun's first light. The moment this news broke, people stormed the cemetery without hesitation. "We'll wait for the storm to pass," Bisky muttered, casually flipping through a high-end beauty magazine. She glanced out the window at the bustling crowd and smirked. "Let them charge in first and trigger all the traps. Once everything's stirred up, we'll head inside. Much easier that way." Ronnel and Shizuka nodded, content to enjoy their peace a little longer. Meanwhile, across town, a young man surrounded by bodyguards spoke quietly to the leader of his security team. "When someone finally finds the amethyst grape crystal, we'll make our move." His voice was calm, but there was a dangerous gleam in his eyes. "Offer the finder money enough for him to leave it behind without a fuss. If he refuses," a cold glint flickered in his gaze, "handle it." The bodyguard gave a slight nod. "Understood. And can't make sure it's done quietly. No witnesses." The young man's tone sharpened. "We don't need any more negative press around the V5. There are already too many rumors about someone scheming against the Five-Nation Alliance. Another ambitious king, no doubt." Kent nodded again. "I'll make sure no one knows." By midday, Ronnel, Bisky, and Shizuka decided it was time to move. "All right, let's head toward that crystal." Bisky stretched her arms and grinned, leading the way toward Cruz Cemetery. The three of them made for a strange group, an energetic martial artist, a stoic assassin, and a cheerful woman obsessed with beauty. Their mismatched appearance earned curious glances from the other adventurers crowding the area. Tourist spots around the cemetery had already closed to the public. The trio slipped through the gates with ease and made their way deeper inside. The air grew heavy as they ventured further into the cemetery. The scent of rot and decay lingered in the air, and ancient resentment seemed to drift like a mist among the graves. What lay ahead wasn't just a cemetery but a battlefield littered with bodies, abandoned by time. Each corpse exuded an aura of lingering hatred and death, making even the most hardened adventurers uneasy. Bisky wrinkled her nose, but pressed forward. "It's worse than I thought." They carefully navigated around scattered corpses, avoiding any traps or signs of recent danger. It was clear that others had tried and failed to raid the cemetery. "Things are already shifting," Bisky murmured, her eyes narrowing as she examined a cluster of freshly killed bodies. "Outsiders," Ronald noted calmly. "They didn't last long. For most people, this place would be a nightmare. But not for Ronald. Here, surrounded by death and decay, he saw an opportunity. A place like this? It was a paradise to improve his strength." Ronald stepped forward, ready to absorb the resentment and malice clinging to the corpses. Bisky watched him with cautious curiosity. "Are you really going to?" Ronald grinned. "Why not?" He raised his hands slowly. The moment he did, the swirling hatred lingering around the dead surged toward him, as if drawn by a magnetic pull. "Let's get started," Ronald whispered. Hours later, when the next wave of treasure hunters entered the mausoleum, they found the place eerily silent. Cruz Cemetery was known as the Great Terror, feared for the countless warriors buried within its soil. Over 80,000 soldiers had been laid to rest here, alongside those who perished in failed raids. Nearly 100,000 bodies filled the graves, a staggering concentration of death. And with so much death, there came power. Ronald could feel it, the immense energy of decayed life flowing into him. It was overwhelming, intoxicating. Bisky trailed behind him, watching his progress with fascination. "You're absorbing all this energy, and the corpse poison too." Ronald nodded, grinning like a madman. "If I can take it all in, I might reach a level strong enough to rival even the Chimera Ant King." He pressed forward, collecting every ounce of malice and death in his path. For him, this graveyard wasn't a place to fear. It was the ultimate training ground. Bisky chuckled softly, now completely at ease with the ominous atmosphere around them. Humming a light-hearted tune, she followed Ronald deeper into the cemetery. Although the rise in the price of two types of Nen abilities had caused unrest, it wasn't enough to faze Ronald. With a wave of his hand, the dark clouds scattered, leaving the sky clear. It felt almost like visiting a tourist spot, though the eerie atmosphere of the cemetery was impossible to ignore. Bisky, standing proudly beside Ronald, looked around with satisfaction. She hadn't paid much attention to this tomb when they arrived earlier, but now it seemed like a perfect place to show off her disciple. "A master is only as good as their student. If you starve, it's because you've trained the wrong ones," she said smugly. "But my disciples? They make me proud. If something's bothering you, you should probably go find him. He'll take care of it." She puffed up her chest with pride, though her small figure made it an odd sight, resembling little more than steamed buns. Shizuka remained quiet beside them, not because she was indifferent, but because she truly believed that nothing could disturb Ronald. The three walked at a steady pace through the graveyard. They were waiting for the amethyst grape crystal to bloom, a rare moment that happened only at sunset. When it blossomed, its beauty was said to overwhelm anyone who saw it. If picked at just the right time, the crystal could fetch a fortune. However, navigating the cemetery was no easy task. The air was thick with the resentment of the dead, and corpse poison lingered everywhere. Anyone hoping to claim the prize would need to survive until evening to collect it and fend off other competitors. When they finally saw human figures ahead, Ronald knew they had reached their destination. A twisted wisteria vine had wrapped itself around the tallest tombstone, its tendrils bearing clusters of 7 crystal-like fruits. The amethyst grape crystal, and it was fully matured. But for now, the crystals looked dull, waiting for the right moment to reveal their brilliance. Around the vine, several individuals stood, carefully avoiding the miasma and wary of each other. They knew this wasn't just a competition against the tomb's traps, this was a battlefield, where betrayal was always a possibility. Ronald's sharp senses picked up on their aura. 7 of them, he noted quietly. Strong ones too, at least by average standards. Any one of them could contend for a position as a floor master at Heaven's Arena. Yet, as Ronald's gaze swept over the group, he froze on 2 individuals. Recognition flashed across his face. Well, I didn't expect to run into you two here. The 2 individuals stiffened instantly, their faces turning pale. Ronald. Both men, the Silver Needle Floor Master and the Bandage Floor Master, stared in horror as Ronald locked eyes with them. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. It's them, Ronald murmured to himself, a sly grin tugging at the corner of his lips. We met at the Battle Olympia, didn't we? The 2 Floor Masters remembered all too well. They had faced Ronald at the Battle Olympia and they had witnessed firsthand what a monster he was. None of his opponents had walked away alive. Even Sparka, the reigning champion, had crumbled after only a few moves. Not even his strongest Nen abilities had left so much as a scratch on Ronald. Now, standing in the same graveyard as him, both men felt dread settle in their bones. What are the odds? One whispered in disbelief. Yeah, what do we do now? The other muttered anxiously. They exchanged desperate glances, hoping the other would make a move first. But they knew, if they acted rashly, it might provoke Ronald and that would spell the end of them both. You try it. Why don't you try it? While the 2 Floor Masters argued silently with their eyes, Ronald tilted his head to look at the sky. The sun was beginning to set. It was almost time for the crystal to bloom. With a casual step forward, Ronald broke the tense silence. All 7 individuals turned toward him at once, their attention now fully locked on the man in front of them. Ronald smiled gently, but there was an unsettling sharpness behind it. I'm sorry, everyone. We're going to take the amethyst grape crystal now. Thanks for coming, but I'll have to ask you to leave. The silence that followed was suffocating. For a moment, no one moved. Then came the sneers. Who did this fool think he was? Asking them to leave? They weren't just some nobodies, each of them was here because they had the strength to compete for the crystal. As if a few polite words could scare them off. But before anyone could voice their disdain, there was a sudden rustle. 2 figures sprang to their feet. It was the Silver Needle Floor Master and the Bandage Floor Master. Without a word, they turned and hurried off, leaving the others behind in stunned silence. Their escape was so sudden that, if not for the toxic air around the tombs, the others might have followed suit. The sheer relief and fear on their faces were unmistakable as they fled, as if they had just escaped certain death. Everyone else stared in disbelief at the 2 retreating figures, now mere specks in the distance. When the Floor Masters were finally out of sight, Ronald chuckled softly. Well, what about the rest of you? No one answered. The mocking grins faded from their faces, replaced by grim seriousness. 2 of the strongest in the group had abandoned the fight without hesitation. And if those 2 had run, what did that say about the man in front of them? Slowly, one by one, the others began to back away. Ronald watched them with a calm expression, his eyes glinting with quiet amusement. The crystal would bloom soon and it would be his. Either the 2 of them were out of their minds, or the man standing in the black windbreaker was something beyond ordinary. He wasn't just strong, he might be terrifyingly strong. Everyone in this part of Meteor City was dangerous, and anyone who made it this far was no exception. Strength and a clear head went hand in hand here. If you had one, you had to have the other. So, what kind of monster scares off 2 battle-hardened fighters without lifting a finger? The 5 remaining men exchanged glances. No one dared to speak. The tension lingered like a storm cloud above them. Sure, this guy might be strong, but there were 5 of them. And, more importantly, the amethyst grape crystal was just within reach. They couldn't back out now, not when they were this close. Leaving without trying? That would be unforgivable. And maybe, just maybe, the man in front of them wasn't as terrifying as he seemed. Still, the sliver of hope flickering in their hearts wasn't enough to keep the fear from creeping in. One wrong move could cost them their lives. Ronald watched the group with a relaxed smile, hands in his pockets. They stood frozen, barely breathing, like statues waiting to be shattered. I need to clear the area. His voice was soft, almost casual, yet it carried an unspoken weight. I'd hate for anything to go wrong while I pick these amethyst grape crystal before nightfall. He tilted his head, eyes narrowing slightly. But since none of you feel like leaving, I guess I'll have to handle this myself. Without another word, Ronald's body shifted and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from where he stood. The 5 men tensed, scrambling into defensive stances. They knew this was coming, yet it still caught them off guard. But before any of them could react, Ronald appeared right in front of the nearest man. So fast? The man's eyes widened in shock, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. Ronald's expression remained unreadable as he moved with practiced precision. In one fluid motion, his hand shot out. Snap. A sickening crack echoed through the air. The man collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat as the life faded from his eyes. Ronald glanced down at the lifeless body and exhaled calmly. 1. He counted softly, the word slipping from his lips like an afterthought. His gaze lifted to the remaining 4, who stared back at him, horror etched across their faces. I'll give you one more chance, Ronald said evenly. Leave now, or you won't leave at all. For a moment, the men hesitated. Then their fear twisted into something sharper. Feral grins spread across their faces. This guy was bluffing. From a distance, Bisky stood with her arms crossed, eyeing Ronnel with mild amusement. Doing it on purpose again, huh, she muttered under her breath. Sure, Ronnel's kill had looked clean, but she knew he was holding back. And now, instead of finishing the job, he'd given them another chance to retreat, something that only encouraged their misplaced confidence. The way he toyed with his enemies was familiar to her. It was a classic bait-and-switch, designed to confuse and provoke them. Even the slightest inconsistency in his aura would plant doubt in their minds. Is he really that strong? Or just a fraud? They were falling for it hook, line, and sinker. Yep, he's pulling that intermediate level trick again, Bisky thought with a smirk. Lure them in with strength, confuse them with hesitation, and let them destroy themselves. As predicted, the group's expressions shifted to malicious glee. They believed they'd cracked the code. I knew it, one of them snarled. He's not that strong. The tension snapped like a rubber band. Two of them charged forward, while the others prepared their abilities. Ice spears materialized in the air, and a gun appeared in the hands of another. But Ronnel's smile remained unshaken. This was exactly what he wanted. The slim, blue sword in his left hand glinted under the dull light, and an ancient copper saber gleamed in his right. In one smooth movement, he surged forward with deadly intent. Meanwhile, not far from the skirmish, two figures stumbled through the shadows, panting heavily. Finally, we made it out, gasped the man holding a silver needle. He collapsed onto the ground, gulping air like a drowning man. He glanced over his shoulder, scanning for pursuers. When no one appeared, a smug grin spread across his face. Idiots. They'll all die in there. He chuckled darkly. Lucky for us, we knew when to get the hell out. But his companion, wrapped in bandages, wasn't laughing. His expression was twisted with unease. You don't feel that, the bandaged man whispered, scanning their surroundings. The silver needle user frowned. Feel what? Then it hit him. The oppressive weight that had chased them earlier was gone. Completely gone. His grin faded, and his breath hitched as dread clawed its way up his spine. Something was horribly, horribly wrong. Eliminating resentment and dead energy on a large scale was far beyond the capability of even the most skilled Nen users. There's no way someone with such abilities will show up, one man scoffed. It'd be impossible. As evening settled over the crew's cemetery, three figures waited patiently in the fading light, their focus sharp and unwavering. Ronnel and his companions sat poised, their attention locked on a gleaming cluster of purple crystals, the amethyst grape crystal. Finally, when the slanted rays of the setting sun kissed the horizon, Chang! The 7 orbs of the amethyst crystal rang out like wind chimes, clinking together with a delicate sound. At that moment, a radiant burst of violet light flashed from the cluster. Shua! Without hesitation, Ronnel's hands shot out. With nimble precision, he plucked the grapes off the vine before the brilliance could fade. In his hands, the crystal still shimmered, dazzling even in the twilight. It's beautiful, Ronnel murmured, mesmerized. Even after witnessing the scarlet eyes of Kurapika, one of the rarest wonders in the world, Ronnel couldn't help but admire the ethereal beauty of the amethyst grapes. Give it to me, give it to me. Bisky, who had been standing on edge the entire time, lit up with excitement. She snatched the treasure from Ronnel's grasp, giggling in delight the moment it touched her hands. He. Ronnel stifled a grin as he discreetly reached for his phone, snapping a photo of Bisky in her unguarded, giddy state. Gotcha. He saved the picture triumphantly. Bisky, still basking in the glow of her prize, paid him no mind. Outside the cemetery, in a nearby town, a young man named Kent paced impatiently, his hands folded behind his back. His sharp gaze turned toward the hulking figure beside him. Master, the sun has set, Kent reported. The man, clad in a fine cloak, nodded slowly. The amethyst grape crystal must have been picked by now. Send a few men to guard the gates. If anyone leaves with the crystal, follow them. Yes, but what if they hide it? Kent asked warily. The young master's expression hardened. The radiance of that crystal can't be concealed. Anyone carrying it will glow with a strange aura. He turned to the large man beside him. Look, I'll leave this to you. Look, the burly Nen user, gave a confident nod. Don't worry, young master. My ability will sniff out who has it. Look's Nen ability allowed him to interpret emotions through facial expressions. If he saw joy or satisfaction on someone's face, he could sense the underlying reason. It was a skill similar to Pakunoda's memory reading ability, though with limitations. But if they're good at hiding their emotions or wear a mask? Kent asked. Look grinned. Then the ability fails. But most people can't mask joy when holding such a treasure. The young master nodded. Perfect. That crystal is as good as ours. A suspicious trio emerges. Night crept on as Kent and Look waited near the cemetery gate, disguised in plain clothes. They lingered in the shadows, observing anyone who came or went. Just as boredom began to settle in, a curious trio emerged from the cemetery gates. The first was a young man around 17 or 18 dressed in a sleek black trench coat, his expression cool and unreadable. The second was a young woman with round glasses perched on her nose. There was something fierce about her despite her petite frame. The last one was hard to miss, a blonde, pigtailed girl wearing a frilly princess dress. A mischievous grin spread across her face. Kent's eyes narrowed, but he didn't spot any telltale glow. Nothing unusual, he muttered, turning away. But Look lingered, his gaze fixed on the blonde girl's smirk. His pupils shrank. The amethyst grape crystal. He quickly lowered his head, hiding his surprise from anyone nearby. Got it. Onlook clenched his fists in excitement. They have it, but they're using space-based Nen to hide it. Kent gave a subtle nod, understanding the situation immediately. With a quick hand gesture, he signaled his men to follow the trio discreetly. Onlook had gleaned from Bisky's smile that she was the one holding the treasure, but he couldn't determine how or where she had stashed it. That limitation gnawed at him. Both he and Kent concluded that the three must be space-type Nen users clever enough to conceal the crystal in a pocket dimension. The trio's youthful appearance made them easy to underestimate, but Kent knew better. The chase begins. Kent's team shadowed the trio from a safe distance. They moved silently through the dimly lit streets, careful not to alert their targets. Onlook whispered to Kent, "They've hidden the crystal well, but we'll make them slip. All we need is one mistake." Kent smirked. "They won't get far. It's just a matter of time." Onlook and Kent knew that treasures like the amethyst grape crystal weren't secured by luck, they were stolen through wit and willpower. And as far as they were concerned, these kids weren't ready for the game they had entered. Although it wasn't entirely unexpected, the chances of standing out among so many strong individuals were slim. Kent and his companions followed quietly, calculating their odds. Ronald and his group walked ahead, seemingly unaware of the pursuit, heading towards the outskirts of the town. "Looks like we've got some rats," Ronald murmured with a grin, gesturing with his fingers. Tiny symbols formed in the air, visible only to Kent through the Nen trail Ronald had left behind. "Not many of them. Their strength, well," Bisky said with a touch of annoyance. The two exchanged thoughts silently, waiting for their followers to approach. They knew their pursuers were after the amethyst grape crystal. How they'd learned of it didn't matter. In the world of Nen, strange abilities were to be expected, and object tracking was hardly the rarest. Having neutralized the lingering corpse poison earlier, Ronald and his group were prepared to deal with anyone waiting at the exit. The treasure hunters hoping for the great secret prize had mostly scattered, leaving only a few hunters near the exit gem and gourmet hunters among them lying in wait. But before any of them could lay a hand on the crystal, they were thrashed soundly by Bisky. "If you think you can steal from me," she yelled, effortlessly scattering their attackers. Bisky's intervention saved Ronald the trouble of dealing with minor nuisances. Once they exited the cemetery, they continued without interruption until now, when Kent and his group closed in. The group halted in a remote part of the forest. Kent's men surrounded Ronald, Bisky, and Shizuka, their expressions grim. "You," Ronald said, locking eyes with Kent. "You're that bodyguard working for the V5 officials kid, right?" His smile widened. "Even with those sunglasses, I recognized you?" "Enough games," Kent snapped, waving a hand. "Where's the amethyst grape crystal? Planning to buy it off us, are you?" Ronald asked, exchanging an amused glance with Bisky. "Name your price." 10 million Jenny, Kent answered flatly. Bisky raised an eyebrow. Ronald shook his head with a chuckle. "You think you can buy one of the 7 beauties of the world with that?" "In an auction, the opening bid would be at least 10 times that amount," Bisky added dryly. "Since you're not here to negotiate seriously, there's nothing left to discuss," Ronald concluded, his smile fading. His hand twitched. In the blink of an eye, chaos erupted. The fight lasted less than a minute. Kent coughed up blood as he staggered back, and his companion, Onlook, crumpled to the ground beside him. The rest of Kent's men lay lifeless, their throats shattered by precise, ruthless strikes. Ronald crouched in front of Kent, smiling as if greeting an old friend. He patted the man's cheek lightly. "Now, how exactly did you know the crystal was with us?" Kent gasped, blood trickling from his mouth. He weakly pointed at Onlook. "His Nen." Ronald arched an eyebrow and glanced at the unconscious Onlook. His ability lets him read emotions and discern why someone feels the way they do. He saw your companion's smile and realized it was because you found the crystal. "Interesting," Ronald muttered, nodding to himself. Then, with a swift motion, he delivered a fatal blow to Onlook, sending him into eternal silence. Well, it was a useful ability, too bad it didn't save him. Turning his attention back to Kent, Ronald leaned closer. "As the head bodyguard for a V5 officer's son, I'm sure you know a thing or two. Care to share?" Kent's expression darkened, but a few minutes later, under Ronald's unrelenting smile, he gave up the information. Ronald gave him a quick, clean end. "Tisk. I bet he's feeling real happy now," Ronald muttered sarcastically. Bisky crossed her arms as Ronald rifled through Kent's pockets. "So, what's your next move?" she asked. "You're not the type to just let something like this slide, are you?" Ronald shrugged nonchalantly. "I think I'll pay the kid a visit. Have a nice little chat." Shizuka nodded approvingly. Meteor City's motto, "Take nothing from us without permission, and give nothing back without a fight." Bisky sighed, massaging her temples. "Fine, fine. I'll take Shizuko to the Republic of Padokia. We'll wait for you in the capital. Just try not to take too long." Ronald smirked. "You know me." In a hotel room in a small town, a young man sat by the window, flipping through a book with a hint of impatience etched on his face. He glanced out the window, his foot tapping restlessly against the wooden floor. "Who are you waiting for?" The sudden voice made him jump. "Who's there?" He stood up, scanning the room nervously. Normally, he didn't keep bodyguards nearby when reading. He hated being disturbed. Just as he opened his mouth to shout for help, bang! The door swung open. A man in a black trench coat entered, dragging the unconscious body of the young man's guard behind him. "Stop yelling," Ronald said, kicking the door shut behind him. His voice was cold, but his grin was warm, almost friendly. "We need to have a chat." The corners of the young man's eyes twitched as he glanced toward the door, spotting the unconscious bodyguard sprawled on the ground. His heart stirred with a sense of impending danger. My good sir, I don't believe we've met before. Could there be a misunderstanding here? He asked cautiously, taking a subtle step back. He had a sinking suspicion about what this was all about. No misunderstanding, Ronnel replied coolly. You sent someone to steal my amethyst grape crystal, didn't you? Ronnel grabbed a chair, spun it around, and sat down, his gaze weighing the young man from head to toe. So it really was about the crystal. Kent and the others must have failed and exposed us. The young man's mind raced. No wonder his men hadn't returned. This stranger had likely killed them. A shadow of frustration flickered in his eyes, but outwardly, he smiled politely, masking his thoughts. Ah, you've misunderstood, the young man said smoothly. I did inquire about the crystal, but I never ordered anyone to steal it. His voice was calm, composed, a true display of practiced deceit. I told my bodyguards to offer a fair price if they found someone with amethyst grape crystal. If negotiations failed, they were to leave it be. I certainly didn't authorize any violence. If they acted rashly, I deeply apologize for their incompetence. The young man bowed slightly, a gesture of refined politeness. Ronald raised an eyebrow, amused by the performance. What finesse. Definitely someone from a V5 connected family, all right. Always spinning stories with perfect manners. Yet, the subtle movements beneath the young man's feet betrayed him. With a knowing half-smile, Ronald glanced at the shadow creeping along the floor toward him. Ah, this guy's an user too, huh? The young man, focused on his act, failed to notice Ronald's sharp gaze. Just as Ronald shifted slightly in his chair, the young man's shadow stretched unnaturally under the dim light, slithering toward Ronald's own. A glint of triumph flashed across the young man's eyes as the shadows neared. Got him? But his victory was short-lived. First time I've seen an that makes shadows move so freely, Ronald remarked casually, his tone light as a breeze. Yet his words struck the young man like a sudden drop into freezing water. The young man's eyes widened. He now saw it clearly. Ronald's body glowed faintly, the energy of his Nen illuminating the space around him. The shimmering aura drove a wedge between the two shadows, pushing them apart once more. Inexperienced eyes couldn't perceive aura, but to those trained in Nen, it was obvious. When Nen users controlled their aura consciously, they could either conceal or flaunt it at will, though few ever chose the latter unless in combat. Ronald's control over his aura not only severed the connection between the shadows but also showcased his mastery. An emitter, are you? Ronald mused. Trying to immobilize me with shadows. Interesting tactic. Ronald caught the flicker of disappointment on the young man's face and pieced together the Nen's mechanics. Nen ability, Watcher in the Shadow. Effect, the user can manipulate their own shadow freely. Ability trigger, when the user's shadow links with an opponent's, both parties share sensory input: pain, touch, smell, etc. Binding state, if the shadows remain connected, both parties become bound. The strength of the bond depends on the power difference between them. Restriction, if the opponent causes fatal harm, example pierces the user's heart, the user will suffer the same fate. So it's a life-linking ability, huh? Using shadows as a conduit. Why does this Nen feel so familiar? Ronald stroked his chin thoughtfully, his expression becoming slightly bemused. Say, do you know anyone by the name of Haiden or Shikamaru Nara? The young man stared blankly. Haiden? Shikamaru? Who the hell are they? Ronald gave a small chuckle. Never mind. Just a random thought. Then his curiosity got the better of him. But seriously, why develop such a cold, impractical ability? Feels like a bit of a waste. The young man's expression darkened, though he tried to maintain his composure. His disdain was barely hidden beneath his indifferent demeanor. Bodyguards usually handle most threats, the young man said flatly. This ability is for emergencies, when someone strong enough shows up that even my guards can't stop. He smirked. With this Nen, even if I can't escape, I'll make sure the enemy goes down with me. If they know they'll share my fate, they'll think twice before making a move. Ronald clicked his tongue, somewhat impressed but mostly amused. What a cowardly ability, but clever in its own way. Ain't an ability perfectly tailored for a guy afraid to die. Figures, Ronald muttered under his breath. After a brief pause, he leaned forward. So, which family are you from? What's your status? V5, I assume. The young man's face stiffened at the question. With his shadow failed, he knew there was no easy way out. Reluctantly, he looked away, avoiding Ronald's piercing gaze. Whenever Ronald asked a question, the young man would either fall silent or respond with sneers and disdain, his expression brimming with mockery. Sarcasm? Sneers? Disdain? Ronald smirked to himself. I've seen worse. But if your face were emotionless, now that would be terrifying. It's in situations like these where life teeters on the edge that people drop their masks. With death looming over them, their true selves bleed through. Yet here this fool was, still clinging to his front. Exhausting, isn't it? Ronald mused. Pretending right until the end, pathetic. Despite the young man's attempt to maintain control, his expressions betrayed him. Ronald calculated that the information gleaned from those fleeting glances and awkward silences was about 90% reliable. With each question answered either through silence or subtle shifts in expression, Ronald gathered everything he needed. The moon hung high in the sky by the time he finished his inquiries. Satisfied, he gave a slow clap and rose to his feet, locking eyes with the now rambling young man. Without a word, Ronald struck. His hand moved with surgical precision, crushing the man's throat in a single blow. Nen energy flowed from the corpse into Ronnel's outstretched hand as he invoked an oath and restriction. Touching his own face with one hand and the dead man's face with the other, he activated his ability. On cue, the transformation was instantaneous. Ronald now wore the same appearance as his unfortunate victim. Looks good, he said, examining his reflection in a nearby window. His lips curled into a wicked grin. Well, good enough, I suppose. This was Ronald's face-changing Nen ability that let him take on someone else's appearance at will. While he had touched this power only once before, it had already proven useful. With the transformation complete, Ronald was ready to infiltrate the V5 and gather secret intelligence. And, with luck, he might even find leads about the Dark Continent. But there was a catch. Face-changing altered his features, not his clothing. He rummaged through the space backpack slung over his shoulder, tossing the corpse inside before pulling out spare clothes. As he dressed, he dialed Bisky's number. Don't wait for me, Ronald said into the phone. Just carry on with your stuff. Where am I? Heading into V5 territory. Might get into a little trouble, but it should be fun. Credit, he echoed with a chuckle. Credit for cleaning out the crew's cemetery? That's worth a star ranking. All right, I get it, don't worry. I've got everything under control. He hung up, brushing off Bisky's usual warnings as he finished changing. Fully dressed, Ronald nudged the unconscious bodyguards sprawled around him, bringing them back to groggy awareness. Master, are you all right? One of them stammered, panic in his voice. Of course not. Ronald snapped in the young man's voice, scowling at them. If you useless fools had done your job, I wouldn't have almost died. Yes? I am so sorry, the guard stammered, drenched in sweat. Stop gawking? That intruder's gone, and Kent and the others are dead. Wake the others, and let's get moving. But, what about the amethyst grape crystal? The guard hesitated, eyeing Ronald warily. Ronald's glare was enough to silence him. This idiot should know better than to ask questions. Do your job, get paid, and keep your mouth shut. The guard cursed himself under his breath for his slip. Whatever happens with the amethyst grape crystal isn't my problem, he thought. And with Kent gone, my chances of promotion just skyrocketed. Hastily, the guard ran off to rouse the others. In the end, the group achieved nothing but their own embarrassment, a hurried mission that cost them the lives of 7 or 8 men, with nothing to show for it. The silver lining, however, was that the V5 official they were connected to the family would make sure the incident stayed quiet. As a senior V5 member, the official couldn't afford any loose ends. The group's return trip would be just as discreet as their arrival, complete with luxurious transportation. Mimbo Republic, part of the V5, was renowned as the wealthiest nation in the world. Among the V5 countries, each excelled in a particular field: military strength, economic power, ancient knowledge, technology, or cultural heritage. Though these nations represented the pinnacle of global influence, they were not without tension. Cooperation masked competition, and alliances were formed under the weight of mutual distrust. The delicate balance among them was held together largely by the looming threat of the Dark Continent. Without it, war would have already broken out. Mimbo Republic was home to immense financial resources. It shared its region with familiar landmarks, the Republic of Padokia where the Zaldik family resided, and Heaven's Arena, the famed tower of martial arts. Not far from these lay Zaban City, the first stop of this year's Hunter exam, as well as Whale Island, Gon's home. It took less than a day for Ronald's airship. As he leaned back in his plush seat, he couldn't help but reflect on the luxurious lifestyle these elites enjoyed. Not a bad way to live, but there's always a price to pay. After stepping off the airship, someone was waiting for Ronald and his entourage. On the way, Ronald casually demonstrated his Nen ability, Watcher in the Shadow, previously stolen from a young man. The display left no room for doubt regarding his identity. Appearances can be forged, but Nen cannot be imitated. While two people may possess similar abilities, no two Nen abilities are ever identical, not even among twins. Subtle differences will always exist for those who look closely enough. Additionally, Ronald mimicked the young man's mannerisms and speech so perfectly that no one dared to suspect him of impersonation. Pretending to be a high-ranking figure, especially in a V5 nation, was unthinkable. With his cover intact, Ronald traveled safely to the Mimbo Republic. The young man whose identity he had borrowed was named Baker Creston, the second son of Renji Creston, a man with substantial military influence in the Mimbo Republic. Baker's older brother, Punk, was the heir to the Creston family, which was regarded as one of the most prominent noble houses in the region. Upon returning to the Creston estate, Ronald was struck by the sheer decadence surrounding him. The nobles of the Mimbo Republic, known for their wealth, embodied greed and indulgence. Luxury defined every corner of their lives. The estate employed hundreds of servants, and young, beautiful maids filled the halls. No wonder Baker looked pale and worn from his excesses. When Ronald, posing as Baker, finally met Punk, the latter's appearance was even more sickly than his brother's. Well, still no luck with the amethyst grape crystal, huh? Punk's tone was laced with mockery the moment he laid eyes on Ronald. The two brothers had always been at odds. Who was it that boasted before Miss Anna that he'd definitely get her that crystal? Punk sneered. Tisk. You know she's been waiting for it. Ronald, remaining in character, gave him a dismissive glance and went straight to his quarters without saying a word. In truth, Baker had always looked down on his elder brother. If Punk weren't the designated heir, the family would have cast him out to rot somewhere obscure like the rest of the house's useless branches. Recently, though, it seemed Punk had gotten involved with something he shouldn't have. The Mimbo Republic still maintained an ancient constitutional monarchy, largely untouched by modernity. Princess Anna Atlanti, the 18-year-old royal, was the kingdom's brightest jewel, loved not only for her political stature but also for her angelic beauty and captivating figure. Many young men sought her favor, including both Baker and Punk. Baker had scrambled to find the amethyst grape crystal, hoping it would win him Anna's affection. Both brothers, however, were hopelessly smitten, desperate to impress the princess. Meanwhile, as Ronald left the room, Punk's expression darkened. But it wasn't anger that contorted his features, it was withdrawal. "Get me back to my room, now," Punk bellowed, his body trembling uncontrollably. His attendants rushed him to his chambers, where a maid quickly retrieved a small plate of icy blue radish cubes. She carefully fed them to him, one by one. As the pieces dissolved on his tongue, Punk's tremors eased, and a euphoric expression washed over his face. "You're all dismissed." The servants fled as if they had been granted a pardon, and the maid hurriedly set the plate on a nearby table before leaving. Alone at last, Punk popped another radish slice into his mouth, sighing with delight. "These commoners will never understand the finer things in life," he muttered. "And as for my idiot brother, he's unworthy of noble blood if he can't appreciate something this exquisite." The ice crystal radish melted in his mouth, bringing a wave of bliss. It was like stepping out of the scorching summer heat and into the chill of an air-conditioned room, a sensation that made him feel as if he were floating on air. While Punk indulged himself in the comforts of the estate, Ronald had already gathered some key information. Using his hunter license, he accessed details about the aristocracy's eccentric lifestyle. The nobles were obsessed with what they called the three major delicacies: ice crystal radish, power banana, and pleasure cherry. Each delicacy offered an experience that separated the nobles from common folk, reinforcing their sense of superiority. The ice crystal radish delivered a cooling sensation that was said to rival heaven itself. The power banana, with its purple, lightning-like peel, caused an electrifying current to course through one's body, offering a strange mix of exhilaration and paralysis. And then there was the pleasure cherry. Eating one granted an overwhelming sense of pleasure without the need for intimate physical contact. The cherries were especially coveted by older noblewomen, who pursued them with fanatic devotion. While ice crystal radishes were relatively easy to cultivate and found in most noble households, the other two delicacies were rare. Power bananas were somewhat scarce, but pleasure cherries were the true luxury, often available only to the wealthiest elites. The aristocrats took pride in their extravagant tastes, treating their obsession with these delicacies as a mark of refinement and superiority. Yet gourmet hunters found them repugnant, and to Ronald, these so-called delicacies were nothing but tasteless indulgences. These three substances wouldn't harm the human body directly, but they were dangerously addictive. Those who indulged became lost, just like Punk. Ronald could never forget the sight of Punk's twisted face when addiction gripped him. It was a grotesque image, one he never wanted to experience again. That was why he stayed far away from those substances, uninterested in whether others indulged or abstained. He wasn't here to revel in luxury or enjoy the noble life. His goal was different: to replace Baker and gather critical information. V5 officials had explored the Dark Continent countless times, and whatever they discovered had to be invaluable. As a high-ranking official of the Mimbo Republic, Renji Creston was sure to possess knowledge about the Dark Continent, and as one of the top aristocrats across the 6 continents, he likely had access to secrets that few could even dream of. This was Ronald's real goal: to unearth those secrets. He was endlessly curious about this strange and dangerous hunter world. Posing as Baker, Ronald often visited the family library. The servants assumed their master was hunting for books on romance strategies to win the heart of Princess Anna. Since Baker had always been fond of reading, no one thought much of it. Even Renji Creston, deeply involved in the affairs of state and entertainment, barely noticed. His demanding schedule left little time to connect with his son. He left early and returned late, so much so that they rarely saw each other. It was little wonder that Punk's upbringing had gone awry, neglected and left without proper guidance. Though Baker's behavior sometimes earned Peluzzi's approval, the father had been mulling over whether he needed more heirs, a contingency plan, should one son not be enough. This gave Ronald a valuable advantage: freedom to move without suspicion. Meanwhile, the Republic of Padokia, Kukuro Mountain, and Gon's training sessions were nearing their conclusion. Gon and Killua had successfully completed their goal, opening the testing gate. The following morning, the group dispersed. Leorio left to pursue medical school, while Kurapika headed to the association to search for both a suitable employer and any lead on the Scarlet Eyes. After some discussion, Killua and Gon decided to make their way to Heaven's Arena. At the same time, in Heaven's Arena, Wing received a call from the Hunter Association. A new examinee passed the Hunter exam? All right, I understand. I'll handle the training for now. In the hallway, Wing ended the call and stepped into the room where Zushi sat cross-legged, finishing his meditation. Master Wing, I've completed the basic training. Can I fight in Heaven's Arena now? Zushi's eyes gleamed with anticipation, ready to showcase all he had learned and carve out his legend, just like Uncle Ronald. Yes, it's time, Wing said with a small smile, ruffling Zushi's hair. Blind practice will only take you so far. You've reached the stage where battle is your best teacher. Zushi beamed with joy. Heaven's Arena, here I come. Wing turned to gaze out the window, his eyes lingering on the upper floors. Ronald, is his talent truly as great as they say? I'd like to see for myself. Meanwhile, the arena buzzed with excitement. Boom, wow, Hisoka finishes the match with another clean victory using his signature card trick. That brings his record to 8 wins and 2 losses. Just 2 more wins, and he'll be eligible to challenge the floor master, the commentator shouted with enthusiasm. On the stage, Hisoka shuffled his cards lazily, turned on his heel, and left the arena. Castro should be arriving soon, he murmured to himself. And this hunter license really is a gem, gives me access to all sorts of interesting travel logs. He grinned. I thought I'd have to wait here for Castro, but it seems 2 other green fruits are on their way. Oh, this should be fun. Hisoka's expression darkened with amusement as he slipped into the shadows, chuckling to himself. Not far away, a woman with soft, pink-purple hair watched him leave. She twirled a casino voucher between her fingers with a satisfied grin. Another small profit, she whispered. With the hunter exam concluded, everyone went their separate ways, diving into their new lives. Time slipped by quietly, almost unnoticed. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Banquet. Ronald raised an eyebrow as he glanced at the ornate invitation handed to him by a servant. The invitation bore the royal seal of Princess Anna, the pride of the Mimbo Republic, summoning the young heroes of the imperial capital to a grand banquet 3 days from now at Palace. Ronald received the same invitation as Punk, along with 197 other young nobles. It was clear from the presentation that the event would be more than just a banquet. It was likely where Princess Anna would begin her search for a suitor. Ronald, however, felt nothing about it. He wasn't really Baker, after all, and he had never even met Princess Anna. It wasn't his concern if she wanted to pick a Prince Charming from the crowd. His mission was simple: gather information, uncover the truth, and leave quietly once he had what he needed. He tossed the invitation aside and returned to his book. 3 days flew by, and the city burst into life as the banquet approached. Every young noble worth mentioning had received an invitation, and the streets of the imperial capital buzzed with excitement. The evening's festivities added to the usual bustle, as royal carriages paraded through the streets, carrying eager young aristocrats toward Palace. Ronald sat in his study, book in hand, as Punk left for the banquet in high spirits, accompanied by an entourage of bodyguards and servants. He didn't even glance up as they filed out. The night was just beginning. The moon rested among the branches, and the sky darkened steadily. Ronald sat cross-legged, meditating. His chanting had settled into a rhythm, grounding him as he rested until a faint commotion near the door stirred his attention. Punk was supposed to be back by now, but from the sound of things, it didn't seem like he was in a good mood. Sure enough, when Ronald saw him the next day, Punk's expression was as dark as storm clouds. He seemed ready to snap at anyone who crossed his path. Did Princess Anna find someone she likes? No, that couldn't be it. If something like that had happened, Punk, the loudmouth, would have made a spectacle of it by now. Curious, Ronald asked one of the bodyguards who had attended the banquet and was surprised by what he heard. Aside from various young talents of the Mimbo Republic, there had been another guest. A newcomer is a son of high standing from the V5 connected to the Dark Continent. It turned out the entire banquet had been arranged to welcome him. And by the end of the night, the young man had stolen the spotlight from everyone else. It made sense. His father handled matters involving the Dark Continent and wielded enormous authority. Not even the prominent figures of Mimbo Republic dared offend someone with such connections. Of course, some families could afford to be more reckless like Punk's. His family wielded real power, but Punk was just a rookie in the grand scheme of things. And that's why, no matter how furious he was, Punk ended up humiliated by that newcomer Kalen. No one else at the banquet had been a match for him, either, leaving Punk stewing in frustration. Even Princess Anna, the host of the event, had remained conspicuously silent. Ronald smirked at the thought. It was clear what kind of game was being played at that banquet. But none of it concerned him. He preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. The longer you keep your nose out of other people's business, the longer you live. At least, that had been his plan. Trouble, however, had a way of finding him. A few days later, another letter from Princess Anna arrived. This time, it was an invitation to a farewell banquet, a send-off for Kalen. The event was set for the following night, and the letter emphasized that Ronald's presence was mandatory. It wasn't just him, either. Several other young talents who had missed the first banquet for various reasons were also personally summoned. As if that weren't enough, Renji Creston later cornered Ronald, looking grim. Do the Mimbo Republic proud, the Renji grumbled, patting Ronald on the shoulder with a sigh. Ronald could only smile helplessly. Looks like I'm stuck. Punk was out of his depth, and now the pressure was on Ronald to salvage the situation. Renji Creston clearly had little faith in Punk, pinning his hopes on Ronald simply because he was literate. Let's just leave it to fate, Ronald muttered, holding his book with a bemused expression as the general left with another long sigh. Still, the banquet could be useful. It was the perfect chance to meet Kalen in person. The night of the banquet came quickly. Under Punk's resentful gaze, Ronald slipped into a black tuxedo and headed toward Bu Palace. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the bustling streets of the capital of Mimbo Republic, 3 uninvited guests arrived. They walked with steady steps, oblivious to the bustling traffic and noisy streets around them. The trio's expressions were cold, their presence radiating a quiet menace that kept others at a distance. Shilnark, is it really here? Phaeton asked, his skullprint cloak draped over him, hiding all but his intense gaze. As he spoke, a fast-moving carriage rumbled toward them, its driver yelling arrogantly. Out of the way if you don't want to die, the man shouted. Recognizing the noble family's insignia on the carriage, pedestrians quickly cleared the road. But Phaeton and the others made no effort to move. Seeing this, the coachman sneered and drove straight toward them. Yeah, the book's supposed to be with a family called Creston, Shulnark said casually, as if the carriage speeding toward them didn't exist. Good, Phaeton muttered, his hand slipping out of his cloak. His 4 fingers were pressed together, with his thumb tucked against his palm. Swish! The coachman's triumphant smirk froze on his face as the world tilted violently. In the next instant, everything went dark. His last thought was confusion. Whose headless body is that? Then, nothing. The horse whinnied in terror, bucking wildly without its driver. People screamed as they fled, panic spreading like wildfire through the streets. Yet, by the time anyone realized what had happened, Phaeton and the others were gone, their presence reduced to a faint memory amidst the chaos. You could have just told me you wanted the book, Shulnark offered with a shrug. I would have fetched it for you. Phaeton shot him a glare. I have to take it myself. It's the only way I'll feel satisfied. TCH, it's just a book. You're way too serious, Finks muttered, rolling his eyes. Phaeton smirked beneath his cloak. Say that again, and I'll toss your Egyptian pharaoh costume into a ditch. Finks shrugged, unfazed. Go ahead. I'll just buy another one. Now, where's Creston's place again? In the northeast corner of the city, Shulnark replied. Not too far, but I heard the family heir is attending a banquet at one of the central palaces nearby. Phaeton's grin widened beneath his cloak. Perfect. Bia Palace was an opulent hotel chain that stretched across the world, much like the grand hotels of Meteor City or Heaven's Arena. However, the Bia Palace here in the imperial capital held a unique prestige. Rumor had it that the royal family of the Mimbo Republic. When Ronald entered, his first thought was simple, glorious. This wasn't just any luxury venue, it was the embodiment of indulgence. Every detail, every decoration, seemed to hum with old money and aristocracy. Under the guidance of a waiter, Ronald made his way to his seat. Scanning the room, he noticed many people his age already gathered. Their smiles seemed forced, as though they were relieved that the worst was over. Looks like that guy Kalen left quite the impression on them last time, Ronald thought with a smirk. As various guests tried to engage him in small talk, Ronald gave them minimal attention. He wasn't here to make friends, least of all with Baker's crowd. Then, the reason everyone was here finally made her entrance the jewel of the Mimbo Republic, Princess Anna. Her beauty was undeniable, a perfect blend of angelic grace and aristocratic poise. Yet, she doesn't hold a candle to Shizuku. Even compared to Kurapika's ethereal elegance, she fell short. Ronald studied the princess as she moved with the fluidity of a swan. The dazzling ice blue gem on her chest, the famed ice pearl of the eternal night galaxy, was easily the most captivating thing about her. Her figure was graceful, but in Ronald's mind, her allure didn't measure up to the playful charm of Shizuku. He drained his glass of fruit wine, finding himself more intrigued by the gem than the woman wearing it. From a nearby seat, murmurs rippled through the room. One of the 7 beauties of the world. The ice pearl of the eternal night galaxy. Wait. Didn't Princess Anna reject it last time? How could she be wearing it now? She accepted it? No way. Ronald perked up, listening to the excited chatter. It seemed the necklace had sparked quite a stir. From what he overheard, the ice pearl of the eternal night galaxy was crafted from liquid titanium, or one of the 7 beauties of the world. This rare gem was priceless, and only a handful of jewel hunters had ever laid eyes on it. Apparently, Kalen, the son of High Standing from the V5, had tried to present the ice pearl to Princess Anna during a previous encounter. She had initially rejected him, hesitant, though visibly moved. Yet now, here she was, wearing the very same gem. So, she finally gave in, huh? Ronald chuckled quietly to himself as he glanced around. A wave of despair washed over the faces of several young nobles in the room. Looks like Kalen won this round. He pieced the situation together easily. According to what he had learned at the reception banquet, Kalen had been courting Princess Anna for some time. The princess had initially invited a few prominent figures to challenge Kalen's advances, hoping one of them would outshine him. But it seems even Anna didn't expect the crowd to be this useless. In the days that followed, it must have become clear that Kalen wasn't just persistent, he was also the better option. And with the Mimbo Republic backing his success, Anna eventually accepted his gift. The first step is always the hardest. Once the princess accepts one gesture, more will follow. Ronald watched the faint smile playing on Anna's lips as she glided through the room. With a subtle application of Nen, he scanned her thoughts, confirming what he suspected. Princess Anna's acceptance of Kalen's gift was just the beginning. The Turun Kingdom had made its choice. Ronald gave a small shrug. Not my problem. He returned his attention to the gem on her chest. The ice pearl was mesmerizing, not just for its beauty but also for the story behind it. The 7 beauties of the world each represented a distinct color: red, gold, white, green, black, blue, and purple. Each beauty was unique in nature, ranging from rare crystals to living plants. This blue gem, forged from liquid titanium ore, was especially rare. The only known instance of liquid titanium ore had been mined in ancient times. When exposed to cooler temperatures, the ore solidified, becoming highly unstable and prone to deterioration. Only a single piece of the ore had been successfully preserved throughout history. Known for its translucent blue color and faint icy glow, it had become a legend in the world of gem hunters. Many years ago, a queen used a fragment of the ore to create the ice pearl. No one knew exactly how many pearls were forged, but the rarity of the raw material meant that even one was priceless. Bisky had mentioned the ice pearl to Ronnel once. She had spotted one at an underground barter yard during a hunt for rare jewels. A veteran stone hunter had tried to trade it for something Bisky carried at the time, a green water glass, another of the 7 beauties of the world. The green water glass was a nearly extinct vine that thrived on dormant volcanic slopes. Due to its absorption of sulfur compounds, the plant lost its natural pigments, becoming translucent with a dark green sheen, almost like glass. That's why it's called green, Ronnel mused, recalling Bisky's words. Even among hunters, obtaining one of the 7 beauties was considered a lifetime achievement, something akin to a gourmet hunter completing their life menu. For Stone Hunter, the ice pearl was an ultimate goal, a treasure to pursue no matter the cost. Ronnel exhaled softly, his gaze lingering on the ice pearl one last time. Well, good luck to them, he thought, reclining in his seat. The politics of the Mimbo Republic and the drama surrounding Kaelin and Princess Anna weren't Ronnel's concern. He was just here to observe, drink a little, and enjoy the spectacle. After all, he had bigger things to worry about. What's with all this stuff? Finks picked up a strange werewolf mask and jammed it on his face. Huh, it actually fits. Nearby, Shulnark casually kicked away a staff member whose neck had been snapped. He glanced over the event's schedule lying on a nearby table. It looks like these costumes are part of some masquerade event planned for later. While Shulnark browsed the schedule, Phaeton stood impatiently at the door. This isn't the banquet hall. Let's find the right spot. Wait, Phaeton. Finks called out, holding up a pharaoh mask. Check this out. It's kinda cool, don't you think? Phaeton shot Finks a withering glance, clearly unimpressed. Phaeton, hold on, Shulnark urged, trying to prevent his teammate from making any rash moves. Outside are high-ranking officials from the V5 countries. If we burst in unprepared, it'll get messy. Are you scared? Phaeton taunted, his voice low and menacing. Shulnark smirked. If I were scared, I wouldn't be here. He shook the schedule in his hand. I've got a plan, something that'll let Finks have his fun and help us achieve our goal. Plus, he grinned mischievously. There are supposed to be several of the 7 beauties here. And we're thieves, after all. Phaeton gave him a look. Robbery would be easier. Maybe, Shulnark admitted with a shrug, but trying something new could be interesting. Fine. You handle the details. Inside the banquet hall. The banquet hall was filled with luxurious delicacies, all spread across a long buffet table in traditional Western style. Every type of fruit, wine, and pastry imaginable was on display. Even symbols of wealth like crystal radishes and electric bananas adorned the table. Amidst the chatter of guests and the clinking of wine glasses, the atmosphere reached a lively crescendo. Distinguished guests. The host, smiling warmly, stepped onto the stage, drawing everyone's attention. To celebrate Princess Anna, we've prepared a special event. With a clap of his hands, the doors opened, and staff in bizarre masks and costumes wheeled in several carts. The carts carried racks of masks and costume pieces, arranged neatly for the guests. The young attendees looked at the strange masks with curious expressions. Tonight's event is themed around knights, the host announced dramatically. The rules are simple, each guest will choose a mask and costume that best suits them. Once masked, we'll play several mini-games designed to reveal the true character of a knight. The host smiled as the crowd murmured in excitement. And the guest who displays the greatest knightly spirit will have the honor of dancing with Princess Anna herself. A wave of excitement rippled through the hall. Ronnel noticed the subtle glint in Princess Anna's eyes, and a frown tugged at his lips. Under the masks, no one will know your true identity, the host added cheerfully. Feel free to express yourself to the fullest. As soon as the host finished, the once polite chatter turned into something far more competitive. Ronnel could see it clearly. Many of the attendees had been resentful of Kaelin's privileged status. Now, with masks to conceal them, they were eager to let loose. Even Princess Anna, it seemed, was hoping to see if the younger generation of Mimbo Republic's elite were truly fools beneath their polished exteriors. Ronnel sighed. Knights, he thought to himself. Sorry, but these guys don't deserve that name. As he reflected on the situation, a servant approached and gestured politely for him to follow. This way, sir, the servant said, leading him toward a private dressing room. No one knew what Ronnel would choose to wear, not even him. The other guests were ushered out by waiters, one after the other. Outside, in a hidden corner. Perfect. Just as expected. Now, let's move. The 2 figures slipped into place behind 2 young men whose stature matched theirs. Shulnark, holding a red, retro-style flip phone, pulled out the antenna with a smirk. The game is about to begin. Inside the room, Ronnel glanced around at the costumes and masks arranged before him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he grabbed a fluffy, brown teddy bear suit and slipped it on along with the matching mask. It seemed to be a mascot from a popular cartoon series circulating across the 6 continents. Once fully dressed, Ronnel stepped out of the room and was greeted by an unusual sight, an assembly of individuals in a chaotic array of costumes. Some wore outfits reminiscent of assassins from Assassin's Creed, others donned bulky armor resembling characters from Overwatch. A handful looked like Special Forces operatives straight out of Crossfire. Despite the cool and edgy vibe they exuded, Ronnel couldn't help but shake his head at their questionable fashion sense. They really went all out with the style, but it's a mess. As he stood observing the bizarre assembly, the others noticed him too, alone, oversized teddy bear standing awkwardly among them. Their masked stares radiated thinly veiled contempt. Whose son is this, showing up in such ridiculous attire? No taste whatsoever. Ronnel, unfazed by their reactions, casually glanced around the room until two particular costumes caught his attention. His easygoing demeanor shifted slightly into one of focus. One of them, a short man dressed as the Candy Bandit, piqued his interest. The Candy Bandit was the villain of The Taste of Candy and Pain, a best-selling book. Although a villain, the character had become even more popular than the book's protagonist. Ronnel recalled that Baker was an avid fan of the novel. A first-edition copy of it took pride of place on Baker's bookshelf. The other figure wore an Egyptian-inspired cloak, with an Anubis mask covering his face. The height difference between the two characters made their pairing all the more noticeable. The short man, if Ronnel remembered correctly, was Griffin. Due to stunted growth since childhood, Griffin was shorter than most of his peers, making him easy to recognize even under a mask. Ronnel remembered Griffin as someone with friendly ties to Baker. Despite that connection, Griffin never trained in Nen and had no noteworthy abilities. Nothing about Griffin stood out until now. A creeping sense of unease settled over Ronnel, one honed by years of instinctual survival and his encounters with dangerous individuals like Tonpa. Something about Griffin and the tall, masked figure beside him felt off. This party is about to get interesting, Ronnel thought, his lips curving into a faint smile. I love fishing in troubled waters. At that moment, a waiter in a foreman's uniform approached them with a polite bow. All knights, please follow me, the waiter said. The young men exchanged glances, displeased with the waiter's casual tone, but none dared show open disrespect. After all, this was Princess Anna's event. Grumbling inwardly, they followed the waiter. Ronnel, however, noticed something strange about the waiter's demeanor. His movements were stiff, almost mechanical. Curious, Ronnel activated his Nen and focused on the waiter's face. There was nothing. Not a flicker of emotion or thought behind that smile. It's blank. This absence was unusual. Even when people faked expressions, there was always some trace of emotion behind them. But this waiter's smile gave away nothing. Ronnel's gaze drifted lower. A glint of red at the waiter's ankle caught his eye, a tiny antenna, concealed beneath the folds of the uniform. Bingo. Whoever was controlling the waiter was skilled. This was no amateur job. These people know what they're doing. And the fact that they dared to pull this off in a V5 country meant they were either incredibly bold or utterly reckless. Ronnel's steps faltered as realization dawned on him. His gaze darted between the antenna at the waiter's ankle and the oddly dressed pair in the crowd. Griffin, the Candy Bandit, and that guy dressed as a pharaoh, this all feels too familiar. And then it hit him. The Candy Bandit, wasn't that Phaeton? The man in the pharaoh outfit? No doubt about it, it had to be Finks. And the emitter controlling the waiter? Ronnel didn't need to guess. That could only be Shilnark. This is the Phantom Troop's work. Despite knowing their dangerous nature, Ronnel couldn't help but feel amused. So what are they planning this time? Ronnel mused, deciding it would be best to observe quietly from the middle of the group. Led by the waiter, the group entered a grand hall where all the banquet tables had been cleared to make way for an assortment of strange props. All right, dear guests, the host greeted them warmly, his smile wide and inviting. Princess Anna and Kaylin stood beside him, also smiling graciously. Since everyone has changed into their costumes, I hereby announce that tonight's game shall officially begin. Bang! A gunshot echoed through the hall, synchronized perfectly with the host's final word. As the guests stood frozen in shock, a crimson hole blossomed in the host's chest. His mouth quivered open weakly, and before his signature smile could fully fade, he crumpled to the ground. Princess Anna and Kaylin watched, their faces pale and stunned. A high-pitched scream tore through the banquet hall, sharp enough to rattle nerves, its piercing intensity making everyone wince. Boom! Another gunshot cracked through the tension like glass shattering. Guests stiffened, their fear palpable as they jerked their heads toward the entrance, where the shot had come from. A figure stood in the doorway, a familiar face, eyes vacant, holding a submachine gun. Marion, are you out of your mind? Someone yelled in disbelief, recognizing the former head waiter. The only response was the deafening bark of another gunshot. Boom! The bullet slammed into the wall, sending shivers down the spines of everyone in the room. Fear clamped down on the crowd like a vice, silencing even the boldest among them. From outside the hall, the sound of hurried footsteps grew louder. The bodyguards, left waiting at the entrance by the aristocrats, were rushing in. It was, after all, a high-profile event hosted by the V5-affiliated Mimbo Republic at the luxurious Bia Palace. But who could have imagined such brazen violence here? Who in their right mind would risk their life pulling a stunt like this at a gathering of nobles? The guards skidded to a halt outside the door, faces grim. Don't come in here, a voice shrieked from inside the hall. The guards exchanged wary glances, their expressions darkening. The truth was obvious, the sons and daughters of the elite were being held hostage. With no other choice, the guards pulled out their phones and began making frantic calls. Half a minute earlier, inside the banquet hall, a glimmer of hope flickered in the guests' minds. No matter how dangerous Marion was, he was only one man with a gun. Once the guards got inside, this would be over. A few nobles even allowed brief, relieved smiles to surface. But their relief was short-lived. Keep those idiots out of here. A low, threatening voice rippled through the air. In the next instant, two figures sprang from the crowd, moving with lethal precision toward the raised platform where Princess Anna stood. Not good. Kaylin's expression hardened in an instant. He acted without hesitation. His body surged with aura, and with a powerful burst of Nen, he launched himself toward the first assailant, a man in a pharaoh-like robe. The man smirked and twisted his arms with an effortless, fluid motion. Back to the days. Boom! Their fists collided in a brutal clash. Crack! Kalen's face twisted in agony as the sharp sound of bone shattering echoed through the hall. His body flew through the air like a rag doll and crashed into the wall, slumping to the ground, his fate uncertain. Behind the pharaoh-dressed man, another assailant emerged, a smaller figure holding what looked like a sword concealed within an umbrella. With a swift motion, the blade was unsheathed and pressed against Princess Anna's pale neck. If you scream, the figure whispered coldly, I'll slit your throat. The princess clapped both hands over her mouth, her body trembling uncontrollably as tears welled in her eyes. She didn't dare breathe too loudly. Hey, not bad. The man in the pharaoh outfit Finks grinned, cracking his knuckles. But if you value your lives, you'll tell those bodyguards outside to stay away, he ordered, looking down at the trembling crowd of nobles. With a flick of his wrist, the umbrella sword in Feden's hand inched closer to Anna's neck. Marion, still gripping the submachine gun, aimed it at the nearest noble, eyes devoid of emotion. So, don't let them come in. The nobles scrambled to comply, their fear overriding all sense of dignity. Don't come in here, they shouted, desperate and terrified. Logic returned in a flash. If these masked criminals were bold enough to assault a V5 gathering, they weren't ordinary thugs. The sheer recklessness of their actions hinted at both power and madness. These weren't men to be trifled with. They wouldn't hesitate to kill. The nobles shrank further into themselves, their pride discarded in favor of self-preservation. Though their faces were pale, their minds worked furiously. There is still so much left to enjoy in life. Why throw it away here? Princess Anna looked down at them from the platform, her eyes brimming with despair. She had always known the selfishness of the aristocracy, but experiencing it firsthand felt like a dagger to the heart. Just as hopelessness began to consume her, Finks's phone buzzed in his pocket. Beep, beep, click. Hello. Finks answered casually, the phone pressed to his ear. All clear on my end, a voice on the other line reported it was Shilnark. The palace guards are taken care of. Only the bodyguards brought by the nobles are left. Finks gave a satisfied nod. Good work. He turned to the rest of the room, a smirk tugging at his lips. Things were going exactly as planned. Following their plan, Feden and Finks slipped into the masquerade party in plain clothes, blending seamlessly into the crowd. Their goal, to kidnap Princess Anna, claim the Ice Pearl, one of the 7 beauties of the world, and track down the owner of the rare book and Pain, the heir to the Creston family fortune. Meanwhile, Shilnark was outside, tasked with dealing with the security forces and clearing the way for Feden and the others. The Bu Palace had formidable guards, as expected, but against the Phantom Troop survivors of carnage and bloodshed these guards were no threat. Shilnark alone was more than enough to handle them. After confirming things with Shilnark over the phone, Finks gave a nod to Feden and ended the call. All right, Finks stepped forward, looking down at the gathering of nobles. Who's the heir to the Creston family? His eyes scanned the crowd, carefully observing their reactions. For a moment, the nobles froze. Then, collectively, they exhaled in relief. It wasn't them the intruders had come for. With nervous glances, they looked toward Punk and Baker, silently urging them to step forward. They're probably here because of you? Just get this over with already. Hidden in the crowd, Ronald, known by most as Baker, raised an eyebrow. They're after the Creston family? The troop wouldn't stir up this kind of trouble unless they wanted something. Ronald's gaze shifted to Feden, dressed like a thief from a children's nightmare, and a realization crept over him. Of course. They're here for the Ice Pearl. Suddenly, Fink's voice rang out through the hall. Found you. He darted down from the platform toward a man dressed like an ancient Roman gladiator. The rattling of plastic armor gave away the man's growing fear. Seeing Finks rushing toward him, the man tried to run, but it was too late. Finks grabbed him by the back of the neck, lifted him effortlessly, and ripped off his mask. The terrified face of Punk Creston was revealed to the crowd. He's Punk Creston, someone whispered from the shadows, causing Punk to tremble even more. Fink's grin widened beneath his mask. Perfect. You'll be doing us a little favor. He shot a glance toward Feden, who nodded in return. Without hesitation, Feden tore the Ice Pearl of the Eternal Night Galaxy from Princess Anna's neck. Although it wasn't made from liquid titanium like true ice pearls, the necklace was still an exquisite treasure, yet Feden discarded it like trash, holding only the ice blue gem between his fingers. You got lucky, princess, Feden sneered, shoving Anna aside without a second glance. With the gem secured, Finks turned back to Punk and grabbed him by the arm, ready to leave. But sensing what was coming, Punk began to struggle frantically. No, please, don't take me. I don't know anything. I'm useless. You should talk to my brother, he knows way more than I do. He even likes reading weird books. He's the one you want. Finks and Feden both paused. Your brother, huh? Finks tilted his head. Loves reading, you say? Punk, seeing a glimmer of hope, nodded furiously. Yes, he has a whole collection, rare books and everything. If anyone knows what you're looking for, it's him. Desperation made him shameless, and he didn't hesitate to sell out his own brother. Finks sneered. So, where's this bookworm of yours hiding? He looked around the crowd, scanning their faces. Take off all your masks, he barked. Panic swept through the room as the nobles fumbled to remove their disguises. One by one, fearful faces were revealed. Disgusted glares shot in Punk's direction. This coward betrayed his own brother. What a disgrace to the Creston name. If he'd just gone quietly, none of us would be in danger right now. The room buzzed with unspoken curses aimed at Punk, though no one dared say anything aloud. Among the sea of exposed faces, one figure stood out, a person still wearing a brown teddy bear mask. So, it's you, Finks said, his eyes locking onto Ronnel. Ronnel scratched the inside of his mask lazily, as if unaffected by the attention. You're not gonna make this easy, are you? Finks chuckled, tossing Punk aside like a rag doll. Punk crashed against the wall with a dull thud and crumpled to the floor, ignored by everyone. Finks cracked his knuckles and took a step toward Ronnel. The crowd parted instantly, leaving Ronnel standing alone in the center of the room. Ronnel glanced around, sizing up his options. Then, without warning, swish, he sprang into action, knocking aside a controlled Marion who had a gun in hand, and bolted for the exit. The sudden movement stunned everyone. Even Finks froze for a moment before a grin spread across his face. So, you want to play cat and mouse? He called out after him. I'll play along. With that, he gave chase, leaping after Ronnel in a blur of motion. Phaeton followed silently, hot on Finks' heels. Marion, the unfortunate guard, lay sprawled on the floor, forgotten. The nobles, now free from the immediate threat, collapsed where they stood, overwhelmed by relief. One by one, they sank to the ground, trembling from the terror that had only just passed. Hearing the commotion outside, the nobleman immediately yelled for his bodyguards to rush in and protect him. One of the bodyguards, who had been standing anxiously at the door, saw three strange figures emerge from the palace halls. Startled, he instinctively made a move to follow, but his young master's urgent call from inside stopped him in his tracks. In the end, the incident was reported as a terrorist attack staged by thieves after Princess Anna's precious gems. Amid the chaos, Punk and Kalen were dragged from where they had been embedded in the walls, both looking worse for wear. Kalen's arm was broken, and a long recovery lay ahead for him. As for Punk, Finks' casual strike had inflicted far worse damage since Punk lacked any inability to shield himself. His lower body was devastated, leaving him confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, Princess Anna lost 7 of her prized treasures, and 2 nobles were slain by Phaeton and Finks after attempting to disguise themselves and escape. Baker Creston, currently fleeing from the criminals, had vanished without a trace. Though much of the disaster was averted, the guards of Bu Palace who were slaughtered by Shulnark were left forgotten. If any had survived, they would have faced the fury of terrified nobles eager to assign blame for the palace's weak defenses. Once the immediate danger had passed, the nobles shifted their ire toward Punk, who was carried out by medics. His reputation was now in tatters among the aristocrats. But while they looked at him with contempt, they regarded Baker with reverence. In their eyes, Baker had selflessly put himself at risk to draw away the dangerous criminals. To them, this was the epitome of noble valor. God help him, they murmured in prayer. Let him escape from those men. Though they knew the odds were grim, the thought soothed their guilty consciences. Baker, however, now going by Ronnel, was still running. Behind him, Phaeton and Finks tore away their cumbersome disguises as they pursued him. They moved at a relentless pace, fast enough to stay close but just short of catching him. Ronnel glanced back, catching their familiar faces. So it really is them, he thought, feeling a strange mixture of excitement and unease. It had been a while since he'd seen them in person. But before he could fully process the moment, another figure joined the pursuit. Shulnark. Ronnel muttered. From behind, Shulnark called out, wasting no time with small talk. What's going on? Nothing much. Thought I was chasing a rat, but turns out it's more interesting prey, Finks said with a grin, his eyes gleaming as he looked ahead at Ronnel. Even from this distance, Finks could tell Ronnel was far from ordinary. His fluid, measured movements stood out from the clumsy scrambling of nobles and guards. The way Ronnel stayed just ahead, effortlessly drawing them forward, told the Phantom Troop members all they needed to know. He was toying with them. But underestimating the Phantom Troop was never wise. Boring. Phaeton muttered, his expression cold and empty as he suddenly surged forward, closing the gap between him and Ronnel. Finks and Shulnark exchanged looks before speeding up as well. Ronnel, noticing their acceleration, chuckled under his breath. Finally getting serious, huh? His smirk widened as he veered toward the rooftops. He landed gracefully atop a tall building and stopped. Within seconds, Phaeton joined him, his expression unreadable. Finks and Shulnark arrived moments later, fanning out across the roof. Phaeton slid his hands into his pockets, giving Ronnel a flat stare. Why'd you stop running? Ronnel didn't answer immediately. Instead, he reached up to remove his mask. Your speed isn't bad. Wanna see how good you really are? Finks asked, cracking his knuckles with a dangerous grin. Shulnark remained silent, watching the exchange carefully in case things took an unexpected turn. With a small sigh, Ronnel pulled off his mask. As it came away, he greeted them with a smirk. Long time no see, Shulnark. The sight of Ronnel's face stunned Shulnark. Ronnel? What the hell are you doing here? Ronnel. Finks echoed, rolling the name on his tongue, as though it sounded both familiar and strange. That name. I've heard it before, Phaeton muttered, narrowing his eyes. Where? That's the guy Maki and the others mentioned, Finks said, recognition dawning on him. He's the one who's really good at disposing of bodies. I remember seeing him win the Battle Olympia in Heaven's Arena. Guess he wasn't just some weakling. Shulnark nodded slowly, still processing the encounter. Yeah, he's the one the boss recruited a year ago, from back when we last scouted the arena. Finks grinned. So that's him? I've heard stories, but I didn't think we'd run into you like this. Ronnel gave them a nonchalant shrug. What can I say? Life's full of surprises. Fieden tilted his head slightly, his expression unreadable. Surprises don't last long. Ronald chuckled. Good thing I like living dangerously. Finks seemed in high spirits, chatting without a care. As an enhancer, he wasn't exactly dim-wit, but overthinking had never been his style. If the leader trusted someone enough to recruit them, that was all Finks needed to know. Besides, he reasoned, this guy's been with us for 2 years now without stirring up any trouble. And Maki's instincts didn't raise any alarms, so it's fine. With that comforting thought, Finks let his initial hostility melt away. Fieden, however. You're the new guy. Fieden's narrowed eyes scanned Ronald from head to toe, as if sizing up prey. His hands flexed instinctively, knuckles tightening. A sharp glint flashed across his gaze, his competitive spirit flaring at the thought that this was the one rumored to be faster than him. Ronald stood tall in a black tuxedo that emphasized his lean, upright frame. Doesn't look like much, Fieden muttered dismissively. Huh? Fieden, at it again. Finks teased with a laugh. You're just like last year, running your mouth at the Battle Olympia. Wait, what are you? Shut up, idiot, Fieden snapped without looking. Ignoring the exchange, Shulnark leaned in curiously toward Ronald. Hey, Ronald, what brings you here? Weren't you supposed to be the heir to the Creston family or something? Ronald gave an easy smile, slipping effortlessly into his usual persona. Heir to the Crestons? Me? Nah, I grew up on the streets of Meteor City. There's no way I'm tied to a family like that. But since we're all here anyway, mind telling me what you're after? He spoke with such relaxed confidence that Shulnark didn't catch a single crack in the story. Huh, weird coincidence, Shulnark mused. We're after the Crestons too, but mostly for that ice pearl. At that, Fieden reached into his pocket and produced a shimmering blue orb, letting it glint briefly in the dim light. This thing. Yeah, that's the one, Ronald replied smoothly. To be honest, it's the reason I showed up tonight. Fieden scoffed, tucking the pearl back into his pocket. Too bad. You're late. Shame, Ronald sighed, but his expression didn't falter. By the way, you guys are after something specific from the Creston family, right? I might have picked up a thing or two during my little infiltration. Want to exchange info? Finks, always the straightforward one, brightened at the offer. Really? That'd save us a lot of trouble. We're actually here for Finks. Fieden cut him off with a sharp glance. His eyes remained on Ronald, suspicion lingering. Ronald smiled knowingly. Let me guess, you're looking for that rare book, Candy, and the Taste of Pain. I noticed Fieden's outfit, it matches the description of a thief who's been after it. Fieden's gaze darkened. And you just happened to see that book at the Creston estate. Yep. Saw it with my own eyes, Ronald said casually. If you let me tag along, we could grab it together. But if I get to it first, well, let's just say I won't be handing it over for free. Fieden stopped mid-step, turning sharply toward Ronald. His voice was cold, laced with the promise of violence. Are you provoking me, BD? Hey, calm down, Fieden. Finks and Shulnark darted between the two, trying to de-escalate the rising tension. Don't forget the troops' rules, Shulnark reminded. We settle disagreements with the coin, not fists. This isn't just a disagreement, Ronald said with a grin. It's a contest. I'll make you a deal. If I get the book before you, I keep it. If you get it first, you hold it. Fair, Fieden sneered. And if the book conveniently disappears, or falls into the river, perhaps, then you'll just have to catch me before that happens. Ronald's tone was playful, but his eyes gleamed with challenge. Fieden's fingers brushed over the hilt of his hidden umbrella sword. Fine. Let's settle this with strength. Perfect. Ronald rolled his wrists, a grin spreading across his face. Loser fetches the book for the winner. Before Shulnark could protest further, Finks pulled him back with a knowing look. Let them go. This fight was bound to happen sooner or later. But Shulnark began, only to be silenced by Finks' firm grip. The clouds thickened overhead, blotting out the moonlight. Finks' expression darkened with the shifting shadows. Even if they used the coin, this would have ended in a fight anyway. You know how Fieden is, and Ronald? He's no different. A pair of lunatics, those two. With their personalities, if they meet without working things out, something's bound to give. It's only a matter of time. Finks sighed. If it goes off the rails, and we just stand by watching, well, that's fine too. As he spoke, Finks couldn't help but recall the Battle Olympia he'd attended with Fieden last year. Before Ronald joined the Phantom Troop, Fieden's speed had always been unmatched. No one could touch him. But then Ronald stepped into the spotlight. That day, he demonstrated a speed so fierce it couldn't be ignored. Fieden hadn't said anything at the time, but Finks knew Fieden had taken it personally. For someone like Fieden, who took pride in being the fastest, there was no way he'd accept being outdone. From the moment they parted ways after the festival, Fieden had trained relentlessly, pushing himself harder and faster than ever before. Now, this fight with Ronald? Finks knew it was exactly what Fieden had been waiting for. Plip. A raindrop hit the ground, creating a tiny ripple. Plap, plap. Heavy droplets soon followed, cascading from the darkened sky and drumming on the rooftop. But the four figures standing there, Ronald, Fieden, Finks, and Shulnark, remained unfazed. Not a single blink. They stood silent and unmoving under the downpour, the tension between them building, like an invisible coil winding tighter and tighter, until, crack, a jagged bolt of lightning split the sky, casting blue-black light over their faces. Whoosh, splash. In an instant, the fight erupted. Ronald and Phaeton moved simultaneously, bodies flickering through the rain, feet splashing against the soaked roof. Finks and Shilnark stood on high alert, bracing themselves for what was to come. Boom! Thunder roared overhead, the storm growing fiercer. The chaotic sounds of combat were swallowed by the crashing rain. But by the door of the Creston estate, 3 figures stood quietly in the dark, unnoticed. After lingering a moment, they slipped away without raising suspicion. Not even the Creston family's servants noticed the missing book vanished from the most prominent spot on Baker's bookshelf. At the corner of a street, Shilnark stood silently, watching Finks and Phaeton disappear into the rain. His eyes narrowed, deep in thought. After a moment, he reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone, dialing a number. Beep, beep, click. The line connected, and a soft, calm voice answered. Shilnark. What happened? It's the leader, Shilnark said flatly. Phaeton and Ronald crossed paths tonight. They fought. Finks and I were there. The rain eased, turning into a light drizzle. And, came Krolo's unhurried response. Phaeton lost? The rain stopped entirely, leaving only the stillness of the night. Moonlight spilled over Shilnark's figure, making his blonde hair gleam with an almost ethereal glow. Shilnark tilted his head, gazing at the moon. His voice softened. And he lost completely. Complete defeat. Despite holding back their ultimate abilities, Phaeton's Painpacker, Rising Sun, and Ronald's Corpse Poison, the outcome was clear. They fought purely on the fundamentals, strength, speed, technique, and weapon skill. And Phaeton lost at every turn. Though Phaeton's raw power ranked 5th in the troop, just below Yuvajin, Finks, Franklin, and Hisoka, it wasn't enough against Ronald. When it came to speed, his supposed specialty, Phaeton had trained tirelessly, but even that wasn't enough. Ronald was still faster. Phaeton's fighting style, honed through years of killing, couldn't match the refined techniques Ronald had learned from 2 top disciplines, Shinjin-Ryu and Subai. In every clash, Phaeton's raw brutality was outclassed by Ronald's precision. Even in weapon combat, Phaeton's umbrella sword couldn't hold up against the Nen-forged blade of Subai. This was why Shilnark had said Phaeton lost completely. Even Phaeton lost. Krolo's voice drifted over the line, contemplative. I see. It's time to gather the troop. We'll meet soon to discuss this in person. When, leader? Shilnark asked. End of August. I'll notify everyone. Meanwhile, at a small hotel, the ice pearls of the Eternal Night Galaxy, Ronald admired the flawless gem in his hand. Its smooth, iridescent surface gleamed under the dim light. With a faint smile, he tucked it into his space backpack. If Bisky knew about this, she'd be overjoyed, he murmured to himself. Stretching out lazily on the bed, Ronald stared at the ceiling, replaying the fight with Phaeton in his mind. Pity, he sighed softly. If it had been anyone else besides Phaeton, Finks, and Shilnark, he would have killed them on the spot. The thought stirred a familiar itch, a desire to loot their corpses. With Phaeton alone, it would have been an easy kill. But with 2 opponents, things would have gotten tricky. And with 3, it was enough to make even Ronald second-guess himself. Still, Phaeton's Rising Sun, Finks' Ripper Cyclotron, and Shilnark's Autopilot mode each was dangerous in its own right. If it had been any other trio, Ronald might have risked injuries just to ensure they stayed down. But this particular group? He knew better than to push his luck tonight. If Ronald really intended to kill them, Phaeton would have to be the first one to fall. Phaeton's Nen was no joke, it burned like the surface of the sun. If he fought with full force, Ronald would be lucky to escape without third-degree burns. His skin would likely be scorched off in the process. And even if Phaeton were somehow defeated, Shilnark and Finks would shift immediately into battle mode. Ronald wasn't sure how many times Finks could unleash his deadly Ripper Cyclotron, but once Finks committed to the kill, his strength was terrifying, especially if he swung without restraint. And Shilnark? His carefree demeanor belied the terrifying potential of his ability. He used to joke about how his power gave him no real sense of accomplishment. Ronald sighed. These 3 were not to be trifled with. He could only curse his luck. The deadliest members of the Phantom Troop had gathered, leaving him no openings. He could only let fate play its hand and accept it with a resigned shrug. After tonight's skirmish, Baker Creston was done for. His name would be as good as erased from the noble circles. That, at least, was some small mercy. Ronald smirked. Out of sight, out of mind. With that thought, he closed his eyes, replaying his recent battle with Phaeton in his mind, trying to learn from it. Suddenly, he snapped awake, eyes alert. There was a faint sound above, a subtle shuffle, almost imperceptible. But with his Nen-enhanced senses, he picked it up within his Nen field. Someone's on the roof. Probably just passing through. Ronald flipped onto his side, ready to return to sleep. Crash! A deafening noise shattered the quiet as a figure burst through the roof, landing with a heavy thud in the room. Ronald rolled off the bed and, without hesitation, dove out the window just as the hotel began to collapse with an earth-shaking rumble. Perched outside, he stared back at the crumbling building, listening to the panicked screams of guests inside. Does this count as sitting quietly at home and disaster falling from the sky? Ronald muttered, his brow twitching in irritation. He scanned the area. The figure who had been walking on the roof earlier was nowhere to be seen. The one who had fallen into the hotel wasn't the same person. And the way they fell, it was way too sudden, like something straight out of a cartoon. He sighed, ready to leave the chaos behind. Trouble seemed to follow him no matter where he went. Before he could slip away, a new figure appeared to his left, silent and casual, but clearly on high alert. It was the man from the roof. The stranger gave Ronnel a once-over but said nothing. just as Ronald turned to leave. Boom! Chunks of debris shot from the ruined hotel. One massive rock flew toward the stranger, while another was hurtling directly at Ronald. Really? Ronald muttered under his breath, his face dark with disbelief. He narrowly dodged the debris just as a massive figure stormed out from the ruins of the hotel. The newcomer had wild, bloodshot eyes that darted between Ronald and the man to his left. His face twisted with fury as he pointed a trembling finger at the stranger. Lester? You bastard? I knew you wouldn't face me alone. You've got backup, don't you? The man's voice boomed with rage. You threw me here with your ability, didn't you? Planning to ambush me? Typical dirty tricks from the Nostrade family scum, all of you. The slender man, apparently named Lester, scowled. Shut up, idiot. I don't need anyone's help to deal with the likes of you. Without another word, Lester launched himself at the angry giant, throwing the first punch. The two clashed violently, locked in a fierce fight. Ronald, meanwhile, raised a curious brow. Nostrade family? Kurapika had mentioned them once. They were the ones who helped him land that bodyguard gig with Light Nostrade, a shady organization, to say the least. Seems like there's more to them than I thought. Ronald mused, filing away the information for later. This might be worth investigating when the time was right. But for now, the guards were starting to swarm the area, drawn by the commotion. Ronald decided it was time to disappear. He slipped into the night without a sound. Better leave before things get messy. Meanwhile, at Heaven's Arena, after meeting Zushi and Wing, Gon, and Killua had finally reached the 200th floor, only to find someone blocking their way. Klalala. Hisoka lounged lazily on the floor, shuffling a deck of cards with unsettling grace. His golden eyes sparkled as he watched the two boys approach. If you don't learn how to use Nen soon, you'll be nothing but meat on someone else's chopping block. Hisoka chuckled softly. Even if you survive the initiation by sheer luck, you'll be halfway crippled. He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping to a playful whisper. So, for my own entertainment, go to Wing. Tell him to unlock your aura nodes. If you can't manage it by morning, well. He licked his lips with a slow, serpentine grin. Don't disappoint me. He. The perverse sound of Hisoka's laughter echoed across the 200th floor, sending shivers down the spine of the receptionist at the counter. She shuddered, visibly unsettled. Elsewhere, Kurapika sat silently, deep in thought. An agency had just rejected his application, dismissing him as a complete outsider. But his luck hadn't run out yet. He had finally found a master who could teach him Nen. In the luxurious villa of the wealthy collector, Badara, Kurapika signed a 50 billion Jenny employment contract, ready to enter a new, dangerous game. As he stood, several men in suits bowed slightly to him. This was only the beginning. Kurapika knew that beyond the door lay treacherous waters filled with both opportunity and peril. In a remote mountain forest, Castro tore apart a lion elephant with a single, precise move using his perfectly honed tiger bite fist. Just wait, Hisoka. In a month, I'll use this technique to personally end your life. The following day, after a phone call with Bisky, Ronald learned she had swapped his identity without warning. Not that he minded, he happily continued his world tour with Shizuka, collecting gems along the way. To be honest, gem hunting was probably the main objective, the rest was just a bonus. Ronald reflected that maybe traveling with Shizuka wasn't ideal after all. Their personalities didn't quite click. After discussing their next steps along Bisky's planned route, they agreed to meet at Heaven's Arena. As for when, well, Bisky's words were frustratingly vague. It could take a couple of months, or maybe half a year. Ronald had no choice but to nod, only for his cheeky master to hang up on him before he could even mention he had secured the ice pearl. With a sigh, he pocketed his phone and wandered into an internet cafe. Using the privileges granted by his hunter's license, he searched for details about cemeteries around the world, especially the more dangerous ones, off limits to outsiders. After reviewing the gathered information, he set off to begin his next adventure. In the hunter world, ancient ruins and forgotten cemeteries reveal glimpses of lost knowledge, offering tantalizing rewards to those who dare explore them. Mining such relics is invaluable to the 6 continents and the V5, and the Hunter Association strongly encourages both their exploration and preservation. Ruins Hunter, in particular, thrive on the thrill of discovery, sharing it with companions and basking in the joy of the treasures they uncover. As a result, Ruins Hunter are as popular as bounty hunters, standing among the most coveted career paths in the Hunter Association. Even Jing Freaks, Gon's elusive father, is a celebrated 2-star Ruins Hunter, recognized as one of the world's top 5 Nen users by Chairman Netero. Ronald, however, hadn't yet chosen a hunter specialization after earning his license. That didn't stop Bisky from taking matters into her own hands. She applied for the Ruins Hunter classification on his behalf. Exploring and identifying relics involves a unique set of skills. Even cemeteries like the Cruz Cemetery, a leftover from the Second World War, can qualify as relics. The cemetery, with its preserved historical artifacts and hints of ancient conflicts, holds great significance to archaeologists and historians alike. But the Cruz Cemetery was no ordinary sight. It teemed with death and resentment so powerful that even seasoned scholars hesitated to enter. However, when Ronald ventured inside, he resolved the problem almost effortlessly. The once oppressive miasma of death lifted, leaving the cemetery safe for further exploration. Bisky wasted no time reporting the feat to the Hunter Association, securing Ronald's promotion to a 1-star hunter. Even the association's top brass were impressed by the young hunter's achievement, eliminating death energy and resentment. Netero murmured as he stroked his pointed beard, reading the report. That's an impressive level of Nen mastery. Send this report to the V5, Netero ordered. Though I imagine they've already heard the news. Understood, Chairman. The bean-faced secretary nodded. He recalled overhearing Sako earlier that morning, muttering excitedly as he made plans to investigate the Mimbo Republic. Recent discoveries there had sparked diplomatic friction with nearby nations, drawing the V5's attention. T/N, Sako Kobayakawa is a double-star problem hunter and a member of the Zodiacs with the codename Horse. But regardless of the V5's interest, Ronald's accomplishment was a victory for the Hunter Association. His ability to cleanse the Cruise Cemetery not only solved a centuries-old problem but also opened the way for further archaeological efforts. This success alone earned him the one-star title. Climbing the ranks in the Hunter Association requires more than raw talent. To achieve one-star status, a hunter must make a significant contribution to the world. For two-star status, they must take on and train an apprentice, ensuring the association gains fresh talent. Three-star hunters are a rarity, requiring both mentorship and world-changing achievements across multiple fields, leaving a mark in history. In truth, Ronald's feat at the Cruise Cemetery was impressive enough to enter the annals of history. The Hunter Association acted swiftly, and before he even reached his next destination, a brand new one-star hunter license was delivered to him. Typically, hunters are required to complete their promotion paperwork in person. But being Bisky's apprentice came with perks. She was well-connected and knew how to pull strings. Ronald's friendship with both Netero and Beans didn't hurt, either. Having those kinds of connections definitely felt like having a VIP backstage pass. Why not enjoy the perks, especially when they brought power, fame, and recognition? With his new license in hand, Ronald set off toward the next graveyard, ready for whatever adventure awaited him. Energy of the Undead was the second Nen ability Ronald developed, and it held immense potential for growth. Its strength lay not just in its toxicity but in its ability to corrupt and spread. Unlike ordinary poisons, the venom from this ability infected everything it touched, contaminating environments and creatures alike. As Ronald honed this ability, he knew he was just beginning to uncover its true potential. If zombies, necromancy, and death energy are combined, Ronald mused, given enough time, he could probably destroy the world. As he wandered through the streets, Ronald's thoughts lingered on how to further develop the corpse poison and dead breath. Unconsciously, he found himself visiting several famous cemeteries, accumulating an astonishing amount of death energy along the way. Meanwhile, the world was abuzz, though not because of conflicts in the Republic of Padokia or the terrorist attack in Mimbo Republic, a V5 nation. The chaos wasn't political this time. Instead, the uproar began when Ronald made a phone call to the Hunter Association, casually reporting his activities. In less than a month, Ronald had cleared 7 notorious cemeteries, stripping them of lingering resentment and malevolent energy. After filing his report, the entire Hunter Association went wild. Even Chairman Netero was left speechless. This guy's efficiency is insane, Netero murmured, twirling his mustache thoughtfully. Surely, such high-intensity cleanups come with hidden dangers? But Netero decided not to pry too deeply. Everyone has their own secrets, after all. As long as it benefited the Hunter Association and the world at large, that was all that mattered. When the Hunter Association passed the news along to the V5 and made the results public, it created a frenzy. Scholars and experts were ecstatic, and opportunistic treasure hunters scrambled to act before others could beat them to the spoils. Forget international disputes and the turmoil in Mimbo Republic, those issues were worlds away. What mattered now was that there were treasures to be found, and people intended to claim their share. V5 had preemptively sealed off these graveyards, but whispers of Ronald's activities still reached certain influential desks. In the hall, an official in uniform tapped his desk thoughtfully. Ronald, huh? He shuffled through reports. During previous expeditions to the Dark Continent, the explorers struggled not only with harsh conditions but also with the overwhelming number of dead creatures. If this guy can clean up corpses that efficiently, maybe we should bring him on board. Elsewhere, in a virtual world similar to Greed Island, K.O. A hunter-styled banner flashed across the sky, declaring the winner. Haha, I won again. You fell for the same trick, you idiot. The victorious man, unshaven and wearing a worn-out turban, gave a loud, boisterous laugh. He looked scruffy, like someone perpetually on the road. This was Jing Freaksgon's unreliable and carefree father. The loser was a bizarre-looking man with an oddly shaped face, like a child's scribble brought to life. Don't get cocky, Jing. Let's go again. Jing waved lazily. Nah, I've played enough. Time to head back. The man Razor narrowed his eyes as Jing stood to leave. There's been a lot of interesting stuff going on back in my world. I want to check it out. Razor crossed his arms but didn't protest. Whatever. This isn't the real world, so have your fun. As Jing prepared to leave, Razor pulled out a card slowly, as if reluctant. When you're free, come back and play again. Jing gave a mischievous grin. Sure thing, Razor. As Jing left, his mind drifted to something he'd recently heard. Ronald, the so-called ruins hunter, had cleared the lingering resentment from 8 cemeteries, including the Cruise Cemetery, in record time. Jing had visited those same places in the past, but the oppressive dead energy had always made him uncomfortable. After a few attempts, he gave up, deeming the effort not worth the poor returns. Guess that guy Ronnel is something else, Jing murmured, intrigued. I wouldn't mind meeting him one day. Meanwhile, back in the game, Razor sat silently in the now empty space, letting out a sigh. I wonder what kind of guy could be interesting enough to catch Jing's attention. Unaware of the growing interest surrounding him, Ronnel had temporarily paused his graveyard expeditions. His focus now was on the upcoming fight between Hisoka and Castro at Heaven's Arena. Castro was a controversial fighter strong enough to sever Hisoka's hands, but ultimately killed by him. Ronnel couldn't afford to let Castro's corpse go to waste. He also remembered that Wing and Zushi were at Heaven's Arena. It had been nearly a year since Ronnel last saw them, and he found himself missing their company. Gon and Killua were probably still training under Wing. In the original timeline, Gon had been badly injured by Giddo's spinning tops, which led to Wing forbidding him from using Nen for 2 months. But since Giddo had already been killed by Ronnel, he wondered if Wing's punishment would change this time. As for Bisky and Shizuku, after exactly 1 month, Ronnel had contacted them to share news about the Ice Pearl, an artifact he'd recently uncovered. Bisky shouted so loudly that Ronnel's ears rang. In the end, the 3 of them agreed to meet in the main hall on the 251st floor of Heaven's Arena. Heaven's Arena. As a world-famous battleground, Heaven's Arena is bustling with fighters and spectators alike. Ronnel strolled through the crowded streets, nostalgia washing over him. At a familiar stall, he picked up 2 crab roe buns made with fringed crab and munched on them as he made his way toward the arena. With the duel between Hisoka and Castro fast approaching, the media had been stirring excitement with endless speculation. The arena's promotional materials advertised the match with the tagline, "The battle closest to the strength of the floor masters." Closest to the floor masters? Ronnel chuckled to himself. That's just to save face for the other masters. In his view, Castro deserved to stand among the best of the floor masters. Hisoka was certainly no pushover, but Castro was on another level entirely. Their duel was scheduled for April 12th, just 3 days away. Ronnel went to find Wing and Zushi, and, as he expected, he ran into Gon and Killua there. Yo, Ronnel? No way, it's really you. Gon's surprise quickly shifted to excitement. Ah, so the important guest Mr. Wing mentioned today was you, Killua said, his hands tucked behind his head, his usual mix of indifference and intrigue clear. Hey there. Ronnel greeted with a grin. Looks like you managed to drag Killua out again, Gon. He glanced at the familiar string wound around Gon's fingers. Some things never change. And from the looks of it, you've both learned how to use Nen impressive. Gon scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Heh, it wasn't easy. Wing smiled at the exchange. It seems you all know each other already, huh? Yep. We met Ronnel during the Hunter exam. Gon chimed. Perfect, that saves me the introductions, Wing said with a warm smile. Ronnel is my friend brother, and Zushi's uncle. Friend. Gon and Killua exclaimed in unison, wide-eyed. Yup, Wing confirmed. Ronnel and I trained under the same master. But Ronnel's talent far surpasses mine, Wing added, his voice self-deprecating. He's always been a step ahead. Ronnel gave him a knowing look. Wing was being too modest, his abilities were nothing to scoff at. Anyone trained by Bisky for any length of time couldn't be weak. Oh, right, Wing said, adjusting his glasses. You've been here for a while, but I bet you don't know Ronnel holds the title of floor master on the top floor of Heaven's Arena. A floor master. Gon and Killua gasped again, their expressions somewhere between awe and disbelief. That's right. Zushi chimed in, practically beaming. Uncle Ronnel fought his way to the top, defeating the previous floor master to claim the title. Zushi's eyes shone with admiration. One day, I'll be a floor master too. Gon and Killua stood in stunned silence, trying to process the information. Ronnel's feats suddenly put Hisoka's reputation into perspective. If someone as strong as Hisoka was only considered close to the strength of the masters, how strong must Ronnel be to have surpassed them all? Oh, by the way, Ronnel said, glancing at Wing, Master will be joining us in 2 days. Wing smiled and nodded. So Bisky's coming? We haven't seen her in a year, this will be nice. Meanwhile, Zushi fidgeted awkwardly, unsure of how to address his mentor's arrival. Should he still call her Master? Master Wing and Ronnel's teacher? Gon asked curiously. Killua's curiosity was also piqued. Anyone capable of training both Wing and Ronnel must be someone extraordinary. Gon thought back to something Ronnel once said during the Hunter exam. My master told me that if I couldn't get my Hunter license, I shouldn't bother coming back to see her. Gon chuckled at the memory. Bisky always reminded him of a cranky old grandpa. Although she promised to arrive in 2 days, both Ronnel and Wing knew better than to rely on Bisky's exact timing. She had a tendency to keep people waiting. Sure enough, when the day of Hisoka and Castro's duel finally arrived, neither Bisky nor Shizuka had shown up. April 12th, the duel begins. The arena was packed, every seat filled with spectators eagerly awaiting the showdown. Ronnel, using his floor master privileges, secured VIP seats for himself and the others. They settled in just as the commentator's voice boomed through the speakers. Today's match is a revenge battle 2 years in the making. The crowd erupted into cheers as 2 figures emerged from opposite ends of the arena. Hisoka, dressed in his signature jester-like outfit, wore a grin full of anticipation. Across from him stood Castro, his stoic expression masking the flicker of excitement in his eyes. The energy in the arena soared as the 2 combatants locked eyes. The audience knew they were about to witness something extraordinary. The crowd roared, filling the arena with deafening shouts. It was chaos, anticipation and tension hung thick in the air. Even girls who'd normally crush on someone as dangerous as Hisoka couldn't help but swoon over Castro, a far more elegant presence with his silver hair and sharp features. The two men stood on the grand stage of Heaven's arena, their faces emotionless as the announcer began listing their achievements. She spoke with excitement, recounting their previous matches and rivalries before finally declaring the start of this high-stakes fight. Ronald knew about the complicated history between the two fighters. 2 years ago, Castro, brimming with raw talent, had climbed his way to the 200th floor. Back then, however, he knew nothing about Nen. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, his first opponent on the 200th floor had been Hisoka. It was a brutal introduction. Castro lost but managed to earn 3 points, which caught Hisoka's attention. The clown-like magician, intrigued by Castro's potential, helped him open his aura nodes, comparing him to a fruit he'd cultivate for future enjoyment. Thus began a 2-year contract between the two. After his defeat, Castro left Heaven's arena to undergo grueling self-training, aiming to master Nen and one day challenge Hisoka again. In just 2 years, he had gone from knowing nothing about Nen to standing among the strongest. Now, he was ready. Impressive, thought Ronnel as he watched from the stands. Castro might even be more talented than Killua or Gon. It was rare to encounter someone with such immense potential. With his signature Tiger Bite Fist and the powerful Nen ability known as Double, Castro had become a force to be reckoned with. T/N, Castro creates a double of himself that can attack and confuse the enemy, generally sending it against the enemy first while he moves in a favorable position. The announcer, sensing the crowd's eagerness, finally gave the signal. Let the match begin. The battle exploded into action. Gon, Killua, and Zushi sat at the edge of their seats, watching the fierce exchange with wide eyes. Even Wing observed closely, analyzing every movement with careful precision. Hisoka won't be able to toy with Castro this time, Ronald muttered to himself. Castro wasted no time. His double ability allowed him to summon a clone that mimicked his attacks perfectly. The moment Hisoka let his guard down, Castro's clone delivered a powerful series of punches, one after another, knocking Hisoka back. Then, with lightning speed, the clone severed both of Hisoka's arms. The audience gasped. Whoa, he actually did it. Gon exclaimed, his voice filled with awe. Yeah, Killua muttered, eyes glued to the fight. He's even stronger than I expected. Even Wing remained silent, deeply absorbed in the battle. But Ronald frowned. Something didn't sit right. Why didn't he go for Hisoka's neck? Ronald murmured. If he wanted to win, that was the obvious target. Gon and Killua exchanged puzzled glances. That's actually a good question, Killua admitted. For a brief moment, the two boys pondered the strange decision. But Ronald knew the answer. This wasn't just a fight for Castro, it was a declaration. He wanted to show Hisoka that he was no longer the naive rookie from 2 years ago, someone who could be easily molded and discarded. This was revenge, a chance to prove himself. Ronald sighed. What a fool. Even at their level, Castro still hadn't learned the most critical lesson: never let your emotions compromise your strategy. His pride had cost him the fight. It wasn't long before Hisoka's unsettling smile crept back. Using his unparalleled intelligence and mastery over Nen, Hisoka began exploiting the weaknesses in Castro's ability. As powerful as Double was, it required fine control over the clone control that faltered when Castro became emotional. Hisoka played his cards well, creating subtle misdirections and gradually unraveling Castro's focus. In the end, Castro's overconfidence and lack of a solid foundation were his undoing. The outcome was inevitable. Hisoka made quick work of the exhausted Castro, striking him down with a decisive blow. Blood pooled beneath the lifeless body as Hisoka, cradling his severed arms, walked off the stage with a mix of irritation and boredom. What a waste, Hisoka muttered without looking back. Ronald watched from the stands as the medics carried away Castro's corpse, which was now riddled with playing cards. Hisoka's disappointment was palpable. He had nurtured this potential, only to see it squandered. But Ronald felt differently. Maybe Hisoka thinks it was a waste, he mused quietly, but to me, it's anything but. A small smile curled at the edge of his lips as he stood up and whispered to Wing, I'll be downstairs. Ronald's reward. Standing in the shadows of the arena, Ronald could feel the energy coursing through him. Essence acquired. Advanced martial arts, Tiger Bite Real Fist acquired. T/N, Castro executes Tiger Bite Fist at the same time as his double in a deadly tandem attack. Nen ability acquired, Double. Martial arts talent, Perfect, Pseudo, Dot. The exhilaration was intoxicating. Castro's years of effort, distilled into pure essence, now belonged to him. Ronald could feel his Nen surging, sharper and stronger than ever. This, he thought with satisfaction. This is exactly what I needed. Castro had been a worthy opponent, and even in death, he had contributed immensely to Ronald's growth. The thrill of victory settled in Ronald's chest as he made his way out of the arena. This was only the beginning. Ronald spread his arms, mimicking the motion of a claw opening and closing. A wave of potent aura emanated from his hands. Tiger Bite Fist, a deadly martial technique with impressive destructive force. Ronald gave it a few practice swings, satisfied with its effect. If I had used this when I fought Fiden, the fight might have ended much faster. He exhaled and refocused, pulling out a mental note for later. Nen ability, Double. Effect, creates a clone identical to the original to execute attacks and ambushes. The clone matches the user's strength. Restriction, only one clone can be made at a time, and controlling it requires focus. If Ronnel moves the original body, the clone can only perform basic actions. If the clone is fully controlled, the real body becomes sluggish. He smirked, considering the possibilities. Tiger Bite Fist, combined with this clone, could surprise even someone like Fiden. His thoughts drifted to darker strategies. What if the clone became a walking bomb? A sinister grin curled on his lips. When the clone disappears, there's no impact on me. So if I fill it with corpse poison or malicious aura before it self-destructs. Tisk, tisk, tisk. What a beautiful scene that would be. Another thought crossed his mind: Castro's martial arts talent. The description in his notes was still vivid. Martial arts talent, perfect, pseudo. Above advanced talent, but not quite at perfect talent. Comparable to 5 advanced talents combined. Even with his imperfect talent, Castro is still leagues ahead of Gon and Killua. Ronald sighed. He only lacks a true master. If he had one, his potential would skyrocket. As for true perfect level talent, that's a realm only someone like Netero or Meruem could touch. But Ronald had no intention of settling for less. He reached into his inventory space and retrieved a set of skill books, each one a martial arts talent he had gathered over 2 years. With precision, he began to synthesize them. Shua. A book glowing with vibrant purple light materialized in his hands. T/N, purple light is the perfect level. Snap. Without hesitation, Ronald pressed the skill book to his forehead. The moment it made contact, his entire body felt weightless, as though drifting on a cloud. But the sensation passed quickly. When he opened his eyes, he felt a distinct shift. His aura surged, subtle but undeniable. This is what perfect talent feels like. Like being favored by the heavens. If I survive long enough, there's no doubt I'll reach the pinnacle. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself and started walking toward his next destination. Just 2 steps in. BZZZT, BZZZT, BZZZT. The vibration of his phone pulled him from his thoughts. Checking the number, his eyes narrowed slightly. Hello. A cold voice answered on the other end. Meeting. No exceptions, everyone must attend. The meeting is set for August 31st in Yorno City. Details will follow. Ronald's lips pressed into a thin line. Got it. He ended the call with a flick of his thumb. He tapped the phone against his chin, mulling over his next move. I'll wait for things to unfold with the Phantom Troop and then step in. It'll make everything easier. His phone buzzed again. Another call. Ronald? It's me, Shizuku. I'm with Bisky. We're already at the cafe where we first met. Don't bring Zushi or Wing. We've decided on our next stop and we'll leave after meeting with you. Before he could reply, Bisky cut the call abruptly, leaving Ronald to chuckle. Always so direct. Typical of Bisky. He arrived at the cafe a few minutes later. Bisky, ever vibrant, waved enthusiastically. Over here, Ronald. After brief greetings, Ronald reached into his inventory and pulled out Ice Pearl, handing it to Bisky, whose eyes sparkled with delight. I've dreamed of these pearls for years. And now they're finally mine. She cradled them lovingly, lost in admiration. Meanwhile, Ronald retrieved more gifts, this time for Shizuku. These are for you, he said, passing her small treasures collected during his travels through the Mimbo Republic. Among them were agate flowers and moonlight horns, rare finds from remote corners of the world. With a smile, Ronald watched Shizuku's delight as she accepted the gifts. After some persuasion, Bisky agreed to stay in the city for 2 days. Those 2 days passed quietly, with Ronald and Shizuku enjoying each other's company in what felt like ordinary moments. When the 3rd day arrived, they bid each other farewell. During their time together, they shared stories. Shizuku admitted she was content with her life following Bisky around the world, learning new things. With their parting words, Ronald sighed in relief and dialed another number. The line connected after just 1 ring. Oh, Ronald calling me? How rare. Hisoka's playful voice came through, laced with a hint of surprise. You've heard about the troops gathering on the 31st, right? Ronald asked, not bothering with small talk. Of course. Krolo has his sights on the auction in Yorno City this time. By the way, I wanted to discuss our date at Heaven's Arena. In a dim room inside Heaven's Arena, Hisoka smirked, the corners of his lips twisting as Maki's stitches held them in place. I don't feel like waiting months. I might pay him a visit in a couple of days. Thoughts? Hisoka licked his lips slowly, the anticipation clear in his voice. The way Omokage has been growing. I need to cut him down soon before it gets boring. Ronald grinned at the familiar excitement in Hisoka's voice. Fine by me. Let's meet tomorrow morning at the gate of Heaven's Arena. Don't keep me waiting. Listening to the faint voice on the phone, Hisoka's grin widened. It seems Ronald's attitude toward the Phantom Troop is still as casual as ever. This is delightful. At the gates of Heaven's Arena. Early the next morning, after saying farewell to Wing and Gon, Ronald waited at the entrance to Heaven's Arena. Before long, Hisoka appeared, striding forward with his usual feline grace. I've found it. Omokage is hiding in a small town. An airship will get us there in less than half a day. Hisoka's dark eyes scanned Ronald as if appraising him. It's been a while, and Omokage seems to have grown even stronger. His voice remained playful, but a flicker of unease surfaced beneath his calm exterior. After Krolo, it looks like Omokage will need to keep getting stronger too. The sense of danger in Hisoka's heart pulsed, though he kept it buried. Ronald was already stronger than him. With only the 2 of them involved in this venture, staying cautious seemed wise. Good, Ronald replied with unwavering confidence. There was no doubt in his mind about the accuracy of Hisoka's information. Omokage had ways of tracking the phantom troop, just as they could trace each other. Without further delay, they boarded the fastest airship toward their destination. Arrival at the town of Andrew. The small town of Andrew was remote and quiet. Though the population was sparse, the atmosphere contrasted starkly with the grim streets of Meteor City. Life here was bright and picturesque. Residents greeted each other with sunny smiles, their cheerfulness infectious. When Ronnel and Hisoka entered the town, even Hisoka's tension seemed to ease if only slightly. Omokage is definitely here, Hisoka murmured, his gaze scanning the area. But finding them might take some effort. No, it'll be easy, Ronnel replied, a faint smile crossing his face. He looked toward a nearby fountain. At the base of the fountain sat a little girl with blonde hair and pale blue eyes, gently manipulating a puppet. She was engrossed in a mesmerizing puppet show, captivating the small crowd gathered around her. A puppet? Hisoka's curiosity piqued as he watched her deft movements. Her eyes. There's something familiar about them. Indeed, the girl's eyes reflected the presence of Omokage. She was none other than Retz, the puppet sister created through blood sacrifice, imbued with memories and Nen. Though she seemed alive, her essence was that of a puppet. Hisoka's keen senses soon detected the subtle oddities in her behavior. Interesting, he mused, narrowing his eyes. He made no move to approach the girl. It's best not to scare the snake out of the grass just yet. The two hunters watched quietly, waiting for the show to end. When the performance concluded, the little girl bowed to the applause of the audience and packed her things. She used the money she earned to buy some food and returned to a shabby wooden house on the town's outskirts. Throughout the day, Ronnel and Hisoka followed her movements. Her routine was simple: breakfast, puppet shows, lunch, more puppet shows, and finally sleep. She seemed content with this ordinary life, her joy evident in every performance. If her brother hadn't tried to give her the so-called eternal life she never asked for, maybe she would have been happy living like this for real, Hisoka whispered. But there are no what-ifs. A change in routine. For 3 days, Ronnel and Hisoka observed patiently. On the third evening, however, Retz's routine shifted. This time, after her final puppet show, she didn't return to the small wooden house. Instead, she ventured beyond the town, turning down narrow paths and slipping into the woods. 2 hours later, she arrived at a brightly lit cabin deep in the forest. Are you back, Retz? Did you enjoy your time outside, little sister? A muffled voice drifted from inside the cabin. If Omokage's voice was calm and soft, this one was distinctly feminine, yet laced with an unsettling warmth. Yes, brother, Retz responded timidly. Her puppet-like tone betrayed fear. Even with memories implanted by Nen, the part of her that remembered her brother feared him. Come in. Let me take a good look at you. Retz hesitated, trembling, but she couldn't resist the will of the person inside. Slowly, she opened the door and stepped inside. A silent hunt. In the forest outside the cabin, Hisoka swatted a large mosquito with a lazy flick of his hand, killing it instantly. His lips curled into a smile as he sensed the shift in Nen emanating from within the cabin. It seems our prey has finally shown up. Ronald stood beside him, silent and focused. The two hunters remained hidden in the shadows, ready to strike when the time was right. This is the essence of Nen. Your mistake lies in underestimating it. Hisoka gave a sly grin, stretching his arms leisurely as if limbering up. He was about to move forward when he noticed Ronald watching him with narrowed eyes. Oh, you want me to take the first step, huh? Hisoka mused, his voice playful yet edged with anticipation. With a graceful gesture, Ronald extended a hand. Be my guest, he said with mock politeness, as if inviting Hisoka to a waltz. Hisoka's smile twisted further, dangerous and hungry. I want to see if he's evolved to his peak state. Ronald arched a brow. So that's why you didn't strike immediately. Hisoka didn't answer directly, merely keeping his gaze fixed on the door as the Nen aura inside the cabin swelled to its peak. Then, just as quickly, it dissipated. Seems like it's done, Hisoka murmured. Cards shimmered into his hand, ready to fly. He darted forward, but even as he did, he threw a glance back at Ronald, a flicker of caution in his eyes. Ronald didn't react. He remained where he was, leaning against a tree in the shadowed woods, watching the events unfold with mild amusement. With a flick of his wrist, Hisoka's playing cards sliced through the wooden door like butter. The cabin creaked, and the heavy scent of rot and old wood filled the air. A sinister voice drifted from within. Long time no see, Hisoka. I never imagined you'd come to me willingly. The others in the Phantom Troop are already mine, and you'll complete my collection. With a thunderous boom, the shack exploded, splinters scattering in every direction. Machine gun fire erupted in an unrelenting stream, as if the bullets cost nothing. Franklin's dual machine guns. Ronald muttered, his sharp eyes scanning the scene. When the smoke cleared, two figures stood in the debris, Retz, lifeless and puppet-like, her empty eye sockets devoid of light. Beside her was Omokage, a wiry figure shrouded in a jet-black robe, his silver hair trailing down his back, and a sick grin twisting his lips. Behind Omokage, a spectral image of Franklin emerged, his gun barrel arms belching streams of bullets, forcing Hisoka to dodge. Omokage chuckled darkly. How does it feel, Hisoka? Why not surrender and become part of my collection? Hisoka dodged nimbly between the trees, grinning like a madman even under the hail of bullets. Compared to 3 years ago, you haven't improved at all. His taunt was followed by an exaggerated sigh, as if he were disappointed by a dull toy. Leaping through the dense forest, Hisoka used his bungee gum to catch stray bullets and flick them back toward Omokage. A few cards flew from his hand, seemingly at random, one sailing close to Ronnel's position. Ronnel chuckled under his breath. Ah, so you want me to join the game. He'd seen this look from Hisoka before, the same glimmer of irritation mixed with amusement, as if Hisoka were both annoyed and entertained by his opponent's lack of progress. Without further hesitation, Ronnel drew his revolver, unlimited firepower. T/N, create a firearm with limitless bullets, as long as air is present. He stole this ability from the cruise cemetery. Omokage sneered, confident in his superiority. You're too late, Hisoka. I've assimilated Franklin, Finks, Phaeton, even Uvijin. Their abilities are mine now. Omokage's laughter was cut short as a sudden, sharp pain lanced through his arm, then his leg. His grin faltered. There's a sniper. Omokage hissed, summoning phantoms of his stolen comrades to shield him. Yet, even as they moved to intercept the shots, 2 more bullets found their mark, one in his chest, the other in his abdomen. These bullets, stronger than Franklin's, Mukage wheezed, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. A manipulator's nen, in bullet form. The spectral puppets featuring Finks, Phaeton, and Uvijin shifted around him, their presence tinged with traces of their original nen. The puppets gave him a brief reprieve, blocking the next volley of bullets. Omokage cursed under his breath. I underestimated you. Hisoka always works alone, or so I thought. The pounding of Hisoka's footsteps grew louder, and Omokage's expression twisted into a snarl. Rockstorm. Omokage fired another torrent of bullets toward Hisoka while tossing out Uvijin's puppet. The puppet swelled upon impact with the ground, taking on Uvijin's massive, muscular form. Other than the soulless gray pits where Uvijin's eyes had been, the puppet was indistinguishable from the real thing. With a roar, the Uvijin puppet slammed a fist into the earth, sending rocks flying in every direction. Try hiding now, Omokage taunted. I'll find you, no matter where you run. Ronnel smirked as the rocks flew toward him. Casually, he deflected them with his revolver, still hidden deep within the forest. Omokage coughed violently, spitting blood. Though he'd shielded his vital organs with nen, the sniper's shots had already weakened him. Those bullets, they hit harder than Franklin's. I can't let my guard down again. From the safety of the trees, Ronnel weighed the revolver in his hand, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Not bad for the first time in action. The ability of unlimited firepower had its drawbacks. It only worked in pistol form. But it offered infinite ammunition, with each bullet growing more powerful the stronger the user's nen. And Ronnel's nen surpassed Franklin's by far. Omokage glared at Hisoka and Ronnel through the swirling smoke, panting heavily. Hisoka's grin only grew wider, his eyes gleaming with excitement. You're a disappointment, Omokage. Even with all those abilities, you're still no match for us. Ronnel adjusted his grip on the revolver, eyes sharp and steady. Shall we finish this, Hisoka? Hisoka's laugh echoed through the shattered remnants of the cabin. Let's make it quick, then. I'm getting bored. Ronnel wasn't hurt much, just dusty enough to look a bit worse for wear. Omokage's attack had barely scratched him. He's stronger than me. I can't afford to let my guard down. The thought lingered in Hisoka's mind, but his expression remained unreadable. Looks like that business is wrapped up. This apple's fallen from the tree. Hisoka's voice dripped with mock sweetness. Got any fresh ideas for the future, little Ronnel? Ronnel shrugged, sounding carefree. Not really, but his mind wandered to an incident back in the Mimbo Republic. Hisoka gave a sly grin. Well, I think you've had enough of me for now. Shall we part ways? Let's meet again in Yorno City next time. Ronnel shrugged. Sounds good to me. He turned on his heel and left without a backward glance, his business with Hisoka concluded. He'd come here only for Omokage and nothing more. With his goal met, the alliance with Hisoka was over. Hisoka watched Ronnel's figure retreat, his playful smirk fading. With the way Ronnel acts like he doesn't care about anything, he probably won't get in the way of my fight with Krolo. But Hisoka looked up at the silver moon, lips curling in thought. I was planning to track him down again after I settled things with Krolo, but it seems, he whispered to himself, I still need to get stronger. With that, Hisoka's figure vanished into the night, leaving behind only a massive crater and the broken remnants of their battle. A small wooden cabin lay in ruins, and the puppet of Omokage's sister, Rets, was reduced to splinters by the storm of their nen clash. Nothing but silence remained. Later, Ronnel checked his gains. Essence core acquired. Nen, soul doll obtained. Intermediate martial arts talent unlocked. Advanced puppet making skills acquired. Not bad, everything aligned with his expectations. Thanks to Omokage, his nen had evolved, and his aura grew stronger. The upgrade game feature within his nen allowed Ronnel to level up and sharpen his abilities further. T/N, the upgrade game is an ability that he gained earlier. Treat the world like a game, with all humans and monsters acting as wild monsters. By killing them, the user gains experience points, upgrading themselves in the process. Each level up makes the user stronger, increasing their aura and nen abilities. Rather than returning to the previous town, Ronnel followed his map to a nearby village. He bartered with the locals and secured a small house, along with some crafting materials for puppet making. Alright, let's get to it, he murmured, cracking his knuckles before diving into his work. With advanced puppet making skills, he thought the task would be simple. Ordinary puppets were easy, but a puppet imbued with the abilities of Soul Doll demanded intense focus and energy. No wonder Omokage, despite his long tenure with the Phantom Troupe, had only managed to craft the puppets one by one over 3 years. Between lending his eyes to his sister's puppet and conserving his nen, it made sense that the process dragged on. Ronnel, however, had far greater stamina and mental fortitude. By morning, a lifelike puppet rested in his hands, a recreation of the sharpshooter he'd taken down at Cruz Cemetery, the gunman, which gave him unlimited firepower. T/N, ability, create a firearm with limitless bullets, as long as air is present. With unlimited firepower imbued in its design, the puppet bore the same abilities, personality, and memories as the original. It was virtually identical, except for being slightly weaker than the real person. The gunman had been a drifter with no family or friends, just a lone gunman with only his weapon for company. Ronald had discovered the man's backstory through his hunter license, piecing together his history from the hunter database. Once finished, Ronald activated the puppet's abilities. The lifeless figure swelled, expanding until it reached the size of a human, standing silently like a living being. The puppet obeyed without hesitation, bound to Ronald's will. Ronald extended a hand, releasing a stream of necrotic energy and corpse poison toward the puppet. The dark miasma wrapped around the puppet, consuming it instantly. Yet the puppet showed no emotion as the poison corroded it, turning it gray before it disintegrated into nothingness. Still no good, Ronald thought, shaking his head. Puppets were puppets, after all. Even if destroyed, they could always be rebuilt. But this experiment confirmed that his idea wouldn't work. His corpse poison and necrotic energy were beyond what a puppet could endure. Only his own body and perhaps his doppelganger could fully wield such deadly forces. That ruled out his plan of turning puppets into mobile corpse bombs. No matter. There were other ways to make them useful, if not as bombs, then as distractions. Even weak puppets could buy him precious time in battle, or serve as decoys when needed. Besides, they might still have some strategic value. Think of how Krolo had used Order Stamp during his fight with Hisoka at Heaven's Arena. Sometimes, overwhelming opponents with sheer numbers was just as effective as raw strength. Krolo's dolls were modeled after regular audience members, but the ones in Ronald's hands? Those were all puppets imbued with Nen. For the next month, Ronald quietly stayed in a remote log cabin, working tirelessly to create various puppets without leaving the place. When he finally emerged, he had completed puppets of several key figures, members of the Phantom Troop, Wing, Bisky, and even Baker. He didn't just make one puppet for each person, he made spares. Take Baker, for example. His Nen ability, Watcher in the Shadow, allows him to switch places with his shadow, making him nearly untouchable. Having multiple puppets of Baker could save Ronald a lot of trouble in tight situations. In fact, Ronald even crafted a puppet of himself, though there was a peculiar limitation: he could only make one copy. When Hisoka destroyed it, Ronald found himself unable to create another. It seems his ability restricts him to just one self-replica. After that incident, Ronald learned a valuable lesson. He had created the puppet to act as a decoy, but the unsettling sensation of seeing a duplicate of himself complete with matching memories roaming freely was something he couldn't shake. So, unless absolutely necessary, Ronald kept his own puppet stashed away. During those puppet-making days, Hisoka had returned to Heaven's Arena. He had initially teamed up with Ronald to hunt down Omokage, but Ronald was the one who landed the finishing blow. Feeling the weight of Ronald's abilities, Hisoka retreated to Heaven's Arena to vent his frustration by killing. The arena soon descended into chaos, and whether he would eventually clash with Gon remained uncertain. Meanwhile, word of Ronald's skirmish with Phaeton spread among the Phantom Troop. The brigade was set to regroup on August 31st after 3 years apart. As the members reconnected, Phaeton's unusual behavior didn't go unnoticed. The others grew curious, and as usual, much of the brigade's attention shifted to Finks, who seemed more focused on brawling than explanations. When the truth about Phaeton's fight with Ronald came to light, it left them in stunned silence. Even Phaeton had been bested? It seemed the new number 8 was no joke. Oblivious to the brigade's gossip, Ronald moved on with his plans. With his collection of corpse poison and death energy nearing completion, he decided to lay low. Pushing too far could attract unwanted attention, so he paused his cemetery operations for the time being. Instead, he set his sights on something else: the mysterious Thousand Ears Society. T/N is an underground agency in a very poor-looking slum. It is very well hidden from the public and is occupied by an agent. This is where Kurapika and eventually Melody go to earn jobs from the Nostrade family. The Thousand Ears Society was one of the most enigmatic organizations in the world. Its operations spanned the 6 continents, offering jobs to both professional hunters and regular individuals. The organization maintained deep connections with both legal and underground industries, earning the trust of clients across multiple fields. Using his hunter license, Ronald scoured their network for information. However, the details available to the public were limited, mostly surface-level descriptions. On the surface, the Thousand Ears Society seemed like an ordinary job recruitment agency. But Ronald knew better. Its apparent simplicity only hinted at the powerful forces lurking behind the scenes. The society operated small branches across every region, but finding one was as difficult as locating the hidden venue of the hunter exam, if not harder. Kurapika himself had struggled to connect with the society, getting turned away on his first attempt. Only after 6 months of dedicated Nen practice was he considered for a second chance. That's the thing about the Thousand Ears Society: just locating one of their branches proved you had the skills they valued. Anyone capable of finding them was already worthy of a job. The organization's recruitment process relied on 2 key criteria, demonstrating mastery of the 4 basic principles of Nen and locating one of their branches. If both conditions were met, the society would immediately grant access to job opportunities across its vast network. Intrigued by the society's secrets, Ronald decided it was worth investigating. After completing his puppets, he reached out to Bisky and Shizuku. The 3 of them traveled together for a while, their dynamic as chaotic and shameless as ever. But after about a month, in June 1999, Ronald parted ways with Shizuku, much to Bisky's irritation. "You two are so annoying." Bisky pouted, puffing her cheeks in frustration. Grinning mischievously, Ronald waved goodbye. "See you around, Bisky." His next destination was the northern part of the Asian continent. In a small, run-down hotel room, Ronald used his hunter license to search for clues about the Thousand Years Society. His searches eventually pointed him to an abandoned building nearby. "An old, low-rise structure, that sounds like the place," he murmured, jotting down the location on a piece of paper. Just as Ronald was about to shut off his laptop and call it a night, a sudden shift in the air made his instincts flare. His hand hovered over the power button, but before he could react, a brilliant flash of white light erupted from the computer screen, momentarily blinding him. "What the?" Ronald tried to shield his eyes, but it was too late. The world around him twisted and spun, throwing his senses into disarray. A wave of dizziness hit him like a punch to the gut, and everything went black. When Ronald opened his eyes, he found himself standing in a strange space. "Where am I?" His brow furrowed as his body tensed instinctively, a steady stream of aura rippling across his surface. Suddenly, the faint sound of paper pages turning broke the silence. Following the sound, Ronald noticed a peculiar figure, a man with a graffiti-covered face, holding several pieces of white cardboard in his hands. On one of the cards, words written in hunter script read, "Don't worry. I pulled you in without any intent to harm you, so there's no need to be wary." Ronald read the message silently, then shifted his gaze back to the strange man, observing how he communicated through the cards. This guy. Memories churned through Ronald's mind. He vaguely recalled a peculiar individual with almost no presence but immense intrigue, a man connected to the chaotic aftermath of Netero's death and the election for the new chairman of the Hunter Association. He didn't campaign for votes, yet he had ranked 6th, just behind Leorio, Paristan, Kenze, Myzystem Nana, and Cheadle Yorkshire. This man's method of communication, flipping through cards to express his thoughts, made him notorious, almost like a myth. Some rumors even suggested he existed in a virtual space, far removed from reality. What was his name again? Ronald pondered. Ishikube? Or Ikshimp? Something awkward like that. T/N, Ikshimp Kataka is a single-star hacker hunter. He is claimed to be a resident of the digital world. Based on his number of votes despite expressing no interest in being chairman, his attention snapped back to the letters on the man's forehead. P. A mischievous grin tugged at the corner of Ronald's lips. "So, how about I just call you Old P?" The man froze, the hand holding his cards suspended mid-turn. "What? Was that rude?" Ronald shrugged. "If it bothers you, just ignore me." With that graffiti-covered face, it was impossible to gauge Old P's true emotions. For a moment, he remained silent, then slowly lifted another card, displaying the following words. "You're the same kind of BD as Jing. Fine, call me what you want. I'm used to it." Ronald chuckled. So Jing must have irritated him the same way. Typical. Old P flipped another card. "Do you play games?" Games. Before Ronald could respond, a retro game console materialized between them. It resembled one of the old arcade machines from his past life, complete with 2 controllers and a small screen. "Care for a match?" Old P asked, or rather, the card in his hand did, while he casually handed one of the controllers to Ronald. "Sure, why not?" Ronald accepted the controller with a smirk. Not sure what this guy is up to, but a game sounds harmless enough. In his past life, Ronald had been a master of games like Dota, LOL, and Dream 3 Kingdoms. His reflexes and hand-eye coordination were razor-sharp skills that carried over into his new life. Hunter World's technology was a bit different, though. Its game mechanics were odd, influenced by the strange skew of Nen techniques. But at least they had retained some of the classics. For instance, up, down, left, right, B, A, K.O. Oops. Looks like I win again. Ronald flashed a harmless grin at Old P, though his victory felt anything but innocent. Again. The next card Old P held up was covered in giant letters, as if shouting his frustration without making a sound. "No thanks. These games are getting boring," Ronald said, setting the controller down. They had played for quite some time, and Ronald had pieced together why Old P had summoned him. This guy wasn't after anything specific, he was just bored. Apparently, Jing had mentioned Ronald at some point, sparking Old P's curiosity. After digging through the net for more information, he had decided to pull Ronald into his virtual domain just for the hell of it. Old P's research had uncovered quite a bit: Ronald's background in Meteor City, his championship title at the Battle Olympia, his success in passing the 287th Hunter exam, and his rumored affiliation with the Phantom Troop, one of the most dangerous criminal groups in the world. Not bad for a hacker. This guy's infogathering skills are on par with those of top governments. However, Old P still didn't know much about Ronald's Nen abilities, which seemed to be the real source of his interest. After a few rounds of chatting and gaming, it became clear that old PE was just indulging his curiosity. Unfortunately for him, though, it wasn't his day. No matter how hard he tried, old PE couldn't beat Ronnel at any game. A game master doesn't necessarily make a top-tier hacker, Ronnel teased, leaning back in his seat. And a top-tier hacker isn't always great at games. Old PE stared at him silently, holding up yet another card. One more game. Ronnel chuckled. This guy really doesn't know when to quit. Sorry, old PE. You've had your chance. Ronnel stretched lazily, cracking his knuckles. Time to call it a day. Old PE's hand hovered over his stack of cards, as if debating whether to argue. But then he simply sighed, another card flipping over. Jing was right. You really are a pain in the ass. Ronnel gave a short laugh. Yeah, I get that a lot. That encounter with old PE was strange, but Ronnel had to admit there was something oddly enjoyable about it. Whether it was the quirky conversation or the nostalgia of old-school games, he didn't mind the time spent. Even if the guy was a weirdo, at least he was an entertaining one. After so many matches, Ronnel found himself growing a little bored. Are my games dull? What about these? As the text appeared on the cardboard screen, old PE clapped his hands. In response, several large displays materialized around them, each showcasing games with stunning frame rates and impressive special effects. All of these? My design, old PE boasted, straightening his back with pride. Similar to Red Alert, Diablo, and Duke Nukem from my past life. Ronnel's eyes lit up as he scanned the screens. Although old PE might not be a top-tier gamer, his talent for game creation was undeniable and his passion for it even more so. It was the kind of passion that could only come from someone whose heart was deeply entwined with the digital world. Living inside a virtual domain wasn't just a choice for old PE, it was his ultimate dream. What fascinated Ronnel was how forward-thinking old PE's work was. Back when people still relied on computers for single-player games, old PE had already created fully integrated online multiplayer experiences. It was a groundbreaking shift for this era. Try this, old PE offered, holding out one of his game cartridges toward Ronnel. Even though old PE's words were written on a cardboard slate and lacked vocal inflection, Ronnel could sense the challenge behind them, a silent provocation. Challenge accepted. Ronnel narrowed his eyes, snatching the game without hesitation. 15 minutes later, the game was over. Old PE stared, stunned. In the span of a quarter hour, Ronnel had mobilized an army of super tanks to crush the forces of 7 opponents on the game's highest difficulty mode. How's that? Ronnel asked with a smug grin, returning the game to old PE. On the cardboard, random garbled characters flickered as if the virtual mastermind's mind had momentarily short-circuited. I gotta say, Ronnel added with a satisfied nod, your game mechanics are solid. Multiplayer games like these really have a future, but there's still room for improvement. Old PE's cardboard displayed nothing but a question mark. You could expand the concept, Ronnel suggested. What about first-person shooters? Or large-scale competitive games? There's a lot of potential in those. As Ronnel spoke, he noticed old PE's graffiti-like eyes sparkle with growing excitement. In the dim hotel room, a burst of brilliant white light flickered from the only computer. Waves of Nen radiated across the screen as old PE's virtual avatar faded back into the system. Talk about eager, Ronnel muttered with a chuckle, shaking his head as he dropped the cartridge old PE had handed him. Old PE had practically thrown him out of the virtual space, eager to dive into new game ideas. For someone so obsessed with gaming, even the smallest idea could spark boundless creativity. Can't wait to see what he comes up with next, Ronnel mused. He could already imagine the mind-bending projects old PE might develop using Nen-based mechanics. This trip to the virtual world had proven unexpectedly fruitful. Beyond meeting an influential digital overlord who was well known among hunters, Ronnel had also gained valuable intelligence about the Thousand Years Society, a powerful network operating behind the scenes. Old PE had confirmed that a major force was backing the organization, though even he could only speculate about their benefactor, the Kaken Empire. Ronnel's eyes narrowed at the revelation. It wasn't surprising. With the Thousand Years Society behind them, it made sense that the Kaken Empire's ambitions reached far beyond their borders. It also explained how hunters like Basho would eventually land jobs as bodyguards for the princes of the Kaken royal family, no doubt facilitated by the society's influence. T/N, Basho is a hunter from Japan and a bodyguard for the Nostrade family. He is currently working as a bodyguard for Prince Lazarus Hueguoro. Still, this only piqued Ronnel's curiosity further. The more he learned about the Thousand Years Society, the more intrigued he became. If he could infiltrate their ranks, he might secure a place on the Kaken Empire's voyage to the Dark Continent and the chance to witness the royal succession firsthand. The idea excited him. Not only would he gain access to the Dark Continent, but he could also encounter the Nen abilities of the Kaken Empire princes. Some of those princes possessed terrifyingly powerful Nen. Meanwhile, in the virtual world, old PE was already immersed in planning his next game. His hands hovered in midair, tapping away at invisible keys. Suddenly, a notification popped up in front of him, a black and white panda avatar blinking on the screen. Old PE raised an eyebrow and opened the message. Hey, old PE, I need a favor. I'm doing some research. I'll swing by soon, let's play a few games together. Oh, and I found some new game cartridges. At the mention of new cartridges, old PE's expression shifted into a sly grin. His graffiti-like face seemed to sneer as his fingers typed a quick response. PE, not interested. Get lost. With a sharp click, old PE cut off the connection, completely immersing himself back into game development. Meanwhile, outside a crumbling cemetery, Jing sat cross-legged, staring at his laptop screen in disbelief. The message from old PE blinked mockingly at him. Not interested. Get lost. Jing scratched his head, adjusting the Arabian-style hat perched atop it. Did I offend him somehow? He muttered, puzzled. Not long after, Ronnel arrived at a rundown building on the outskirts of the small town where he lived. The structure served as a branch office for the Thousand Years Society. Inside, the receptionist greeted him with a smirk. Well, it's been ages since anyone dropped by for business. And it turns out to be such a handsome one. The woman, wearing silver rings in both ears and holding a cigarette between her fingers, looked him over with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Her outfit, far from subtle, radiated the confident flair of someone who knew how to play the part of a streetwise big sister. Welcome to the Thousand Years Society, she chuckled, exhaling a trail of smoke as she eyed him curiously. You can stop flattering yourself, let's get down to business. A raspy, deep voice cut through the room. Ronald turned toward the woman with a sly grin. His face, now unrecognizable, wore the features of the former shooter. There wasn't much choice. Ronald was, after all, a champion of the Battle Olympia, making him a known figure in certain circles. While the average resident of the streets of Meteor City might not care, larger organizations like the Thousand Years Association definitely had him on file. Changing his appearance minimized the headaches that came with recognition. Since you're in such a rush, how about you tell me what you think of this? The woman lifted a finger, motioning toward a nearby corner. Skull, Ronald replied smoothly, releasing his aura. Sharp instincts. Someone like you doesn't need the Thousand Years Association to find work, huh? She teased with a smirk, cigarette hanging from her lips. If anything, it feels like you're here to post a job request. Not quite, Ronald said with a stiff smile. His disguised face remained locked in its practiced expression. I'm not here to apply for a job or to post a commission. Oh, I'm here to see if I can join the Thousand Years Club. Figured as much. The woman didn't seem surprised. She crushed the cigarette into the ashtray with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Unfortunately, we're not in desperate need of manpower right now, really. Ronald kept up his smile, though it didn't soften the sharpness in his voice. Even if you're not short on people, having skilled assets never hurts, does it? With that, he reached for the revolver at his side. The woman watched with a calm but calculating gaze, her melancholic smile never wavering. Ronald took aim at an abandoned building visible through the broken window. Bang! The gunshot reverberated, and a powerful burst of aura followed, smashing into the structure. The building crumbled with a thunderous crash, stones and wooden beams scattering across the street. How's that? Ronald asked, glancing at the eldest sister. She chuckled, lighting a fresh cigarette. I won't lie, talent like yours is always in demand. No organization would pass on a capable fighter. Ronald stayed silent, knowing the next line by heart. But, the woman exhaled, blowing smoke rings shaped by her aura. We don't know anything about you. Your name, your abilities, your personality, nothing. We can't just let you join without proper vetting. So what's the plan? Ronald asked with a soft chuckle, catching the meaning between the lines. You'll need to take on a client commission and prove yourself, she explained, tilting her cigarette. The client's feedback will determine whether you pass. Meanwhile, we'll run a background check to make sure you're not a threat. Sounds fair. Ronald nodded. The job arrangements are simple. She typed something on the old computer beside her. Usually, we assign recruits to guard wealthy families or prominent individuals. You do have a say, though if you prefer a specific type of employer or location, you can let us know. Ronald pondered her words briefly. His thoughts drifted to others: Hanzo, Melody, Basho, who were undoubtedly navigating similar paths. He knew where he wanted to go. T/N, Melody is a music hunter and a bodyguard for the Nostrade family. She is Prince Kusho Hueguoro's former bodyguard. Assign me to a family in Yorno City. I want to be part of the underground auction. The woman raised an eyebrow, clearly amused. Yorno? Well, that works out. I've got just the job for you. She tapped the keyboard again, and a new screen popped up. The client is a firearms enthusiast. He's searching for a rare limited edition blue S55, serial number 001, made by Midget. Rumor has it that the gun's being sold through the underground auction at Yorno. Perfect. Ronald nodded. All right, I'll contact the client. She smiled knowingly. What name should I put down? K. Taylor, Ronald replied without hesitation. Mr. Taylor, it is. She typed quickly, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. After a brief pause, she continued. The meeting will be at Leert Manor, 5 days from now at noon. You'll have plenty of time to prepare. I've registered your application through the Thousand Years Association. Got it. Ronald gave a slight nod of thanks. In the meantime, we'll be running our investigation to confirm your background, she added casually. If everything checks out and the client's happy, you'll officially become one of our peripheral members. Any questions? None. Good. She took another drag from her cigarette. If you don't receive a rejection call by then, just show up at the manor and introduce yourself. Understood. Ronald turned to leave, but the woman's voice stopped him in his tracks. One more thing, Mr. Taylor. He glanced over his shoulder. Investigating someone like you takes a lot of effort. If, after all that, you back out, her voice hardened, her expression serious for the first time. We'll treat it as betrayal. And you know how we handle traitors. Ronald's smile remained frozen on his borrowed face. No worries. I'm committed. Good. She exhaled a cloud of smoke. All the best of luck to you, Mr. Taylor. Ronald gave a final nod. The man named K. Taylor had long since been erased from this world, but his name would serve its purpose one last time. After Ronald left, silence followed for a moment, broken only by the soft murmur of a voice. An enhanced shot can bring down an abandoned building. That level of strength. It's on par with some of the top fighters at the gathering, right? The woman muttered to herself as she tapped away on her laptop. K. Taylor, huh? A lone gunman with no family or friends. Is his pistol imbued with none? In the dim room, her low voice echoed through the space. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze toward the figures strolling slowly outside the hut. One walked empty-handed, the other carried a sniper rifle slung over his shoulder, but both wore identical faces. Twins, she whispered, her mind racing. Then, more directly, she asked, "Are you here for work?" "We came because we heard gunshots," the unarmed one replied. His voice was steady, carrying the weight of experience. His weathered face hinted that he might be the elder of the two. He paused briefly before adding, "If you can arrange something suitable for us, we might stick around." Meanwhile, after leaving the Thousand Ears Society's branch, Ronald boarded an airship and flew straight to his destination. 5 days passed without a single call. Now, he stood at the gates of Manor. Ding dong. "I'm K. Taylor, referred by the Thousand Ears Society," Ronald said hoarsely into the intercom before anyone inside could ask. "Identity verified. You may enter." With a click, the old voice on the other end cut off, and the iron gates began to creak open just enough for one person to slip through. Ronald stepped into the manor, his eyes sweeping the garden. The sight of colorful flowers clashed with the otherwise cold and calculating feel of the place. He crossed the courtyard without pause, heading toward the mansion at the center. There, an elderly man in a black butler's uniform stood waiting. "Please follow me," the butler said, bowing slightly with a gesture for Ronald to proceed. With a practiced elegance, the old man led Ronald through the hallways. After some time, they reached a large room, and the butler stepped aside to let him in. "Yo, a new guy, huh?" A young man with spiky yellow hair whistled lazily when he saw Ronald enter, his tone dripping with mockery. Ronald ignored him and quickly scanned the room. The layout was simple but elegant sofas arranged haphazardly, adding to the room's casual feel. In total, there were 7 people in the room, including Ronald. The yellow-haired man counted as one. Then there were the twins, one gripping a sniper rifle, the other sitting casually with empty hands. 3 more were middle-aged men dressed in martial arts uniforms, their eyes closed as they practiced. Ronald noted their well-trained physiques, marking them as experienced fighters. A young scholar wearing thick black-rimmed glasses sat nearby, absorbed in a book. He had a calm demeanor. Finally, there was a cheerful girl, about 18 or 19 years old, kicking her legs restlessly as she glanced around the room with fascination. Apart from the brash yellow-haired man, no one else said a word. A few glanced up as Ronald entered, but quickly lost interest. Ronald settled onto a sofa, quietly analyzing the group. "Even without considering Nen, I could take out 3 or 4 of them instantly in a straight fight," he calculated. Thinking of Hisoka's scoring system, he smirked to himself. "Using me as the baseline, the strongest person here wouldn't score higher than 30 points. And that was assuming these fighters had hidden trump cards." It reminded him of the Nostrade family's bodyguards. Apart from Melody, whose abilities were unique, only Kurapika the rookie had any real potential. The others were easy pickings, taken down by Franklin's bullets or reduced to nothing by Shizuka's vacuum cleaner. Still, caution kept Ronald sharp. Underestimating someone could get him killed. He refocused, silently assessing the room's occupants once more. Time dragged on. The yellow-haired man grew visibly impatient, tapping his foot against the floor. Just then, a door on the second floor creaked open. A man in his 50s emerged, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and a well-kept, square face. A silver pistol, resembling a desert eagle, gleamed at his side. The butler from earlier followed closely behind him. The room fell silent as the new arrival's presence commanded everyone's attention. The man smiled, clearly savoring the moment. He spread his arms in a grand gesture, as though addressing a captivated audience. "Welcome. I see you've all come to apply for the job." He paused for effect, then continued with a satisfied grin. "My name is Leorio, and I am your client. But before you can stay, you'll need to pass my assessment, my little test of skill." The man with a square face, Leorio, smiled warmly, giving the impression of a gracious host. However, his eyes told another story. "What's the test?" A young man with messy yellow hair impatiently stretched out his hand, cutting to the chase as soon as Leorio finished speaking. "The test is simple. All of you came through various channels, each vying for the same job. You should already know what I'm looking for, right?" Leorio's demeanor remained polite, unbothered by the boy's impudence. But Ronald sensed the coldness beneath that kindness and aloofness that marked him as someone not easily crossed. As the head of an underworld family, Leorio still seemed skeptical of the group, either looking down on them or reluctant to trust them fully. "I know. We need to find the blue S55, serial number 001. The yellow-haired man was quick to respond, his tone suggesting professionalism despite his rough appearance. "Heh, exactly," Leorio chuckled. "That's what I need for my collection in Yorno City. This is the first test. If any of you can provide significant help in tracking down that gun, you pass. The air grew heavy with tension at his words. The first test? Does that mean there's more? The 7 examines exchanged cautious glances, even the yellow-haired man clamming up for once. Significant help, one of them muttered to himself. So he's testing our abilities under the guise of teamwork. No one dared to reveal their hand this early. Any seasoned fighter knew better than to expose their Nen abilities too soon. Leorio didn't seem bothered by their silence, instead watching with amusement as the tension among them grew. Ronald's lips curled into a slight grin. He could see the gears turning in everyone's minds. Just as he was about to take action, Mr. Leorio, a young scholar resembling Nobunaga, stepped forward, adjusting his glasses. The S-55, first released in 1762, holds a special place in firearm history. It's not just a rare piece, it's one of the finest examples of craftsmanship. And the first batch, including the serial number 001, is. The scholar spoke with precision, his deep knowledge even surprising Leorio, a collector himself. Before he could finish, the scholar paused dramatically, pushing his glasses up again. Mr. Leorio, with my knowledge and insights, don't you think I could offer invaluable assistance? He asked, confidence radiating from him. Knowledge is power, after all. Leorio nodded approvingly, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Well said. It seems you've done your homework. 3 points to you. The scholar smiled, reclining in his seat with the satisfaction of someone who'd aced an exam. The rest of the group remained cautious. Was his impressive knowledge linked to his Nen ability? The idea lingered in their minds, though none acted yet. With a quiet chuckle, Ronald rose to his feet. He wasn't one for grand speeches. Instead, he reached into his coat, aimed at the far wall, and fired. Boom! A large hole exploded in the solid wall, shocking everyone. The yellow-haired man, who had been the first to speak earlier, paled and took a step back. Mr. Leorio, with power like this, Ronald said with a smirk, I think I could more than guarantee your safety, don't you? Leorio flinched, retreating 2 steps as if the impact had hit him personally. Yes, I'd say that's more than enough. He shot a quick glance at the old servant standing behind him, who leaned in to whisper something in his ear. Is this the same K. Taylor, the one recommended by the Thousand Ears Society? The servant nodded. I knew he was a lone gunman, Leorio murmured under his breath, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. In the underworld, power wasn't just measured by wealth and connections, it was also a matter of how formidable one's bodyguards were. A more powerful bodyguard meant a stronger family, one with resources and influence. Leorio's smile widened. He liked Ronald's style. Soon, the rest of the group began to demonstrate their abilities. The middle-aged martial artist executed a flawless technique, earning recognition from the others. The twin brothers, one armed with a sniper rifle and the other unarmed, said little but let their actions speak. The gun-wielding brother fired at the wall Ronald had damaged, his bullets leaving deep marks that hinted at his mastery over Nen. Even the yellow-haired man had more up his sleeve. He produced a stack of papers, folding them into various shapes before imbuing them with Nen. The paper blade he crafted sliced through the wall with the sound of metal on metal, drawing comparisons to Hisoka's playing cards. Clearly, this man's Nen ability was far more refined than his appearance suggested, an advanced form of origami manipulation. Then came the girl, no older than 18 or 19. She sang a haunting melody, and the sound waves radiating from her voice made even Ronald wince slightly. Every person in the room had passed their test. Leorio clapped his hands slowly, a grin creeping onto his face. Impressive. Very impressive. Leorio clapped his hands and smiled. It seems all of you are quite capable, and the first test didn't pose much of a challenge. Let's move on to the second and final assessment, combat effectiveness. Combat effectiveness? Hearing this, everyone perked up. The faces of the middle-aged martial artist and the blonde youth relaxed slightly, but the smile faded from the young scholar's face, his brows furrowing in thought. His explanation earlier wasn't just idle talk, it was tied to his Nen ability. Fighting, however, wasn't his specialty. Nen ability, knowledge equals power. Effect, every time he carefully reads a book, article, or report, the contents are etched deep into his mind. Application, in battle or daily life, the knowledge can surface instantly when needed. Limitations, he must read the material thoroughly, word by word, for it to be recorded. He can only access knowledge from materials he's completed. Before arriving, the young scholar had sought out an introductory book on midget and paid 55 jenny for a travel brochure. By reading them carefully, he gained more complete insights, some even beyond what was written. It was for moments like these that he prided himself on being the strategist, the one who stayed in the shadows and offered counsel. Direct combat? That wasn't his domain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have developed this kind of Nen ability in the first place. Still, it was reasonable for Leorio to test everyone's combat capabilities, though the scholar wasn't sure how it would play out. As he puzzled over this, Leorio spoke again. We aren't just measuring strength but also how well you adapt in combat and how you behave under difficult circumstances. Leorio smiled mischievously. The method is simple. I think the bodyguard team is a bit too large. While all of you meet my expectations, I can only hire 6. So, with a grin, he stepped back and handed control of the situation to the employers. The room grew tense. The implication was clear: one person needed to be eliminated. Ronald observed the scene, amused. The way these underworld families operate is becoming more and more like the Hunter exam. Of course, this wouldn't be nearly as difficult as the Hunter exam, but the tension was unmistakable. While Ronald remained relaxed, the others sized each other up, calculating their odds. The blonde youth's thoughts raced. The guy with the revolver is dangerous, best not to provoke him. Those twin brothers will definitely act together. That middle-aged man? A practitioner of martial arts, definitely not an easy target. His gaze drifted toward the young scholar holding a book and the beautiful girl, barely 19. They seemed like the most vulnerable. He wasn't the only one thinking this. The others also shifted their focus to the scholar and the girl, with subtle glances exchanged among them. The scholar noticed and felt the pressure mounting. His expression grew grim as he searched his mental archive for a solution. Leiore's voice broke the silence. If no one makes a decision in 3 minutes, we'll leave it to a draw. With that, the group sprang into action. Ronald stayed motionless as everyone else shifted their attention to the young scholar. Even the twin brothers aligned their rifles on him. As for the girl, no one wanted to target her, not just because of her beauty but because of her powerful singing voice. When in doubt, pick the weakest target. Even the girl silently mouthed an apology as she, too, turned her gaze toward the scholar. You. The scholar whispered. He finally realized the only way out was to appeal to Leioret. But when he looked up, Leioret was already gone. The only one left was the old butler, patiently waiting for the final decision. The scholar opened his mouth, ready to protest, but then closed it, his shoulders slumping in defeat. I'll opt out. He forced a bitter smile. Even though he announced his withdrawal, the others kept their guard up until the 3 minutes passed. When the timer hit 0, Leioret's voice rang out from the upper floor. It seems you've reached a decision. Leioret casually glanced at the scholar as he stood up to leave, paying him no further attention. Losers don't deserve attention. The scholar's bitter smile deepened. In that moment, he understood something painfully clear. Strategy, planning, and knowledge mean nothing if you lack the power to back them up. I have to get stronger, the scholar whispered to himself, clenching his fists. Stronger than anyone, so this will never happen again. He walked away, his shoulders heavy with humiliation. Ronald watched him go, sensing the scholar's frustration. Knowledge and strategy matter, Ronald thought. But in a world like this, the one with the biggest fist makes the rules. Even someone as sharp as Kurapika could only act against the Phantom Troop after gaining the power of Emperor Time. Even the 10 Dons, who sit at the top of the underworld hierarchy across the 6 continents, rely on their powerful 10 Shadows beasts to maintain their grip on power. I've never heard of their subordinates scheming or offering strategic advice. So if this young scholar doesn't learn to recognize the brutal nature of the world, he won't survive long among these criminals unless he withdraws from their game entirely. After the scholar left, the deal was done. The 6 mercenaries became part of the Leioret family's workforce. However, there were still 2 months to go before the grand auction in Yorno City. Naturally, the Leioret family wasn't going to feed these mercenaries for free until then. Instead, they gave them smaller tasks of varying difficulty. To Ronald, such assignments were barely worth noticing. Bored, Ronald left early, leaving behind a puppet of K. Taylor more than enough to handle most issues. Since he wasn't trying to make a scene, Ronald set out to explore some local cemeteries, starting his journey to study death and corpse poisons. Time passed. Kurapika mastered Nen and joined the Nostrade family once again. Leorio passed his entrance exam and avoided hefty tuition fees with his hunter license. Meanwhile, in Heaven's arena, Gon and Hisoka faced off, as if drawn together by fate. Old P kept himself busy refining his groundbreaking virtual game, while Jing and some trusted comrades set out to explore a recently unearthed cemetery. In between missions, Ronald visited Shizuko to spend time with her. The 6 continents remained the same. The V5 kept pursuing their goal of reaching the Dark Continent, while the King of Kaken Empire chased dreams of immortality through fame. At the same time, the Hunter Association's chairman and vice-chairman continued their subtle struggle for dominance. And then, there were the Phantom Troop, scattering across various regions, preparing for their next assembly. 2 months slipped by quietly. On August 30th, at an airship terminal near Heaven's arena, Ronald arrived early for his next mission. You're here early, a cold voice remarked. Maki, a young woman with short pink-purple hair, shot Ronald a glance before walking ahead, expressionless. It's my first time joining this kind of gathering, Ronald said with a relaxed smile. I wasn't sure how to find the exact location. Figured I'd follow someone who knows the way. Maki didn't respond immediately. If you want a guide, she said dryly, that'll cost you about 20 million jenny. Maybe I'll even become a nun afterward. Why not just rob me outright? Ronald chuckled, following her onto the airship bound for Yorno City. With the underground auction fast approaching, airship companies had ramped up their routes to accommodate the flood of travelers. The airship's cabin bustled with wealthy passengers, socialites, business elites, and even middle-class families hoping to strike it rich at the auction. As Ronald and Maki took their seats, an unexpected encounter unfolded. Hey there, handsome. Care to join me for a drink? A short, balding, greasy middle-aged man waddled over with a lecherous grin, his eyes gleaming as he eyed Ronald. He even stuck out his tongue slightly, licking the corner of his mouth. Ronald stared at the man, speechless. Seriously? Have I finally run into someone creepier than Hisoka? A cold sweat broke out across Ronald's forehead as he regarded the man's shameless expression. Get lost, he muttered, his voice laced with quiet malice. A wave of cold Nen flowed from him, snaking toward the greasy man and his accompanying bodyguards. The man went rigid with fear. His legs buckled beneath him as he collapsed, foaming at the mouth. His terrified bodyguards hurriedly carried him away, their faces pale and drenched in sweat. Phew, good thing I didn't try that first. A middle-aged woman, her face thick with powder and foundation, heaved a sigh of relief. She patted her chest with exaggerated motions, her sagging features shifting awkwardly. Maki gave Ronnel a sidelong glance, her expression unreadable. Well, it seems you're still quite popular, she muttered. The corner of Ronnel's mouth twitched, but he didn't respond. They sat in silence for the rest of the journey until the airship landed at Yorno City's airport in the late afternoon. Once on the ground, Ronnel followed Maki through the bustling city streets. His goal was to observe how the troop found and fortified their bases. About an hour later, as they trekked along a dirt path on the outskirts of the city, they encountered two familiar figures. Long time no see, Maki. A tall man in a traditional yukata, with long hair tied in a bun and a scruffy beard, stood in their path. A katana hung from his waist, and white cloth strips were wrapped around his abdomen and ankles, evoking the image of a wandering Ronin. Beside him loomed a hulking figure with scarred skin and long earlobes adorned with large rings, a man whose menacing presence could rival a monster. It's been 3 years since our last meeting, Maki responded with her usual cold demeanor. 3 years and 2 months, to be precise, a new voice added, its tone flat and emotionless. Phaeton appeared, hands casually stuffed into his pockets, his dark aura simmering beneath the surface. Yo, Phaeton. Nobunaga greeted with a lazy wave before his expression shifted, eyes narrowing as if sensing something unusual. It feels like you've changed a bit, Franklin muttered as he eyed Phaeton standing silently beside Nobunaga. Phaeton's gaze, cold and steady, was locked on Ronnel. Noticing the shift in Phaeton's demeanor, Franklin exchanged glances between him and Ronnel, maintaining his usual calm expression. As a mediator within the Phantom Troop, Franklin stayed quiet, sensing tension in the air. So, it's true, Phaeton actually fought the new No 8. Franklin mused. He pieced together information Finks had shared earlier with Phaeton's recent attitude and couldn't help but drift into thought. While Franklin stayed silent, Nobunaga, ever the loud enhancer, was far less reserved. He grinned with open curiosity, alternating glances between Phaeton and Ronnel. So, you're the new number 8, huh? Nobunaga finally spoke, extending a hand toward Ronnel. I've only seen you on TV before this. Nice to finally meet you. He smiled slyly as he introduced himself. Nobunaga Hazama. Number 3 in the troop. Let's get along. Ronnel saw the glimmer of eagerness in Nobunaga's eyes. With a relaxed smile, he reached out and clasped Nobunaga's hand. Ronnel, the new number 8. Snap. Their handshake was fierce. Veins bulged on their hands as they tested each other's strength. Ronnel, huh? I like that name, Nobunaga said through clenched teeth, trying to hide the strain. Yours isn't bad either, Nobunaga, Ronnel replied smoothly, showing no discomfort despite the obvious pressure. Maki, watching the awkward exchange, gave an indifferent glance toward their hands before looking away, unimpressed. As their competition intensified, Phaeton also lost interest and drifted ahead to walk beside Maki. Franklin observed silently. To his surprise, the outcome of the handshake was clear. Ronnel had the upper hand. His strength rivals Finks or even Yuvijin's. No wonder he beat Phaeton, Franklin thought, still processing the unexpected outcome. Nobunaga was the first to release his grip, admitting defeat with a grin. You've got some serious power, he exclaimed, shaking his red hand. I didn't expect you to be this strong. Ronnel chuckled. Well, strength is one of my specialties. Enhancers like Nobunaga appreciated straightforward strength, and their brief contest had already earned Ronnel a bit of respect. With light banter, the group continued walking together along a dusty road that stretched across the wilderness. Cars rumbled past occasionally, kicking up clouds of dirt. Before long, the towering skyline of Yorno City came into view. Meanwhile, inside a dilapidated building on the outskirts of the city, Hisoka sat cross-legged on the floor, bored out of his mind. He entertained himself by stacking a pyramid of playing cards, balancing them delicately between his fingers. Just as he placed the last card, it slipped from his hand, scattering the entire structure. Hisoka looked up, a delighted grin spreading across his face. 3 figures stood at the entrance to the corridor. At the forefront was Krolo Lucifer, the enigmatic leader of the Phantom Troop. Behind him stood 2 other familiar figures, Pakunoda, her icy stare as sharp as ever, and Kurapika, whose long hair obscured most of his face, leaving only one eye visible. Seeing Krolo again after so long, Hisoka's grin deepened. Finally, he whispered to himself. As dusk fell over Yorno City, Ronnel and his companions entered the bustling streets. The lively chaos was nothing new to the Phantom Troop members, though the city's vibrancy still contrasted with the rundown streets of Meteor City, where many of them had grown up. Though not as extravagant as Yorno, still buzzed with life. Merchants hawked wares from every corner, and children gambled on feats of strength, their laughter filling the streets. Crossing a bridge that marked the divide between the wealthy and poor districts, Ronnel followed Phaeton toward an abandoned building where the rest of the troop waited. As they entered, several pairs of eyes turned to assess them. Sprawled lazily across a stone slab, Hisoka continued stacking cards, covered in bandages yet still grinning like a maniac. Shulnark lounged nearby, casually scrolling through his phone. Finks, dressed in his usual pharaoh-inspired attire, sat in the middle, flanked by Kurapika and Pakunoda. All of them glanced at Ronnel with curiosity, noting his presence with varying degrees of interest. Hisoka's grin widened at the sight of the newcomer. He toyed with a poker card between his fingers, eyes gleaming mischievously. Finks and Shilnark gave knowing glances, having crossed paths with Ronnel before. Krolo, seated quietly, studied Ronnel with an unreadable expression. Even Pakunoda and Kurapika, usually indifferent, couldn't hide their intrigue. It's hard to believe. This is the same kid we saw back at Heaven's Arena, Pakunoda murmured to Kurapika. Kurapika nodded. Back then, he wasn't anything special. Krolo only recruited him because of his unusual abilities. Pakunoda's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. But now, he's grown so fast that even Fiden couldn't take him down. They both shared a glance, feeling an odd sense of unease. So, this is the guy who beat Fiden. Pakunoda whispered under her breath. The Phantom Troop had 13 members in total, with 12 gathered here now only one missing. Ha ha ha, I'm here, everyone. Got a little sidetracked, but I'm not late, am I? That rough, booming voice echoed from outside the crumbling building. Moments later, a massive figure rushed through the entrance, halting abruptly in the doorway. 23:59:42, Shilnark announced with a glance at his phone. Still technically the 31st. As expected from the most punctual member of the troop. Standing at the entrance, Yuvijin, his towering frame rippling with muscle and silver hair shining under the dim light, grinned widely. Well, as long as I'm not late. He strode in, scanning the room until his gaze landed on Ronnel. You must be the new recruit. Heard you're strong. Yuvijin's grin widened with excitement. I'm Yuvijin, the strongest one here. Without hesitation, he extended his hand, a gesture more like a challenge than a greeting. Another handshake? Maki, Franklin, and Fiden exchanged glances, then turned toward Nobunaga, who was whistling casually on the sidelines. My name is Ronnel. With a composed expression, Ronnel met Yuvijin's hand with his own, their palms locking together in a firm grip. Crack. The sound of bones grinding was subtle but unmistakable. Both men instantly applied pressure, neither backing down. The other members of the troop watched silently, eager to witness the strength of the newcomer who had already bested Fiden. Somewhere amidst the tension, the faint sound of teeth grinding could be heard. Nobunaga plucked one of his mustache hairs absent-mindedly, his expression curious. Who was clenching their teeth, Ronnel or Yuvijin? Then, just as quickly as it began, Yuvijin released Ronnel's hand. He grinned, his expression radiating satisfaction. Meanwhile, Ronnel's calm demeanor remained unchanged, though the slight curve of a smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Well, that was telling. Ronnel, your strength, it's stronger than mine. Yuvijin declared, not with frustration, but with pure exhilaration. Finally, someone in the troop I can actually spar with. Nobody else wants to fight me or even arm wrestle anymore. Yuvijin clenched his fists eagerly. You'll spar with me again, right? Anytime, Ronnel replied with a small smile, subtly flexing his hand behind his back. Though he'd managed to suppress Yuvijin, the handshake had left his hand throbbing slightly. This brute really doesn't hold back, he thought. Yuvijin's eyes lit up. Great. Ha ha ha. The rest of the troop members had varied reactions to the display. Not just strong, this guy is even more impressive than Yuvijin, someone thought in surprise, while Nobunaga gave an almost knowing nod, as if to say, I saw this coming. Having faced Ronnel before, Nobunaga wasn't shocked. The same went for Fiden, who had already experienced Ronnel's overwhelming power firsthand. Finks, too, quietly gauged Ronnel's strength during his match with Fiden and concluded that Ronnel surpassed him and likely even Yuvijin. Though Finks wasn't far behind Yuvijin in raw strength, he accepted that Ronnel's power placed him firmly at the top. Shilnark had a similar conclusion, and even Hisoka, who'd witnessed Ronnel use deadly techniques during a previous encounter, found himself intrigued, clicking his tongue thoughtfully. The quiet exchange had changed something within the troop. Everyone knew that the internal ranking of strength was about to shift. The newcomer wasn't just here to fill a seat, he was already shaking the established hierarchy. As Yuvijin's laughter echoed through the building, Krolo, who had remained silent throughout the exchange, slowly rose to his feet. The room fell quiet. Yuvijin stopped laughing, and all eyes turned toward their leader as he ascended to a raised platform. Kurapika and Pakunoda stayed below, settling on a nearby stone platform, while the others instinctively stood, their postures shifting. When Krolo speaks, everyone listens. That's just how it works no matter what world you're in. By now, the clock had ticked past midnight. It was officially August 31st. Krolo stood at the highest point, holding a worn copy of his Bible in hand. His voice, calm and deliberate, echoed through the silent space. Now that everyone is here, let's discuss our next move. He cast a glance over the group, a faint smile playing on his lips. Tomorrow's auction. Krolo's eyes gleamed with purpose. The treasures, everything valuable, they're ours for the taking. A ripple of excitement ran through the troop. Yuvijin's grin widened, his eyes bloodshot with anticipation. And if anyone gets in the way, he asked eagerly, his voice trembling with excitement. Krolo's response was cold and simple. I give the order now. Kill them all. Yuvijin's laughter erupted instantly, wild, unhinged, and full of murderous glee. Ah ha 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 ha, ah ha 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 ha. His voice pierced the night, echoing through the dilapidated building. For someone like Yuvijin, who lived for battle and thrived in chaos, there was no greater joy than the prospect of an all-out fight. The other troop members exchanged glances, some like Finks wearing bloodthirsty grins of their own. When Yuvijin's laughter finally subsided, Krolo gave a small nod and continued. Let's get to the action plan. Leader. Yuvijin shot his hand up before Krolo could even begin assigning roles. Battle Squad Yuvijin. Krolo smirked. As expected. Hell yeah. Yuvijin clenched his fists, his excitement palpable. This was exactly what he wanted. A fight worth remembering. Krolo's voice remained calm as he continued the roll call, unaffected by Yuvijin's enthusiastic interruption. Combatants, Yuvijin, Franklin, Nobunaga. Intelligence, Shulnark. Shulnark gave a cheerful nod. Got it. Interrogation, Feeden. Feeden sneered, his voice sharp. I'll make them spill even what color underwear their boss wears. Support, Maki. Maki smirked. Leave it to me. Logistics, Ronald. Krolo's gaze rested on Ronald, standing in the back. Is that all right? More than fine, Ronald replied with a cold grin. Just leave their corpses to me. His lips curled slightly, hinting at morbid anticipation. With each death, more poison and necrotic energy could be harvested. And with Kurapika's colleagues attending the auction, along with Nen-wielding bodyguards, tonight promised a bountiful collection. Yuvijin grinned wide. Finally, someone to clean up the mess? Now we can really go all out. Feeden glanced at Ronald but said nothing. The others also nodded in agreement. While they didn't mind destruction, they knew all too well how annoying it was to deal with lingering consequences. Flies buzzing around the aftermath were hardly a welcome distraction. Krolo gave a slight smile. Do as you please. I only care about one thing, bring me the auction items tonight. All of them. On the streets, Gon clenched his hand, shaking out the soreness after another arm wrestling victory. Come on. Anyone else want to give it a try? The challenge fee is cheap, and if you win, you get a gem worth 3 million jenny. Leorio called out enthusiastically, hyping up the crowd. Beside him, Killua counted the money and kept track of the bets. Gon leaned over and whispered, do you think this will actually make us a lot of money? Killua shrugged. Who knows? But Leorio always has a plan, so let's just roll with it. Leorio grinned slyly, ready to reel in a big spender with Gon's winning streak. Elsewhere, the Nostrade family was preparing for the underground auction. Since only 3 representatives from each faction were allowed, the bodyguards were divided into groups. Light Nostrade had seen the ominous prophecy in Krolo's fortune, forewarning of danger. Although he prohibited Neon from attending, he still dispatched bodyguards. After all, that was their job, acting as shields in times of crisis. Surviving danger boosts your reputation and opens doors to better jobs, Light reasoned. For the bodyguards, it was both a challenge and an opportunity. They didn't complain, they knew the risks and accepted the assignment without hesitation. When Neon learned she wasn't allowed to attend the auction, however, she threw a tantrum. She screamed, cried, and even whacked Daltsaline on the head with 2 heavy pillows. Eventually, exhaustion overtook her, and she fell asleep. The maids calmly tidied up the mess, clearly accustomed to Neon's outbursts. Kurapika stood silently in the hallway, his crimson eyes concealed behind colored contact lenses. His heart raced with anticipation and anxiety. The phantom troop is coming. The eyes of my people are in this city. He clenched his fists. And Ronald, is he here too? Kurapika. Melody, standing beside him, looked up in concern. The rhythm of Kurapika's heartbeat had shifted from anger and longing to a complex swirl of emotions that worried her. Meanwhile, in an upscale hotel, Heir, another player in tonight's events, had just relocated his men into one of his family's properties. After organizing the bodyguards, Heir was left alone with his old servant. With a cigar between his lips, Heir lit it using a gun-shaped lighter, then exhaled a puff of smoke. Is this the prophecy Light Nostrade gave me? Heir asked, eyes narrowing at the paper the old servant held out. Yes, sir, the servant answered. According to this, the auction will be dangerous tonight. Heir gave a dismissive wave. If it's dangerous, then don't go. T/N, Heir is a guy from the Thousand Ears Society mission who hired Ronnel. He looks for rare things at auctions. He took another drag from the cigar and smirked. Just send someone eager to prove their loyalty. Plenty of fools want to impress me, so let the most enthusiastic one take the hit. The fools Heir referred to were his underlings, those craving status and favor within his organization. As for whether this plan would irritate the 10 Dons, who cared? With bloodshed likely, no one would mind if the wrong person showed up. The old servant nodded. Shall I also assign bodyguards? No, the prophecy was crystal clear. Sending bodyguards would be sending them to their deaths. I refuse to waste my money before I even get the services I deserve, Heir said with a slow, deliberate tone. But, it's an auction hosted by the 10 Dons. Should we really act like this? The old servant hesitated, worry etched into his expression. Heir dismissed the question with a casual wave. The servant immediately took the cue, gave a slight bow, and exited the room, walking backward without another word. Even I got my hands on the prophecy. With Light Nostrade's temperament, you think he wouldn't pass this intel to the Dons? He'd never miss such an opportunity. Heir took a long drag from his cigar, savoring the rich flavor as his mind worked through the situation. The 10 Dons have been quiet about the underground auction, too quiet. That means it's proceeding as planned, but I'll bet anything they've made contingency plans. He exhaled a plume of smoke, the tendrils curling lazily toward the ceiling. In a situation like this, sending anyone is meaningless. As Heir continued mulling over the prophecy, his suspicions aligned with reality. The Dons had already received the same divination and still chose to proceed. After some deliberation, they assigned their elite enforcers the shadow beasts to secure the auction's treasures. Though it was still the morning of August 31st, tension already simmered beneath the surface of Yukiksen City. The bustling streets were packed as the city prepared for the underground auction, drawing gang leaders, aristocrats, and the wealthiest collectors from all over. Everyone was here, hoping to claim their piece of the dream auction, which would officially begin in early September. The influx of visitors brought prosperity but also risk. Yorno's economy flourished briefly, but residents knew all too well that the chaos often followed close behind. Just last year, a conflict between two gang factions escalated into an open street war. The 10 Dons, furious with the recklessness, expelled both families, but not before countless innocent residents lost their lives. The people of Yorno City lived with a grim understanding: life here was cheap. No matter how many civilians were caught in the crossfire, the gang-controlled government wouldn't lift a finger to help. All the residents could do was hope this year's auction ended without bloodshed. But deep down, they knew better. Because in this world, Murphy's Law reigns supreme. The more you hope for peace, the less likely you are to get it. As the afternoon dragged on, the streets remained oddly calm. For now, the gangs avoided stirring up trouble whether out of respect for the auction or fear of the Dons. The residents dared to breathe a little easier, hoping this unusual peace would last until the night was over. But when evening came, the game began. Inside a hot air balloon drifting over the city, Shulnark was briefing his teammates. We've pinpointed the auction's location, identified who the organizers will send, and mapped their route. Even the car they'll be using got it all. He adjusted the antennae of his phone with a satisfied grin. The plan is simple. We intercept the organizers, steal their place, and infiltrate the auction disguised as them. The second team will wait for my signal and grab the prize. He scanned the faces of his companions. Any objections? None, Phaeton muttered from beneath his cloak, his voice low and rough. Leave the intercept to me. I'll make sure they don't breathe long enough to regret it. Franklin raised one massive hand. I'm in. I'll clear the way inside. Yuvijin shifted excitedly in his seat. I'll take care of the auction loot. Nobunaga remained silent, only lifting his hand in quiet agreement. The two had been partners since their days on the streets of Meteor City. I'll stay outside to back you up, Maki offered, her tone casual. And I'll handle the cleanup and transporting the goods. Finally, Ronald spoke up. Transport? Huh? That'll be my job. Transport. Yuvijin echoed with a puzzled frown. Yeah, Shulnark confirmed. Ronald's Nen ability is like a portable storage space. He glanced at Ron for clarification. Care to explain? Ron grinned. It works like this: as long as the object's lifeless, I can store it. It doesn't matter how much time passes inside the pocket, the object stays unchanged. Yuvijin's confusion deepened. How much can you carry, though? The stronger my Nen, the bigger the space, Ron replied confidently. Think of it like those item slots in video games. Each type of thing takes up one slot, no matter the size. For example, 35 corpses would just be corpse x 35. His grin widened. The number of slots? Infinite. Yuvijin let out an impressed whistle. Man, that's some useful Nen. Too bad it doesn't help in a fight, though. Don't worry about that, Ronald chuckled. Just leave the heavy lifting to me. And so, with their plan laid out and each member assigned their role, the Phantom Troop prepared to make their move. As always, chaos lurked just beneath the surface, and in Yorno City, it was only a matter of time before it burst free. Shulnark nodded toward Ronald and said, well, if that's the case, I'll handle the coordination from here. If there are no issues, we'll begin after the balloon touches down. Phaeton, the vehicle provided by the organizers is. As Shulnark continued his explanation, the balloon drifted, finally descending into the outskirts near the city. Shua. Once the group disembarked from the hot air balloon, Ronald raised a hand and stored it away in front of the others. That's definitely a handy ability. With that, they exchanged glances, impressed yet again, before scattering to begin their tasks. The sun had started its slow descent toward the west, while the moon crept steadily into the sky. Tonight was fated to be anything but peaceful. The underground auction, organized by the 10 Dons, was an elite gathering of the world's most notorious gangs. Its purpose was twofold: to reinforce the Dons' influence and to provide an arena for underworld families to flaunt wealth, strength, and ambition. Every crime family knew that currying favor with the Dons could make or break their fortunes for the next year. Even a mere scrap of approval from the Dons, just enough to be called a bone, would send these hungry dogs scrambling. Thus, the auction attracted top-tier figures, high-ranking officers, deputies, and even family heads. However, not all participants were genuine competitors. Some, like Light Nostrade, wished for the ruin of their rivals. Families who obtained hints from the recent divination poem guarded their knowledge closely, sharing nothing with outsiders. Nostrade, along with other families in possession of the divination, sent only professional bodyguards to represent them. Light Nostrade dispatched 3 Bays, a pink-haired beauty exuding confidence, wearing a strikingly bold outfit. Ivy Lenkov, a towering man with the physique of a fighter from the polar north. Squala, a wiry figure with a mischievous glint, his appearance evoking a playful Mexican flair. Although they were well aware of the danger tonight, the specifics remained elusive, and their tension bubbled beneath the surface as they made small talk. None of them are here, Docino observed, scanning the hall. They're already in Yorno City but chose to skip this event, Ivy Lenkov responded grimly. It's clear they've all received Miss Neon's divination poem. The danger boss Dalt Saline warned us about must be imminent. Dalt Saline wiped the sweat from his brow, trying to smile. Well, that's not reassuring. Looks like we're in for one hell of a night, huh? Enough worrying, Baze said, a smirk playing on her lips. Remember our mission. No matter the situation, we complete our task. Stick to that principle, and you'll be fine. Meanwhile, at the auction hall's entrance. Catch. The sound of throats being slashed broke the silence as Ronald disposed of several guards. He stowed their bodies neatly into his space backpack, then exchanged signals with Shulnark. The plan was underway. Yuvijin and Nobunaga would secure the auction goods, while Phaeton and Franklin prepared for their chaotic performance. Leaning casually against the wall, Ronald waited, fully prepared to absorb the wave of death and loot whatever he could. Inside the hall, the underworld elite remained blissfully unaware of the massacre at the door. The auction was starting, and two figures emerged onto the stage, stepping to the lone microphone stand. The first was a short man with an unsettling grin. Behind him stood a hulking brute, his expression radiating menace. The gathered gang leaders, accustomed to all manner of villains, assumed these two were merely the auction's hosts and gave them their full attention. Even Baze and her companions didn't suspect anything, though something about the pair felt slightly off. The short man grasped the microphone, his lips curling into a sly smile. Welcome, esteemed guests. I'll skip the pointless formalities. His grin widened. Let's get straight to business, send everyone to hell. A stunned silence followed. Baze's smile faded instantly as she, Ivy Lenkov, and Dalt Saline tensed. Their instincts screamed danger. In the next moment, the larger man's fingers popped off, revealing the muzzles of hidden guns. A hail of bullets erupted, raining death upon the gathered criminals, whose hair stood on end with terror. Outside, Kurapika listened to the commotion from his position near the auction house, speaking quietly with melody. What if a former comrade now stands in opposition to you? He asked, his voice heavy with unspoken concern. Melody, with her usual gentle wisdom, paused before replying. There have been many cases throughout history where allies turned enemies due to different beliefs or goals. You likely know more about this than I do. Or perhaps, she added, you already know the answer but just aren't ready to accept it. Kurapika looked up at the night sky, the stars shimmering coldly above him. Not sure, huh, he murmured softly. Clang. The sound from inside the auction house jolted Kurapika back to full attention. What's happening? He asked, his senses now on high alert. Melody, too, stood ready, her calm demeanor replaced with sharp vigilance. Bang, bang, bang. Ah. In the chaotic auction hall, bullets tore through the air indiscriminately, striking down attendees one after another. Many were shot multiple times, collapsing in a crimson spray and dying on the spot. Others, hit in the limbs during the initial onslaught, screamed in agony amidst the splatter of flesh and blood. However, the second wave of Nen-imbued bullets abruptly silenced them. Their bodies hit the floor lifeless. The once lively auction room had become a living nightmare, a hellish landscape of blood and death. Phaeton covered his ears, an almost gleeful spark in his eyes as he observed the massacre. The pool of dying gangsters mirrored his twisted pleasure, the same sadistic thrill that lit up Franklin's face behind him. Get behind me. As Franklin's arm-mounted machine guns roared to life, Tosino activated his Nen ability. 11 black children. He motioned for Baze follow, and they both took cover behind him. But it was useless. Their abilities were leagues apart, and Franklin's Nen bullets tore through Tosino's conjured dolls as if they were soap bubbles. The figures crumbled, their lifeless forms evaporating alongside Tosino's hopes of defense. The next hail of bullets found their mark, riddling Tosino's body. Blood poured from his wounds as he struggled to shield the others. Go, run. Gasping, Tosino turned to Baze and Ivy Lenkov, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With the last of his strength, he gave his final order. In the next moment, a bullet punctured his skull, and his lifeless body hit the floor, eyes frozen wide in a vacant stare. Baze and Ivy Lenkov were the only survivors in the hall, their hearts pounding with terror and grief. Yet, they forced themselves to suppress the emotions welling up inside and focused on their mission. With quick steps, they bolted toward the exit. Meanwhile, Franklin lowered his machine guns and joined Phaeton, both observing the fleeing pair like cats watching cornered prey. Baze and Ivy Lenkov ran as fast as their adrenaline-fueled legs could carry them, nearly reaching the exit when, boom, the heavy door swung open with a deafening crash. Standing at the threshold was a young man in a black trench coat. Their hearts sank. Reinforcements. Ronald stepped through the doorway, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic scene. The stench of blood filled the air. His attention soon landed on Baze and Ivy Lenkov, their faces twisted in panic. A flicker of recognition dawned on him. Kurapika's allies. Looks like they didn't get killed by Franklin's bullets, only to be finished by Shizuko with that damned vacuum cleaner. With that thought, Ronald continued walking deeper into the room. The two survivors stumbled backward, trembling. Fear and despair clawed at their minds. There was no escape, their only choices were a deadly abyss ahead or certain doom behind. Resistance? A joke. Franklin's guns could obliterate them in a blink. As for the short man, his aura suggested he was far deadlier than he looked. And this new arrival? There was no telling what kind of monster lurked behind the mask and trench coat. Desperation surged through Baze's veins. She gritted her teeth and prepared to make a final dash for freedom. Bang! A sudden gunshot echoed through the room, freezing her in place. A blood-soaked figure staggered to his feet, clutching a pistol. His voice rasped with defiance, even as his strength waned. You won't get away with this. Not just you, but your friends, your families, all the gangsters in the underworld. They'll hunt you down, and they'll make sure you suffer. The man fired his last rounds in a futile attempt to fight back, gasping through every word. Franklin, unbothered, stepped closer. Da-da-da. A final burst of gunfire silenced the man, leaving only the sound of blood dripping onto the floor. Phaeton glanced toward Franklin. Which family was he talking about? Who knows? Franklin shrugged, turning toward Ronnel. Think you can clean this up? Ronnel smiled faintly. Not a problem. He crouched down and began stowing the bodies into his spatial backpack without a second thought. Ronnel then shot a sly look toward Phaeton. You know, without that hood, you're not half bad looking. Phaeton gave him a sidelong glare. And the mask you wear makes you look way better than your actual face. It was a fair jab. After all, Ronnel was a floor master in Heaven's Arena and a previous champion of the Battle Olympia. As someone with a bit of fame, he preferred to keep his identity hidden during operations. Phaeton's gaze shifted toward Baze and Ivy Lenkoff. His cold, emotionless stare sent chills down their spines. Well then. Phaeton stepped forward, slowly pulling his hand from his pocket. Let's end this farce. Pfft. With one swift motion, Phaeton beheaded both survivors. Their heads hit the floor with a soft thud, their faces frozen in terror yet with a strange sense of relief. Ronald shook his head in mild exasperation. Not like they had much of a chance, anyway. Even if they had survived, their fate would have been worse in Phaeton's hands. Death was a mercy compared to the torture that awaited them. Casually, Ronald stuffed the last of the bodies into his spatial backpack. I'll take care of these later. Once Uvijin finishes dealing with the shadow beasts, I'll find a quiet spot to clean things up. Just as Ronald secured the final body, a booming voice echoed through the hall. Where the hell are the auction items? What happened to the loot? You'd better explain, you bastard. It was Uvijin, his fury as unmistakable as ever. There seems to be a little problem. At the entrance of the hall, Uvijin dragged in a pale, trembling man who could barely stand on his own feet. Phaeton and Franklin turned to look. Trailing behind Uvijin were Shulnark, his face neutral as always, and Nobunaga with his arms crossed. All the auction items in the vault are gone, Shulnark announced. The host claims someone removed them a few hours before the auction began. Without another word, Uvijin flung the auction host forward, landing him at Phaeton's feet. Phaeton, I'll leave this guy to you. Extract everything useful. I'll handle it, Phaeton replied, his voice a low murmur. This scum won't leave until I know everything. The host's body convulsed with fear as Phaeton slowly approached him. I'll tell you everything I know? Please Ronald shifted his gaze away after just a glimpse of Phaeton's interrogation techniques. Poor bastard, Ronald thought, this host is having the worst night of his life. Soon, the gangsters arrived in their vehicles, though too late to do much good. Upon seeing the empty hall and barren vault, their frustration boiled over. Phones were yanked from pockets, and frantic calls to underworld contacts began immediately. Meanwhile, in a massive hot air balloon floating far above the city, several Phantom Troop members gathered. Uvijin, who was tugging on his chest hair out of habit, was the first to speak. He held up his phone, already connected to Krolo. They took everything, Uvijin reported grimly. Krolo, seated far away in an abandoned building, leaned into the call. The vault's empty. Yeah, nothing left at the underground auction. The only host we could question said everything had been removed a few hours before the event, Uvijin explained, his voice unusually low and restrained. It's almost like someone knew this was going to happen, Uvijin continued, switching the call to speaker mode so everyone could listen in. Krolo's voice was as flat and composed as ever. Oh, there's a traitor in the Phantom Troop. Uvijin's eyes flashed with suspicion. Phaeton and Franklin immediately cast sidelong glances at Ronald, who stood quietly, leaning against the balloon's basket. Nobunaga scratched his head and shot Ronald a quick glance but then turned away, unconvinced. Shulnark and Maki remained silent, their expressions unreadable. Krolo's calm voice came through the speaker. There are no traitors. According to the Bible, Judas sold out Jesus for 30 silver coins, Krolo continued, his tone almost amused. If someone were to betray us, what would they gain? Money? Fame? Status? His smile was barely audible through the call. Anyone content with such petty rewards wouldn't have joined the Phantom Troop in the first place. Although Krolo's words were clear, his eyes drifted toward Hisoka, who stood off to the side. While others may not have the heart for betrayal, Hisoka's motives were always a mystery and not exactly trustworthy. Krolo elaborated further. It seems the information provided wasn't fully accurate, though someone high up in the underworld believed it. They must have acted on that belief. Uvijin exhaled, somewhat relieved by the reassurance that there were no traitors among them. Franklin looked away, his mind seemingly put at ease. Phaeton, however, didn't seem convinced. His eyes stayed locked on Ronald. Don't you have anything to say? Phaeton's voice was sharp. The question caused the conversation on both ends of the call to freeze. Back in the abandoned building, Finks clenched his fists, sensing that Phaeton's shift in attitude could mean trouble. Ronald met Phaeton's gaze calmly. You already know I'm not the traitor, Ronald said with a smirk. You're just looking for an excuse to mess with me. Phaeton's expression remained cold, but the corners of his mouth twitched. Still feel like that beating you got from me didn't hurt enough? Yeah, Phaeton challenged, his eyes narrowing. Before anything more could escalate, Shulnark and Nobunaga moved between the two. Their silent gestures said everything enough. After a tense pause, Fiden relaxed slightly, and Shulnark and Nobunaga backed off. Ronald thought for a moment, then turned to Franklin. Franklin, you remember those two guys Fiden killed earlier? Franklin grunted. Yeah, what about them? Everyone turned their attention to Ronald, curious about where this conversation was headed. The fact that they survived your high-intensity bullets means they weren't ordinary thugs. Ronald continued. Their bodies had marking symbols of the Nostrade family. They were skilled mercenaries, likely on contract. Nobunaga frowned, rubbing his chin. Nostrade family, huh? So what? As far as I know, Ronald said thoughtfully, the Nostrade family has a daughter with divination abilities. Word is, her predictions have always come true. I've heard the same, Franklin added. The Nostrade family's been building influence across the underworld using that girl's prophecies. Ronald nodded. It makes sense that they saw our attack coming and prepared accordingly. The conversation grew heavier as the pieces began falling into place. If I remember correctly, Krolo's going to target the Nostrade daughter to steal her Nen ability, Ronald said, more to himself than anyone else. He added grimly, but once her ability is stolen, it won't last. Krolo's rule is that stolen Nen vanishes if the original user dies. The group fell into silence, digesting Ronald's words. If that girl dies, the Nostrade family will collapse, Ronald concluded. The underworld will eat them alive. Franklin's brow furrowed. So, what are you getting at? I'm saying we need to act first. If Krolo's going to make his move eventually, we might as well beat him to it. At least with this, Ronald could take a little initiative, paving the way for the possibility of acquiring this ability in the future. Though Fiden and the others had Tocino to thank, Ronald still pinned some blame on Neon Nostrade, treating these factors as leverage to make his words more convincing. And most of what he said was true. So, you're saying the girl with that rare Nen ability cannot predict her own future? Franklin leaned forward, trying to grasp Ronald's meaning. Yeah, I heard rumors before and thought they were bogus. But now, Ronald trailed off, but the others in the balloon, as well as Krolo and those on the phone, understood what he was implying. I see, Krolo murmured, lowering his head in thought. If it really involved a fortune teller, it aligned with some of his previous theories. Shulnark, Krolo said into the phone. Got it, boss. I'll look into the details of the Nostrade family, Shulnark responded immediately. While Yuvijin and Krolo talked over the call, gang members had spotted Yuvijin's hot air balloon. Phones were buzzing as the underworld scrambled into action. Some mobsters, eager to curry favor with the Ten Dons, rushed toward the predicted landing site. It was rumored that the Ten Dons had already deployed the Shadow Beasts, so they needed to execute their plan flawlessly to leave a lasting impression. Meanwhile, Kurapika and his group were also en route to the balloon, acting on Light Nostrade's request. Inside the car, Melody glanced at Kurapika, who sat beside her with his heart pounding violently. She could tell without even mentioning it Kurapika's enemies were behind this auction attack. And if Kurapika encountered them in his current state, there, the balloon's coming down. Squala, the driver, shouted as he spotted movement ahead. Other gang vehicles had noticed, too, engines roaring as they sped toward the landing site. Follow them, Basho ordered from the passenger seat. But keep your distance. Let the mob go first, he added calmly. All the participants from the auction are gone. No word on Baze or Ivylenka if either it's likely they were killed. That means our enemies are formidable. Let these guys test the waters. If they succeed, we can step in afterward. If not, at least we'll have first-hand intel and can strike when the time is right. Years of experience as a bodyguard had taught Basho to make quick, strategic decisions. The others in the car nodded in agreement, and the Nostrade family vehicles continued to trail the mob at a measured pace, waiting for their chance to act. In a high-end hotel elsewhere in the city, Leorio lounged with a newspaper in hand. Send in the Salvatore brothers, he said lazily. A chaotic fight is perfect for those two. The old waiter standing by gave a slight bow and retreated. The Salvatore brothers were sharpshooter twins specialists in long-range Nen combat. Robbing the underground auction and stirring up this much trouble? That's no ordinary criminal gang. This year's Yorno City, things are getting interesting, Leorio muttered to himself. In the middle of a desolate mountain range, several mobsters fired warning shots into the sky, barking orders at a group on higher ground. Better cooperate, or you'll get buried alive, one gangster yelled. If you make this harder, you'll die in the ugliest way possible, you bastards, shouted another. Nobunaga stood on the high ground, rubbing his ears in irritation at the racket. Don't you think their greeting style is a little outdated, he said with a smirk. Well, it's what you'd expect from gangsters. Shulnark chuckled. But yet, not exactly original. Just noisy. Ronald strolled up from behind after securing the balloon, taking in the scene below. Seeing someone finally show his face, the gangsters grew louder, shouting more threats. Without a word, Ronald reached into his belongings and pulled out a Gatling gun. After all, men love guns whether they're hot weapons, cold steel, or something else entirely. So it wasn't really that strange for Ronald to have a Gatling gun tucked away. The others, however, didn't seem to share that sentiment. The Phantom Troop members behind him looked mildly surprised. The gangsters below? Dumbfounded. Drrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr several tanks, sending flames and debris into the air. When the final bullet left the barrel, Ronald calmly stashed the Gatling gun, dusted off his hands, and surveyed the devastation. He gave a satisfied nod. Much better. Quiet at last. Ronald turned to find the rest of the phantom troop staring at him with amused, curious expressions. Even a Gatling gun, huh? Now I really want to know what else you've got hidden in that arsenal of yours, Nobunaga said, tugging at his mustache in genuine interest. The others were curious too, though not overly concerned. One thing was certain, Ronald's approach had worked. The shouting mob below was now significantly quieter, the only sounds being the occasional groan from the injured. The burst of gunfire and explosions had wreaked havoc on the gangsters. Fear spread among them as they fumbled for their phones. Requesting backup? The enemy has high-pressure machine gun firepower. We need more manpower. Send armored vehicles, riot shields, rocket launchers, everything. Bring anything that can stop them. After finishing the call, one of them grumbled under his breath, glaring up at the figures above. Let's see how cocky they are once the bazookas arrive. Despite the bravado, none dared raise their voices for fear another barrage would rain down on them. Looks like they've stopped for now. Should we leave? Our job's done for today anyway. It's fine. I'll handle the rest. Stay out of this. Yuvijin grinned as he slid down the hillside. This part's gonna be boring. I'll clean up the bodies. From his perch above, Ronald surveyed the chaos below before turning away. With a graceful leap, he disappeared toward a distant, quieter area of the mountains. You going after him? Phaeton asked, narrowing his eyes. No, Maki replied, brushing a lock of hair away from her face. I saw his Nen during the matches at Heaven's Arena. Nothing impressive. Yeah, I think I remember it, Shulnark chimed in, pulling a deck of playing cards from his jacket pocket. Guess I'll play for a bit. You carry cards everywhere? Phaeton asked, raising an eyebrow. There were some lying around at the base, so I grabbed a deck. Back at the hideout where the phantom troop gathered, Hisoka sat cross-legged, meticulously stacking cards into a pyramid. His face twisted in irritation as he noticed something amiss. Where's that last pair? He murmured, eyes narrowing. The oppressive aura surrounding him made a nearby Lef shrink away in fear. It wasn't easy to get this far. Hisoka muttered, clearly frustrated. Meanwhile, in the desert outside Yorno City, an ideal place to dispose of bodies, Ronald stood atop a high slope. He waved his hand, and several corpses materialized from thin air, piling atop one another. All right. Let's get started. The clustered bodies made his task easier. With a flick of his wrist, Ronald activated two abilities. Waves of death energy and corpse poison rippled through the air, mingling with various other objects he had collected. A pistol with armor-piercing rounds? Not useful. He tossed it aside, inspecting the next item, a stained napkin bearing a celebrity's autograph. What the hell is this supposed to be? Ronald's gaze drifted to another discovery, how to get rid of the Bossa handbook. Well, that tracks, he muttered, amused. He schemed through the rest of the loot, guns, mundane skills, crude cursing techniques, nothing of value. Most were the predictable trappings of low-level thugs. But among them, he found something worthwhile. From Tosino and the others, he had absorbed Pure Nen and the emission ability, 11 black children. Its ease of use made it practical. Satisfied, Ronald tossed the bodies into a bottomless ditch and dusted off his hands. He paused, his keen senses picking up on movement from the sky. A dark figure was drawing closer, wings flapping rhythmically. As it came into view, Ronald recognized the flying form. It was a bat-like creature. The winged figure circled overhead before descending toward him, landing with a soft thud. What family do you belong to? What are you doing here? The creature's voice was sharp and demanding, eyes devoid of emotion. A ghost beast. Ronald muttered under his breath, narrowing his eyes. He recalled the incident when Maki and the others pursued Kurapika after Yuvijin was captured. 6 members of the Shadow Beasts had shown up to hunt them down. Though not all of their abilities had been revealed, Ronald remembered one of them could fly. Is this the one? The bat-like creature sensed something off about Ronald. Its instincts screamed for caution. But before it could react, Ronald kicked off the ground, a cloud of dust rising in his wake as he closed the distance. In a flash, a sharp blade materialized in Ronald's hand. Perfect timing. I've always wanted to try out shadow beasts. What's your price? Swish. A streak of silver sliced toward the creature's neck with deadly precision. Hiss. The beast flinched, narrowly avoiding the full brunt of the attack. A thin line of blood welled at the fresh wound, stinging against the cool air. Damn it. Instinctively, the bat shot upward, retreating into the sky. It touched its neck gingerly, grimacing as it felt the warm trickle of blood. If I weren't the fastest among the shadow beasts, my head would be rolling right now. The realization sent a shiver down the creature's spine. It hovered at a safe distance, glaring down at Ronald. You really thought you could kill me in one blow, the creature snarled. Not bad. But this is my domain, the sky? Up here, my speed is unmatched. The bat's confidence surged as it regained altitude, convinced it now had the upper hand. A smug grin tugged at the corners of its mouth as it prepared to launch its counterattack. Flapping its wings, Batman cut off mid-sentence and launched toward Ronald. Let's start by ripping your limbs off. Then we'll see who you really are. Not that it'll take long. A cruel glint flickered in Batman's eyes. The Owl's team is already ahead, and Leech is catching up. If I go full speed, there's no way I'll fall behind. Batman grinned, glancing at Ronald's seemingly helpless figure. Time to die. Yuvijin's battlefield. While Batman fought Ronald, chaos erupted across the field, where Yuvijin rampaged wildly. His physical power overwhelmed every Nen user in sight. It's insane way stronger than any Nen I've ever seen, one of the Salvado brothers whispered, shivering as he tracked Yuvijin through binoculars from a nearby slope. We've got to hit him, but, do you think my cold bomb rounds can pierce that monster? Asked the younger brother, gripping his sniper rifle. His voice trembled slightly, equal parts fear and eagerness. Nen ability, explosive sniper. Effect, when targeting an opponent with a sniper rifle, the further the distance between the user and the target, the harder it becomes to aim, but the more powerful the bullet will be upon impact. Restrictions, only works with sniper rifles and requires aiming. In summary, the more difficult the shot, the deadlier the bullet. This was the younger brother's ability. It seemed limited until paired with his twin brother's skill. Nen ability, precise aiming. Effect, a magnifying scope manifests in the user's palm, ensuring that the target is perfectly aligned regardless of circumstances, enhancing bullet power. Restriction, the scope cannot be used to aid the user directly. Each use takes a toll on the wielder's lifespan. Bound by vows and restrictions, the older brother's Nen perfectly complemented his siblings' power, making them a deadly team. How can we know if it works unless we try? The older brother said with a shrug, activating his Nen. A shimmering black magnifying glass appeared in his palm. We'll take 2 shots and leave. No way that brute can reach us from this distance, especially with the gang blocking his way. Sounds like a plan. The younger brother loaded his rifle and aimed through the scope, locking onto Yuvijin. Even with the scope, Yuvijin's figure appeared hazy amidst the chaos. But it was enough. Let's see if his skin's tougher than steel. The shot. Boom! A powerful bullet screamed from the muzzle, hurtling toward Yuvijin at incredible speed. Huh? That's all? A rocket was more impressive. Smoke trailed from Yuvijin's massive frame as he shook off the impact. A broad grin spread across his face, revealing a set of pearly teeth. Alright, what else ya got? Boom! Another shot slammed into Yuvijin's face, detonating on impact. Oh, high on the slope, Nobunaga whistled, grinning mischievously as he played cards with Shulnark. That was a strong Nen bullet. Probably stronger than that rocket launcher, huh? Nobunaga's tone was filled with amusement, relishing the spectacle. Yuvijin's gonna lose it now, he said with a chuckle. Looks like that bullet was charged with Nen. Alright, Phaeton muttered, his eyes cold and calculating. But it won't be enough. Yuvijin reacts. That hurt, you bastards. Yuvijin roared, shaking his head wildly to clear the smoke. Half his face was covered in soot and ash. Where the hell did that come from? Oh, he's spotted us, the younger brother muttered. Time to bail. The brothers moved to retreat, but they weren't quick enough. Death comes swiftly. Splat. Warm, sticky blood sprayed across the younger brother's face. He looked down in horror to see his older brother clutching his chest, his eyes wide with disbelief. Brother. Before he could react, another object zipped through the air, small but deadly. Thud. The second brother collapsed, a tiny stone lodged in his forehead. The sniper rifle slipped from his lifeless hands, clattering to the ground next to his brother's lifeless body. Their eyes remained wide open, filled with unspoken regret and disbelief as they stared blankly into nothingness. They had underestimated the strength of their enemy and paid the ultimate price. Yuvijin's triumph. Bingo? Nailed them both. Yuvijin roared triumphantly, tossing aside the stone he had used to kill the brothers. I thought they'd put up more of a fight. What a letdown. With a casual shrug, Yuvijin turned his attention back to the swarm of enemies ahead. Grinning wildly, he charged forward, eager to cause more mayhem. Kurapika and the team. On a nearby hill, Kurapika's team watched the carnage unfold below. Yuvijin, the suspected Phantom Troop member, tore through his opponents with brutal ease. Basho frowned. It's a mess down there, but this is our job. We need to stick to the plan. Retreat sounds good to me, murmured Squala, eyeing the battlefield nervously. Kurapika's gaze remained fixed on Yuvijin. His eyes burned with quiet resolve. We stay. He's our target. Just then, Melody tilted her head, listening intently. There's another heartbeat nearby, she whispered. Far off in the hills, another figure began to stir, a strange, bestial creature moving into position. The Batman's last strike. Meanwhile, the Batman swooped down toward Ronnel, its metallic legs gleaming like blades in the moonlight. I'll tear you apart, piece by piece, the Batman cackled, savoring the anticipation of Ronnel's agony. But just as the creature thought victory was at hand, its smug expression twisted into confusion. Something was wrong. Under Ronnel's stunned gaze, the bat-like Nen user grinned. But then so did Ronnel. That's right, he laughed. In the thin, suffocating air high above the city, with death staring him down, Ronnel smiled. Do you really think I'm helpless? He asked softly, sheathing his blade. His voice carried effortlessly on the wind, just enough for the bat creature to hear. The one who's truly out of options is you? An ominous chill surged through the bat's veins. Just as it moved to retreat, a faint breeze stirred behind it. Something was coming. Fast. Panic set in, but it was too late. Tiger bite fist. A loud crack echoed through the sky. Before the bat could react, searing pain ripped through its neck, and the world spun violently. With its last flicker of consciousness, the creature glimpsed its own headless body, blood gushing from the severed stump, and a familiar figure hovering behind it. It was another Ronnel. His hands were still poised like claws, mimicking the act of decapitation. Then, everything faded into darkness. Thud. The bat beast's headless body hit the ground at the same time as Ronnel landed gracefully beside it. Plenty of strength, Ronnel mused, brushing dust off his shoulder. But 0 sense. He glanced at the lifeless creature, addressing his now vanished doppelganger. No seasoned Nen user would put themselves at risk against an unknown opponent. Arrogance and overconfidence mean nothing when you're dead. The clone had vanished, but the real Ronnel remained, his expression unreadable. It had all been part of the plan. When he kicked up the dust earlier, he had released his double, sending it in first. The idea was simple: either the initial blow would kill, or the enemy would lower its guard, leaving an opening for a fatal strike. Either way, the tiger bite fist had done its job. Decapitation in one clean motion. And the truth was, Ronnel hadn't even needed the clone. He had more than enough ways to deal with the bat on his own. This was just an opportunity to test his new ability, and the results were promising. With a satisfied hum, Ronnel knelt beside the bat creature's corpse, resting a hand on its still warm body. Acquired essence, basic core. Acquired Nen ability, Star Moon Night Walker. Acquired skill, advanced flight experience. 3 glowing spheres rose from the corpse and hovered in the air before sinking into Ronnel's body. The shadow beasts. Ronnel thought as he stood up. These creatures were strange. Their strength was difficult to evaluate, and their power fluctuated wildly. On the one hand, 2 of them had fallen to Shizuku, a member of the Phantom Troop, with laughable ease. But at the same time, these beasts were handpicked by the 10 Dons, some of the most influential crime bosses in the world. They were no pushovers. Even Yuvijin, the strongest member of the troop, couldn't break free when one of the beasts, a giant earthworm, dragged him underground. And despite his steel-like skin, it had been nearly torn apart by another beast known as the Rabid Dog. Strength alone didn't guarantee victory. Ronnel knew that better than anyone. Underestimating the enemy, as Yuvijin did, could get you killed. One wrong move, one slip, and it's over. This bat-like beast was a testament to that. It wasn't particularly weak. Ronnel could feel that from the experience boost his Nen ability had just absorbed. Star Moon Night Walker, huh? A strange name for a thug's ability. Nen, Star Moon Night Walker. Effect, conjures wings near the user's arms, allowing for flight. While airborne, the user's speed increases significantly. Restriction, this ability can only be used at night. The wings are bound to the user's arms. If the arms are disabled, the ability cannot activate. So, that's where the flight experience came from, Ronnel murmured. It was a neatly packaged deal: wings, flight, and speed. But the restriction made sense. Like most beasts, the ability aligned with the creature's theme, just as other beasts mirrored animals like leeches, porcupines, or owls. Satisfied with the new skill, Ronnel focused his aura, summoning the wings for the first time. 2 sleek, leathery appendages unfolded from his arms, shimmering slightly under the moonlight. He flexed them experimentally. Not bad, he whispered, grinning. With a small movement, he pushed off the ground, floating effortlessly into the air. His body felt weightless, as if gravity no longer applied. Feels like I've lost a few kilos, Ronnel joked, testing the wings with a few sharp turns. His movements were quick and precise. The air itself seemed to bend around him, boosting his speed even further. This was more than just a flight ability. His entire body felt lighter, more agile. His reactions were faster. Every movement in the air felt as natural as breathing. So this is what it feels like, Ronnel whispered, his voice lost in the wind. No wonder people dreamed of flying. It was a freedom unlike any other. For a moment, he just hovered there, savoring the experience. Yuvijin's fight should be over by now, he thought, glancing toward the distant city lights. Might as well go check on him. With a powerful flap of his wings, Ronnel shot forward. The wind rushed past him, and within seconds, the landscape blurred below as he soared through the night sky. The sky really is something else. No wonder people never give up on the dream of flying. The excitement on his face was unmistakable. This new ability wasn't just useful, it was exhilarating. Ronnel seemed to be enjoying himself, flipping in midair and relishing the thrill of flying. Though he made it look easy, the true master of this Nen technique, Star Moon Night Walker, had spent countless nights honing the skill to fly so freely. Now, all of that expertise was at Ronnel's disposal, making his task almost effortless. After savoring the exhilaration of flight, he quickly headed back to where the hot air balloon had been. Upon approaching, he landed, releasing his ability and returning to the group with a jump. "You're back, Ronnel," Nobunaga said, sensing him from behind. Without turning around, Nobunaga's casual tone masked his sharp focus as he continued watching the scene below. Nobunaga wasn't the only one on edge. Shulnark and the others had paused their card game and were gathered at the edge, observing the events below. "That took a while, didn't it?" Franklin asked, with Phaeton casting a glance as well. "Ran into the shadow beast along the way," Ronnel explained. "It put up a fight but wasn't too hard to handle." As Ronnel spoke, he looked down and noticed a large hole in the field. Yuvijin stood shirtless, revealing his number 11 spider tattoo, gripping a small, bald creature by the head. "The shadow beast? And you took care of it," some of the others murmured, briefly glancing at Ronald before turning back to the action. The shadow beast had shown off some impressive strength but was no real match for the Phantom Troop. So Yuvijin took out the earthworm with a massive punch, Ronald assessed, but got pinned down by Porcupine's quills. Sealed off his power punch, huh. In the field, Yuvijin grunted as he worked to free himself, grimacing as the porcupine's needles pierced his shoulder. "A big brute like you isn't that tough to handle," muttered the sick dog, spitting out a chunk of flesh he'd torn from Yuvijin and moving in to attack his thigh. "Need some help, Yuvijin?" Shulnark called out, raising an eyebrow. "Like hell? I can handle these guys on my own." Yuvijin suddenly found his body unresponsive. The rabid dog's attack had delivered a paralyzing neurotoxin. Armed to the teeth, Ronald mused, stroking his chin. That poison's similar to the one Krolo used to scratch Silva. Watching from above, he wondered, I wonder what effect combining that toxin with corpse poison might have. Once they're down, maybe I'll test it. In the field, Leech was attempting to plant parasites in Yuvigen's body. Despite his predicament, Yuvigen maintained his composure, his fighting spirit stronger than ever. In a typical story, this would be the moment for the protagonist's miraculous comeback. But Yuvigen wasn't the hero, so he'd have to fight his way out another way. Crunch. With a bone-shattering bite, Yuvigen ripped off half the leech's skull, splattering blood. For a ruthless group like the Phantom Troop, who had reputations and appearances to maintain, the Shadow Beasts, a group of twisted, grotesque creatures, were simply no match. Disgusting, Yuvigen muttered, chewing the leech's remains. As if I expected any better from something like this. Being from Meteor City, eating corpses and other remains wasn't unheard of, and food could be scarce. Ronald recalled his time on the streets of Meteor City when he used to sell off any bodies he'd disposed of. He wondered how the elder back there was doing now. Soon enough, Yuvigen launched into an impressive counterattack. The villains fell one by one under his relentless assault. Well, when he's done, I'll be on corpse duty again, Ronald commented, grinning at Shulnark as he jumped down to join Yuvigen, ignoring Franklin's protests. Ronald, I figured you'd show up, Yuvigen muttered, pausing to catch his breath. But I'm not backing down. In the darkness, Kurapika watched the familiar figure from a distance, hand clenched around his chain, but quickly relaxed, activating his nen. His chain finger approached Yuvigen slowly, ready to strike. That kind of leech dies after laying eggs in a human bladder. When they're expelled, let's say, it'll feel like death would be a mercy, Ronald mused. No joke. Yuvigen. He might be fearless, but that kind of suffering? No one would choose a death like that willingly. Besides, there was no reason to die here at all. So, what do I do? Yuvigen asked. Simple. Ronald, smiling as he prepared to clear away more bodies, replied, just cut it off to widen the wound. That way, the eggs can exit easily. Yuvigen. The rest of the troop members. Shulnark. Well, I mean, it's definitely a solution. Sort of. Yuvigen, you've got to be kidding me? No way. Ha ha ha. Perfect advice, Ronald. Go for it, Yuvigen. Nobunaga burst out laughing, wiping tears from his eyes. Boring, Maki said, turning back to her game. Pheton remained silent, while Franklin just shook his head, pinching the bridge of his nose. Ha ha ha. Yuvigen, if it doesn't work, maybe you should give Ronald's idea a try. Nobunaga laughed loudly, barely containing his amusement as Yuvigen's face twitched in irritation. Shut up, you bastard. Shulnark, is there really no other option? There are other ways, but honestly, Ronald's plan is pretty spot on. Like hell it is. Quit messing around and just spill it. Yuvigen barked, clearly embarrassed, which only encouraged Shulnark to push his buttons a bit more. At last, Shulnark relented and suggested a more workable plan, prompting Yuvigen to breathe a sigh of relief as he realized a beer could solve the problem. That nerve poison in your system, Yuvigen rabid dog likely has an antidote. As Shulnark rallied the brigade members across the hillside to search for beer, Ronald managed to fish out a small bottle from the rabid dog's bag. There's an antidote, he announced, casually pocketing it. He glanced up just in time to see Yuvigen get yanked away in a flash by Kurapika's chains. What the? The entire brigade stared, equally startled. Well, looks like Yuvigen won't be needing this antidote right now, Ronald remarked, tucking the bottle and the rabid dog's body into his pack. Are there any other shadow beasts out there? That would be a pain, Shulnark sighed, hands on his hips. Pheton scoffed. Just more trouble. Maki chimed in, no worries, I've got Yuvigen patched up with needle and thread. I'll keep up. Right. If it comes down to it, Yuvigen might actually have to try Ronald's plan after all, Nobunaga said, half concerned, half amused at the thought. Being the tight-knit group they were, though, none of them would let Yuvigen go down that path alone. So here's the plan, Franklin, you go, I'll handle the leader's request to check on Nostrade's daughter. The rest of you, go after Yuvigen. Sound good? The group nodded in agreement, and after splitting into 3 teams, they vanished into the night, leaving behind a scene strewn with broken bodies and a gaping crater, a testament to the fight that had taken place. Under the moonlight, the breeze drifted over the remnants of battle, giving the desolate scene a strangely haunting beauty. In the quiet car ride that followed, Nobunaga broke the silence. Hey, Ronald, you mentioned meeting a shadow beast before. What kind of creature was it? Bat-like, with arms that doubled as wings, Ronald replied, focused on the road. Their code names often match their appearance and powers, like the Zodiac 12 of the Hunter Association. The 12 what? Nobunaga asked. They're the strongest hunters chosen by the association's chairman, Netero, the most powerful hunters in the world. Oh, right. I think I've heard of them. The gang's most elite shadow beasts versus the Zodiac 12, it's like they're made to clash. If Yuvigen were here, he'd want to challenge them, no question. But as it is, Nobunaga trailed off, suppressing a smirk at the memory. Watch out, we've been spotted, Maki warned, watching a thread attached to the car. No problem, we're already in range, Pheton muttered from the back seat. Just as Ronald laughed and launched himself out the window, Nobunaga and Maki shot each other a quick look of confusion. Pheton, however, narrowed his eyes, clearly expecting trouble. Outside the vehicle, Ronnel and Phaeton landed on the road, only to find themselves facing a man with slicked-back hair and small, round glasses. The stranger held out a cloth that seemed to expand, wrapping around the car like a net. Ahead of the game? Huh. Phaeton muttered, observing Ronnel's quick response with a new appreciation. Nobunaga, having just escaped, shot the man a glare. You're one of the shadow beasts, aren't you? There's one too many of them, Maki noted. Ronnel killed 1, Uvijin killed 4, so only 5 should be left. This one isn't a shadow beast. Let's just ask directly. Nobunaga's hand shifted toward the hilt of his sword. Hey, does one of your friends look like a bat? Across the road, the shadow beasts gathered, sizing up Ronnel's group. One was covered in air sacs like life rings, another bristled with spiked quills like a hedgehog. One seemed neither male nor female, sporting an androgynous appearance, while another had arms extending into razor-sharp claws. Ah, yeah, he's part of our group. Surprised you knew that, said the man, standing on a high slope, his body covered in inflated airbags. He looked down at Ronnel and his companions with growing disdain. Is this supposed to be the Phantom Troop? There's one with a sword, and the others are like kids who haven't grown up. 2 kids, and a dwarf. Doubt they've honed their nen as long as I have. A dwarf? Ronnel and Maki aren't short, so the dwarf he meant could only be these idiots. Phaeton muttered. His face darkened under his cloak as murderous intent flickered in his eyes, and a chilling aura radiated from him. Who do you call a dwarf? That shadow beast was very lucky or unlucky to hit Phaeton's sore spot. Hey, don't underestimate them. Rabid dog get killed like this, shouted one. But his cautious words were met with frustration. Quit rambling? These fools' lives are ours to take. You sighed, then jumped toward a weaker-looking figure nearby. Owl, huh? Ronnel murmured with a half-smile as he observed the owl-like shadow beast approaching. The beast didn't respond, instead revealing a familiar furoshiki, a convenient pocket cloth he had used when they'd booked the car earlier. T/N, furoshiki is a traditional Japanese fabric wrap. Nen, fun cloth. Ronnel thought, grinning as he moved in to face the beast head-on. T/N, the fun cloth is used by all to shrink whatever ends up in the cloth, whether it be an object or a living being, without any physical harm. Meanwhile, Phaeton and Nobunaga were already locked in battle with the other shadow beasts. Elsewhere, inside an abandoned building where Krolo sat, an exchange unfolded. I just remembered I have an appointment, Hisoka said, receiving a nod in return before he walked off with his usual feline grace. Krolo, seated high above, watched Hisoka's retreating form with an unreadable expression. Wow. A small, convenient furoshiki was unrolled, and the stolen underground auction items scattered everywhere. Looks like our mission for today was a success, Ronald said as he released the lifeless owl's body from his grip. I wanted him alive for questioning, Maki remarked, binding a wounded, limbless shadow beast with nen threads. But since we got the auction items, this works too. Take it back and get whatever info we can, especially about the Nostrade family's daughter. Ronald glanced at the half-man, half-beast creature and shrugged, then carefully stashed the auction items and bodies into his space backpack. Tisk, no matter how many times I see it, that ability is damn useful, Nobunaga commented. Nearby, Maki and Phaeton were already loading the captured beast into the car. Let's go, Nobunaga. We'll interrogate him back at the base. But, what about Uvijin? Nobunaga asked, clearly worried for his Meteor City partner. Don't stress about it, Ronald reassured him. If Uvijin wasn't taken by the shadow beasts, then it's likely the mafia around here. After capturing Uvijin, they'd probably report it to headquarters to brag. Shulnark can use that intel, and we can track which family's involved. Sounds reasonable, Nobunaga replied, nodding before climbing into the car with Ronald. Ronald, you're sharp. Almost like Shulnark finally, another brain in the troop. Or maybe you're just slow, Phaeton quipped. What did you say, Phaeton? Want me to kill you? Oh, you're welcome to try. I'll take you down. It was nightfall, and Ronald was in full analyst emperor mode, watching the rest of the group with a knowing smile, enjoying their performances as they all played their parts. Meanwhile, Killua, Gon, and Leorio were back in the city. Killua, how about an arm wrestling rematch? Gon asked. No thanks. Hard pass. Come on, Gon, Leorio chimed in. You've already taken down so many challengers, you're bound to draw some big fish soon. But, Leorio, no buts? Trust me. Back at the troops base, Kurapika had successfully brought Uvijin to the Nostrade family mansion. Despite boss Dalt Salin's best efforts, he couldn't inflict much damage on Uvijin. Only after Kurapika landed a solid punch that caused a nosebleed did Dalt Salin report to his superiors. And right then, the mafia member handling that report happened to be controlled by Shulnark, who'd just been updated on the situation. Within the troops' gathering place, an abandoned building, Shulnark lay lounging in an exaggerated pose while Kurapika sat quietly in a corner, hair disheveled, only one eye visible from behind her tangled locks. Hisoka was off on his date with Kurapika. After finishing her manicure, Pakunoda joined Maki and Nobunaga, who had just returned to share intel. The team settled into a rhythm. Phaeton wrapped up his interrogation of the half-man, half-beast, gleaning all the intel he could before sitting down to read. After gathering some critical intel, Krolo's interest in the daughter of the Nostrade family deepened. Meanwhile, Ronald made an excuse to clean up corpses, heading to the far end of the abandoned building. With a quick motion, he shifted his arm, and the bodies of the shadow beast he had defeated earlier fell in a heap. Thud. Absorbing the deathly aura and poison left in the corpses, he took in both their abilities and equipment. Counting the rabid dog killed by Yuvijin earlier, there were 8 shadow beasts in total. Besides the raw energy they provided, they also came with a few martial arts skills. The highest level of martial arts talent the shadow beasts could provide Ronald was intermediate, and even then, it was mostly beginner-level skills better than nothing, at least. There were other abilities, like the neurotoxin from the rabid dog and the ground movement skill from the earthworm. Most importantly, there was Nen. Among the 8 shadow beasts, only from Owl did he get Nen. Nen ability, Fun Cloth. Effect, the Fun Cloth is used by Owl to shrink whatever ends up in the cloth, whether it be an object or a living being, without any physical harm. Restrictions, the ability activates only when an enemy is wrapped in the cloth. It's strictly for containment, not killing. Multiple cloth can be used, but each additional one doubles the Nen consumption compared to the previous. The technique fails if the user's Nen is insufficient or if they lose consciousness. This containment instead of attack approach is classic Owl. In a fight, his use of cloth often catches his enemies off guard. The Owl had 3 cloth, one for auction items, one to block off the phantom troops' vehicles, and one he'd used in battle against Ronnel. In other words, his Nen was strong enough to handle 3 cloth simultaneously. Even Ronnel noticed that Owl seemed surprisingly comfortable using Nen in their confrontation. Owl, cautious by nature, always stayed on high alert around the phantom troop. With items from the underground auction still on him, he wasn't going to waste his cloth without assurance. The fact he managed to activate his 3rd cloth without strain suggested he had Nen reserves to spare. Ronald speculated that with his own strength, he could likely use 5 cloth if necessary. After testing with a few small stones, he felt some strain at 6 but managed to stay composed. It seemed his limit was around 8 or 9. This estimate suggested his aura was at least 8 to 10 times that of Owl's. As the strongest of the shadow beasts, Owl's abilities were impressive, but Ronald's strength vastly exceeded his. Across the 6 continents, Ronald thought only a few figures like Netero, Mahazaldik could surpass him in Ron and power. Netero had once mentioned the 5 greatest Nen users in the world. He counted Jing freaks, likely beyond Netero as well, and the missing Zaldik. These last 2 had ventured to the Dark Continent and returned alive, an impressive feat on its own. The other 2 were probably Mahazaldik and Lin Horsdoyuver. T/N, Lin Horsdoyuver is a double-star gourmet hunter and is currently the oldest member of the Hunter Association. She is also an unofficial survivor of the Dark Continent. The former was undoubtedly formidable, while the latter, although elderly, still commanded respect. If given a chance, Ronald would gladly test his Nen against these top 5 Nen users. Jing, however, Gon's notorious father was another story entirely. Thinking these things over, Ronald discarded the remnants of his collection and began making his way back to base. Got it. We'll head there soon, he said. As he arrived, he saw Finks, dressed like an ancient pharaoh, hang up a phone call. It was Shulnark. Ronald, you were right, the family that took Yuvijin has reported it to the underworld headquarters. Shulnark managed to intercept the call. Finks continued, and that family is none other than the Nostrade family, the ones with supposed divination abilities. Is that so? It seems suspicious that a family with divination abilities would capture Yuvijin at such a convenient moment, Phaeton muttered, hands folded as his eyes narrowed. Probably not a coincidence, Pakunoda replied thoughtfully. The family's bodyguards might have acted on the divination, taking the chance to capture Yuvijin when he was incapacitated. Otherwise, the timing is too perfect. Pakunoda frowned. And what if the family can predict our moves and warn Nostrade's daughter in advance? She continued, we don't know the exact limitations of her abilities. For all we know, she's already received another reading warning her of our rescue attempt. If that's the case, this call might be a setup to lure us into a trap. The room fell silent. Pakunoda's experience and intuition were invaluable, her suggestion wasn't out of line. Ronald glanced around at the pensive faces, Pakunoda's serious demeanor, Krolo's contemplative expression as he rested his fingers against his mouth. Ronald couldn't help but chuckle to himself. The Nostrade family had hired Kurapika, whose vengeance had been tempered by Melody's calming influence. But with the timing, Ronald couldn't help but suspect the possibility of a trap, even though he knew it was just an incredible coincidence. The venue was utterly silent, with only the faint sound of dew dripping in the dark, humid space. As an enhancer, Finks didn't fully understand the situation, but he sensed the possibility of a trap behind this news, which was enough for him. He cracked his knuckles loudly in the empty building. So what if it's a trap? If those gangsters dare to ambush us, I'll take a few of them down. I agree, another enhancer, Nobunaga, muttered as he scratched his head. Yuvijin needs saving. A bunch of bodyguards? I'll cut them down, no matter how many show up. Their eyes darkened as they spoke, an unspoken confidence growing between them. It wasn't arrogance. The shadow beasts, the strongest armed force of the Mafia, had been wiped out by the phantom troop. Nobunaga and the others had every reason to feel confident. Krolo, having listened, stayed silent, mulling over the situation before glancing at Maki, who seemed troubled. Maki, what does your sixth sense say? Krolo barely acknowledged the gangsters. But, given Maki's sense for danger, her opinion was worth noting. Despite the shadow beast's defeat, the Tendon still had deep pockets. They could easily hire the world's top assassins to challenge the troupe. So as Krolo consulted Maki, a thought crossed his mind. Should I hire someone to eliminate the 10 Dons? But the only ones who'd even consider taking that order are the Zaldiks. No, I don't sense anything unusual, Maki replied, frowning after a moment's consideration. Then what are we waiting for? Nobunaga jumped up, his impatience showing. Can't let Yuvijin keep bleeding out. Seeing Maki's silence as an agreement, Krolo nodded. Go ahead but be cautious. No problem. Nobunaga smirked, then turned his gaze to Ronnel, standing nearby. Ronald, any thoughts on what we should do next? From prior experiences, Nobunaga had started to see both Ronald and Shulnark as the brains of the troupe. Among the members present, it was clear that Finks wasn't a strategist, and Phaeton didn't believe any plan was better than his blade. Pakunoda had some experience, but her strengths lay elsewhere. As for Maki, her focus was more on earning money. So, aside from Krolo, Ronald stood out as the group's most insightful thinker. What's next? Feeling everyone's eyes on him, Ronald thought for a moment before smiling. Simple. Since the Nostrade family kidnapped Yuvijin, he's likely stashed at one of their properties. We can find out by tracking their check-ins. Then, we just need to consider if they've received any intel that we're coming. If they have, they'll set a trap, and we'll deal with them on their own turf. It's likely someone from the Nostrade family will be around, so a quick interrogation should reveal their intentions. If they haven't, even better. We'll have Finks, who's unknown to them, take the lead. We can pretend he's from the Mafia HQ sent to retrieve Yuvijin, gain their trust, and make our move when the time's right. So, Ronald concluded, my suggestion is to impersonate gangsters going to pick up Yuvijin and wait for the right moment. Whether it's an ambush or a face-to-face with him, there's no downside. Everyone considered Ronald's plan, nodding in agreement after a moment, surprised by how reliable he seemed. All right, then, Nobunaga grinned, we'll go with Ronald's plan. Should I lead the way? Haha, no problem at all. Finks laughed, eager to get moving. With the group's action plan set, Finks prepared to step up. Joining him were Nobunaga, Ronald, who might have to handle any ambush cleanup, Maki, in case Yuvijin needed patching up, and Shulnark, who stayed outside as their backup. It was a solid lineup. After Finks and Shulnark wrapped up their call, the group vanished into the early morning light, leaving the quiet building behind. Before they knew it, dawn had come, marking the start of a new day on September 2nd. The chaos that would consume Yorno City was just beginning. Meanwhile, across town, in a high-end hotel owned by the Nostrade family, the Salvatori brothers haven't returned. Leorio lounged on the top floor, watching the sunrise with a frown. That's correct, replied his elderly attendant, voice trembling with barely hidden panic. None of the Mafia members who went to handle the thieves at the underground auction survived. Even the guests who attended, none made it back. And the shadow beasts who pursued them? Completely wiped out as well. The strongest shadow beasts under the command of the 10 Dons have been wiped out. Leorio stood abruptly, grabbed the goblet from the table beside him, and downed the luxurious red wine in a single gulp. Yes. It's said the ones responsible are the legendary Phantom Troop. The Phantom Troop? That notorious group of wanted criminals? They actually dared to come here and cause trouble. What are the hunters from the Hunter Association even doing? Leoyor's chest rose and fell rapidly, unsure whether to feel relieved he'd survived the catastrophe last night or terrified about what was to come. After hearing the news of the Shadow Beast's demise, his calm demeanor shattered. Anyone would feel unsettled knowing such dangerous criminals were active in their city. What's worse, Leorior had even sent his own people to join the assault. He shuddered at the thought that the Phantom Troop might come after him next. The higher someone climbs, the more they cling to their lives and worry about every possible threat. Where's K. Taylor? Are the others on guard here? He demanded. Right now, his only hopes were his hired bodyguards and their loyalty. T/N, K. Taylor is Ronald's fictitious name. While most of these underworld families knew little about Nen, they did know it made their users exceptionally powerful. Light Nostrade, shocked by the death of his bodyguards. You mentioned earlier that only essential guards should stay, and the rest could go gather intel freely and bring rewards based on what they learned. The information about the Shadow Beast's deaths was gathered by them, so they're all out right now. Leoyor's face twitched as he remembered his earlier orders, meant to help him get ahead with the 10 Dons. But now he didn't care about information, he just wanted to save his own skin. Who's still here? Only Lisa and Ross. Lisa was the 18-year-old girl with sonic attack abilities, and Ross was the yellow-haired guy obsessed with origami. Meanwhile, the middle-aged martial artist and gunman K. Taylor were out gathering information. So, my strongest people are out there. Leorio massaged his temples in frustration. Tell them to return immediately. They need to protect me. Yes, sir. The elderly attendant bowed and hurried out to make a call. At the same time, in a dimly lit but bustling underground venue, Ronald's puppet looked around, bored, at the noisy crowd. If not for his orders, he would have been drinking and relaxing instead of gathering information at Leoyor's behest. This was yet another underground auction house where anything, from antiques to intelligence, was for sale to those who could pay. It was the perfect place to dig up information. Hey, Leorio, Gon said, you said wrist strength contests are used to reel in big fish, so why bring us here? This is just another underground auction house. Leorio nodded. Well, this is where the underworld trades its black market goods. Every item here is worth a fortune, and every night, there are fighting events, arm wrestling, boxing, and betting. I figured it was the best spot to score cash and maybe gather some info. So because there's a mix of all sorts here, it's easier to make money through bets and pick up on rumors. Just then, as K. Taylor continued his search for information, 3 voices drifted into his ears. Another newcomer trying his luck. K. Taylor cast a casual glance, then looked away. Suddenly, the venue lights dimmed. We're temporarily pausing the arm wrestling match for today's special auction. A sharply dressed man leapt onto the stage, shouting enthusiastically. As he spoke, a man in black raised a photograph for the crowd to see. If you can find and capture any of the 7 people in this photo, each one is worth a 2 billion Jenny reward. The crowd erupted in astonishment. 2 billion Jenny per person. Leorio, initially irritated by the delay, couldn't help but exclaim. Gon, eager to earn cash for his plans, grabbed the photo and his eyes widened in shock. Wait, what? What's up, Gon? Killua asked, noticing Gon's surprise and quickly peeking over his shoulder. He too froze, stunned, at the sight. Ronald, Killua exclaimed, but quickly suppressed his shock. Even though the image was disguised to be unrecognizable to most, Killua knew Ronald's face well enough to see through it. This picture, it's definitely Ronald. If he's wanted by criminals, it must be because of the underground auction raid last night. The whole of Yorno City was buzzing after last night's attack, and Killua and his friends had certainly heard bits of it. If he attacked the underground auction, that sounds exactly like the Phantom Troop's style. And if Ronald was involved, that must mean Phantom Troop. Gon muttered, his face serious. The Phantom Troop? What's that? When Leorio heard the name, he leaned over immediately, his eyes widening as he spotted the photo. Huh? Isn't this Ronald? Leorio's shout was instinctive, but he clamped his hand over his mouth as if realizing his mistake a second too late. This idiot? Killua threw a sharp glare in Leorio's direction. This guy was all over the place, especially since that second half of the hunter exam. Leorio noticed the attention he'd drawn, a guilty expression crossing his face. The people around them were now staring with curious eyes, some even smirking in a way that looked anything but friendly. Did you just mention someone here? Do you know them, or are you working together? A large, grinning man stepped in front of Leorio and his friends, blocking their path. Others in the crowd subtly shifted, closing in around them. The buzz of the crowd began to hush, replaced by greedy, hungry stares directed at Leorio. 2 billion Jenny? That could set me up for life. No one would let go of a single clue? This might get complicated. A bead of sweat trickled down Leorio's forehead, his hand rising to adjust his glasses as he spoke with a hint of exasperation. But that wasn't fear, just annoyance. With barely any Nen users around, they could handle themselves easily. Breaking out was no issue, it was shaking off these vultures afterward that was going to be the problem. Leorio fought the urge to smack himself. What now? His expression grew determined as he pushed his glasses up further. Guess I don't have a choice. He sighed, his fists enveloped in a soft aura of Nen. Killua and Gon quickly followed, sliding into their stances, ready for the fight. Oh, so you're going to resist, huh? The burly man sneered as he took a step forward, his large frame casting a shadow over them. If there's money to be made, why keep it to yourself? He taunted, trying to intimidate them with his words and his size. However, boom, a loud explosion rang out, and a smoking crater appeared in front of the man, halting his steps mid-sentence. His eyes went wide with shock as he stared at the smoldering hole in disbelief. It's a bomb? And a powerful one. Killua's pupils contracted, his sense of danger spiking. There's a strong Nen user here. Leorio and Gon instantly heightened their guard, their Nen flowing outward. The tension swept through the onlookers as well, some of whom visibly paled, their gazes darting nervously. Everyone could feel it, the ominous, predatory intent radiating through the air, sending a chill down their spines. It felt as though they were being watched by something monstrous. The strong man's expression twisted with fear as beads of cold sweat trickled down his face. These 3 are mine. Leave now. The voice was calm yet laced with authority. No one dared object. One by one, they took their chance to escape, the strong man leading the charge and knocking a few people out of his way in his panic. Gon and his friends tried to slip away too, but their path was blocked by a figure clad in dark, concealing clothing. The man held a revolver, and they knew instantly they wouldn't get away that easily. When the dust settled, only the 4 of them remained. The aura around him isn't as intense as Hisoka's or Nobunaga's, but he's still far beyond us, Killua muttered, his mind racing. This K. Taylor in front of them was like a puppet. Ronald had crafted a construct with only a fraction of Ronald's full strength. But even at that level, he easily outmatched typical Nen users, let alone Gon and Killua, who hadn't yet mastered Nen. As for Leorio, he hadn't even reached the basics of 10 yet. The man with the revolver spoke, his voice low. You know a guy named Ronald? Gon and his friends tensed, their hearts pounding. Yes, Gon replied, gathering his courage. Do you know Ronald too? The puppet chuckled in a raspy tone. Know him? More than you can imagine. On the outskirts of Meteor City, the criminal underground was buzzing with rumors. Shulnark had managed to pull together disguises for Ronald and the others before heading toward the Nisra estate. Now, a group of 6 hurried along Meteor City's streets. They were stopped by Finks as they reached the gates. You guys are late, he muttered, nodding toward the building. Your shopping is inside. The Nostrade family's head bodyguard, Dalt Saline, greeted them at the entrance. He looked relieved, a small smile breaking through his otherwise stern expression. You didn't kill him, did you? Finks muttered, voice low. Shulnark exchanged glances with Maki and the others. They observed the surroundings carefully. So far, there's no sign of an ambush. Could the fortune teller have missed the part about us arriving? With that thought, Daltsaline led them deeper into the estate, finally stopping at the room where Yuvijin was being held. Yuvijin gave a broad grin, typical of his usual demeanor, as he glanced at his fellow spiders. Yet in an instant, Fink's hand flashed, his knife-edged fingers slicing through Daltsaline, who fell limply to the ground, clueless until the end. Seriously, I was expecting some sort of ambush here, Finks muttered, pulling a handkerchief from his pocket. He wiped his hands clean, then replaced his cherished pharaoh hat atop his head. Ronald retrieved a small vial from his space backpack, tossing it effortlessly to Yuvijin. Antidote. Neutralizes nerve toxins fast, he remarked. Yuvijin bit off the cap, downing the liquid in a single gulp. His body seemed to regain its vigor instantly, and he let out a loud, feral roar. That damn chain user. I'll never forgive him. Ignoring the attempts of Shulnark and the others to hold him back, Yuvijin, pride stinging, prepared to track down Kurapika. But Ronald's calm voice cut through the tension. By all means, go after him if you like, he said, but maybe describe him a bit first, so if you get killed, we can find someone to pick up where you left off. Me, get killed? Don't make me laugh. Yuvijin's eyes flared with anger. Then again, Ronald continued, glancing at him thoughtfully, I can see the bruise on your nose. Looks like he got you good. Despite all that hardening, you couldn't stop one punch from him. You had to feel his strength firsthand, isn't that right? Yuvijin's silence was all Ronald needed. Even Nobunaga, his closest companion, looked concerned, recognizing the strength of the chain user who had managed to injure Yuvijin. I'm fine. I can handle this alone, Yuvijin grumbled. Still, after a moment, he added in a low voice, on the way here, I think I heard his name. Kurapika. Not sure if it's real, though. The name struck a familiar chord with the others, especially Ronnel, who flashed a wry smile. Kurapika, huh? That name rings a bell. Could be someone I know, if it's the same person, that is. With a subtle nudge, Ronald continued to press Yuvijin into recalling Kurapika's name, setting the stage for Shulnark's search. Soon enough, the name would reach the ears of the other hunters who had passed the 287th hunter exam. As the spiders prepared for future confrontations, Ronald had his own plans. He wasn't about to leave the Phantom Troop just yet. With Hisoka lurking in the background and the Prince's succession war brewing, the upcoming journey to the Dark Continent would open new opportunities. If Hisoka withdrew, Ronald's position within the troop would shift intriguingly, perhaps even granting him leverage. After all, with the troop and their enemies so preoccupied, Ronald was prepared to bide his time, exploiting each twist of fate to his advantage. What's on your mind, Ronald? Do you actually know this guy? Yuvijin asked impatiently. I do, Ronald replied, shrugging, but right now, shouldn't you be worrying about the leech eggs in your system, right? Almost forgot. Yuvijin grumbled. Where's the beer? With a sigh, Shulnark guided Yuvijin towards Franklin, who had a stash of beer at the ready. The rest of the spiders made their way back to the base, talking amongst themselves as they planned their next steps. T/N, probably a traditional or superstitious treatment. Some distance away, Gon and Leorio exited the underground trading post. I didn't know Ronnel had such connections, Gon said cheerfully. Yeah, Ronnel sure knows a lot of people, Leorio agreed, scratching his head in wonder. Hey, if someone hadn't been talking so loudly, leaking information, we probably could have slipped out a long time ago, Killua muttered, shooting a deadpan look at Leorio. Sorry, I won't let it happen again, Leorio mumbled, scratching his head. Gon pulled out a photo, staring at it intently. Forget it. Let's focus on completing the auction. The prize is 2 billion Jenny. Killua's face turned serious. True, but remember it's the Phantom Troop we're dealing with. Ronald is one of their members, and Hisoka is rumored to be as well. The others, they're on a whole different level. Do you really think we can catch them? Leorio and Gon fell silent. The thought of facing the troop left them feeling the weight of the challenge. Yet, they knew this was the fastest way to earn some serious money. They steeled themselves to give it a shot. Meanwhile, Ronald's puppet, K. Taylor, received a call from Lehirt. K. Taylor, where are you? Get back here immediately. I've got something important to tell you, came Lehirt's voice, tinged with urgency and excitement. I just got news. After the defeat of the Shadow Beasts, the 10 Dons are hiring professional assassins to take down the Phantom Troop. They're also assembling a team for the job. This could be a huge opportunity to make a name for yourself. Get back here, we'll discuss the details in person. The call ended abruptly, the dial tone filling the air. K. Taylor looked at the blank screen, then quickly typed out a message to Ronald. Back at the hideout, Ronald read the message, his face lighting up with excitement. Joining the assassins group, huh? And facing Killua's father and grandfather? Things are definitely heating up. A flicker of excitement glimmered in his eyes as he thought about Krolo, Zeno, and Silva. Since his hunter exam match with Netero, he hadn't encountered a truly thrilling opponent. Monsters, shadows, and even the recent fight with Phaeton hadn't quite scratched the itch for a worthy challenge. Silva's raw power, Zeno techniques, and Krolo's versatile Nen abilities, they all represented the kind of fight he craved. With the Phantom Troop already in motion, Ronald slipped into the shadows. In an alleyway, he reached into his backpack and drew out a doll one with his exact likeness. Emerging from the alley, the figure looked just like him but with a subtle difference in aura. Nearby, Maki's instincts kicked in, and she turned with a frown. She scanned her surroundings. Nobunaga, Finks, and Ronnel walked nearby, seemingly unbothered. Did something happen to Yuvijin? Maki shook off the feeling, refocusing as they continued on their way. In the dim alleyway, Ronnel's lips curved into a smirk as he watched his puppet blend seamlessly with his surroundings and companions. It looked and acted exactly like him, with even a fraction of his true strength. The puppet had been created with a binding restriction. Only one could exist at a time, allowing it to mirror his abilities closely. Satisfied, Ronald slapped his face lightly, shifting his features to match Kai Taylor's, then jogged toward the Leort family's hotel. An assassination team, and a chance to test myself against the world's most infamous family of assassins? Sounds like fun. Back at the Phantom Troops base, Kurapika had already informed Light Nostrade of his mission and was making preparations for his long-awaited showdown with Yuvijin. That evening, Kurapika's eyes opened, a flicker of resolve sharpening his gaze just as Yuvijin stepped through the door. Yuvijin grinned, his expression ferocious and eager for payback. Waiting here for me alone, huh? Gotta admit, that takes guts. Kurapika kept his cool, though his heart hammered with tension. His gaze, hidden behind contact lenses, flashed crimson. I'll let you choose the location here or somewhere more secluded. Yuvijin's grin widened, his bloodlust evident. Let's go somewhere isolated. Don't want to bother anyone with your screams. Without a word, Kurapika nodded, leading the way. Meanwhile, Ronald, under the guise of K. Taylor, found himself in a lively conversation with a young female recruit in the assassination team. Uncle Taylor, she said excitedly, I just detected 2 exceptionally strong energy signatures moving northeast at incredible speed. I didn't expect tonight to be so chaotic. Phantom Troop members here? I thought this was going to be a straightforward job, Ronald muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Ronald's gaze shifted to the northeast corner of the city. So, the duel between Yuvijin and Kurapika is about to start? Yuvijin's devastating strength is a perfect example of Enhancer Nen, capable of creating a crater with a single blow. Without another word, he turned and walked out. As usual, he set his puppet in place, then activated Star Moon Nightwalker, sprinting towards the direction Lisa had indicated. Lisa could transform her aura into sound waves. Whether used for sonic attacks or surveillance, her Nen was remarkably effective. Her skill was enhanced by her naturally gifted voice and sharp intuition, making her reports over 80% accurate. While Ronald moved swiftly, Kurapika and Yuvijin had already chosen their battlefield on a desolate hill. Do you remember the people you've killed? Kurapika asked softly after a brief prayer, slipping off his Curta clothing. Who I've killed? Yuvijin repeated, half interested. You're here for revenge, huh? If they were strong, they'd be worth remembering. With a smirk, Yuvijin flicked his ears, a glint of excitement lighting up his face. He relished the idea of fighting another fool seeking revenge. Who do you want to avenge? Curta clan, Kurapika replied coldly. Never heard of them. Fiery red eyes. You slaughtered them about 5 years ago. Red eyes, like jewels, right? Yuvijin shrugged indifferently. I can't remember every little skirmish. If it was 5 years ago, I might have been with the troop. Kurapika's hands clenched, his voice shaking with controlled fury. I want to know when you killed those innocent people, what were you thinking? How did it feel? Feel? Yuvijin grinned wickedly, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. I didn't feel a thing. Kurapika's temper snapped. You're scum? I'll take your life. The two lunged at each other, their clash sending dust and smoke spiraling into the air. From afar, Ronald observed the plume of dust and smoke rising into the sky, but as he drew closer, the dust settled, revealing the battlefield. Is it over? He murmured. From his vantage point on a high slope, he looked down at Yuvijin's massive body sprawled on the ground, lifeless and bloodstained. As expected, he's dead. Ronald's expression didn't change. His gaze shifted to Kurapika, who, with a resolute look, was digging a grave with a materialized shovel, having paid a steep price for it. Feeling Ronald's eyes on him, Kurapika paused and looked up, the moonlight casting a holy, white glow over them both. Ronald. Kurapika whispered, his voice hoarse, haunted by the memory of their conversation during the hunter exam. What you want to do is your own choice, just as my choices are my own. Don't dwell too much on it, Ronald had said back then. When you finally face the Phantom Troop, test your own resolve first. The memory replayed in Kurapika's mind, his hands tightening around the shovel. Did I kill this man for revenge, or am I just as cruel as the troop? Am I becoming like them? The shovel slipped from his grip with a dull clang, and he stumbled back, gazing up at Ronald. His once bright red eyes were now dim with sorrow. No different. I'm no different from the troop, he muttered. Kneeling, he covered half his face with one hand, the other resting on a stone, as silent tears streamed down his cheeks. Watching Kurapika's despair, Ronald sighed quietly. Ronald could sense the turmoil in Kurapika's soul. Kurapika had pushed his potential to the brink, binding himself with restrictions and vows that twisted his Nen, leading him down a dark path. Now, after using it to kill Yuvijin, he was caught in a cycle of guilt and self-doubt. As Ronald had warned him, it's a vicious cycle to break. For now, Gon, Melody, and others had helped Kurapika keep his hatred in check. Yet, once the dust settled and Kurapika believed the troop was no longer a threat, his original fears crept back in. Seeing Ronald now, the one person who had glimpsed his inner torment, stripped away his defenses. The pressure on him was immense. At just 16, Ronald was still so young, still trying to shoulder responsibilities beyond his years. Let it out. Cry, if you need to. Sometimes, that's the only way to release some of the pressure. It'll help you see things more clearly and choose your next step with purpose. Ronald watched Kurapika closely, letting him process his inner turmoil. This was Kurapika's path to walk, his choices to make. As Kurapika stood immersed in his thoughts, Ronald approached Yuvijin's still body. Yuvijin had passed long ago, his spirit undisturbed by resentment or regret. As the Phantom Troop's frontline powerhouse, he likely accepted the risk of death with every fight. Ronald knelt and gently swept his palm over Yuvijin, drawing forth 4 faint clusters of energy visible only to him. With a firm press of his foot, he carved a deep hole beside the body. Placing Yuvijin's remains inside, he covered it up a simple yet respectful burial. Before leaving, Ronald glanced once more at Kurapika, who hadn't yet moved from his spot. He knew Kurapika wouldn't tell anyone about this, not even Melody, let alone Gon, Killua, or Leorio. After all, following his encounter with Krolo and placing a binding restriction on him to prevent using Nen, Kurapika had endured a high fever and illness before disappearing from Yorno City with only a few brief words to Leorio. Satisfied, Ronald turned and left, disappearing into the night. Acquired an essence orb. Acquired elementary martial arts talent. Acquired advanced strength talent. Acquired Nen, Big Bang Impact. T/N, Yuvijin's most powerful attack. He focuses all his aura into his fist, KO, and then uses enhancement Nen to strengthen his KO, which he then punches his target. The ability was described as a simple right straight boosted with aura. The energy clusters he had taken from Yuvijin represented the essence of his aura and his Nen, but Ronald was slightly surprised that Yuvijin's martial arts talent was only at an elementary level. After all, Zushi's talent was also elementary, but after 2 years of training with Wing, he managed to become a prominent figure in Heaven's arena. Yuvijin, however, had fought life and death battles for over a decade and achieved incredible mastery despite his level. Ronald took what was useful, absorbing the essence and Big Bang Impact into his mind, while discarding the rest into his storage space. With his abilities growing, Ronald now had a solid grasp of the Big Bang Impact. It infused a straight right punch with a powerful aura, packing the force of a missile. Simple yet deadly. Although Ronald had accumulated numerous abilities, only a few were practical. Returning to the Lehirt residence using Star Moon Nightwalker, Ronald resumed his disguise as K. Taylor. Lehirt greeted him with excitement, eager to discuss the upcoming mission. Taylor, to be safe, I've also nominated you and one more guard. Word is, the Nostrade family is sending someone too. Remember, this is a chance for us to make our mark. Lehirt removed his cigar, pressing it firmly into the ashtray. If you perform well, and if our family gains the attention of the 10 Dons, you can have whatever you want within my power. Ronald merely smiled and nodded. Only a fool would take a gangster's promises to heart. Regardless, none of it mattered. Ronald knew the 10 Dons wouldn't survive the night. They'd hired Silva and Zeno Zaldik to eliminate the Phantom Troop, but Krolo had countered by hiring Illumi Zaldik, who would bring along his brother Kalito and even their family's elder, Maha Zaldik. With such a team, the 10 Dons were as good as dead, no matter what precautions they took. As Ronald and Lehirt finalized the details of the mission, elsewhere, the troop gathered in an abandoned building, tension thickening in the air. When the first light of dawn appeared on September 3rd, the weight of Yuvijin's absence settled heavily upon them. A dark glint appeared in Krolo's eyes, obscuring any hint of his true feelings. Not even Ronald could discern what lay beneath that calm exterior. After Krolo spoke, the other members of the troop reacted in different ways. If I'd known, I would have been there with him. Shulnark groaned, clenching his fist with a hint of regret. Yuvijin, usually the most punctual member, had failed to return as expected. Nobunaga's face remained still, though his hand trembled slightly around his sword. Maki's eyes narrowed in quiet tension. Though the enhancer has the advantage in strength, that chain wielder Kurapika likely uses emission or conjuration, Krolo murmured. And in a one-on-one battle, an enhancer like Yuvijin could be at a disadvantage against either of those Nen types. Krolo then glanced at Shulnark, who still looked frustrated. Shulnark, tell me what you've learned about Kurapika. From what I could gather on the Hunter website, he recently passed the Hunter exam. Apparently, he headed to Kukuro Mountain in the Republic of Padokia for a time before joining the Nostrade family through the Thousand Ears Society, Shulnark said with a grim expression, which made Krolo nod slightly. Turning to Ronnel, Krolo asked, what's your impression of Kurapika? Ronnel, almost like a puppet, replied honestly, I only worked with him briefly during one of the exam rounds. He's very balanced in ability and has a sharp mind. So, he's clever, Phaeton remarked, turning his sharp gaze to Ronnel. And you think that wasn't important enough to share earlier? Ronnel shrugged. During the exam, he hadn't unlocked Nen yet. He didn't even know what it was back then. Plus, with Yuvijin's personality, it wouldn't have made a difference. The troop members frowned at this. The exam took place on January 7th, and now it was September 3rd. In just 8 months, Kurapika had not only learned Nen but defeated Yuvijin, a veteran fighter. An unsettling thought crossed their minds. Ronald continued, also, Kurapika is reportedly one of the last of the Curta. His scarlet eyes are famous, the 7 most beautiful red eyes in the world. The name Curta and the phrase scarlet eyes struck a chord. The troop recalled a brutal battle 5 years ago, a confrontation they hadn't forgotten. Even Yuvijin remembered it vividly, rough around the edges though he was. The Curta warriors, with their flaming red eyes, had been formidable foes, wielding abilities that took the troop by surprise, resulting in several severe injuries. It took Finks months to heal from his injuries, and Fiden's umbrella sword had been damaged beyond repair. Franklin's Nen cannons had nearly been reduced to half their capacity. A survivor of the Curta? Could he be seeking vengeance? Krolo folded his hands, deep in thought. As the last of his people, he likely made a strict Nen vow to avenge them. If he's as clever as you say, it makes sense that he could overcome Yuvijin. Krolo's words held a note of melancholy. The more accurate his assessment, the more likely it seemed that Yuvijin had been killed. Yuvijin, one of their earliest, strongest members, had fallen. The weight of his absence hit harder than any recent loss. Breaking the silence, Shulnark added, apparently, the Nostrade family's daughter has an obsession with rare human features, which is what brought them to the underground auction. The tension thickened, a quiet sadness settling over the empty building. Hisoka, who had been watching in silence, observed Ronnel and Krolo's exchange with intrigue. He thought back to his own recent meeting with Kurapika. Revenge had driven Kurapika off course. Another twisted fruit ready for harvest, he mused. Fortunately, this one might help him challenge Krolo. Other fresh, growing fruits like Gon and Killua still awaited their ripening. It wasn't such a bad thing overall. Krolo finally broke the quiet, glancing at Hisoka. By the way, Hisoka, I'm curious, who did you date before? Instantly, every eye turned to Hisoka, and a menacing tension filled the room. Those closest to Yuvijin bristled with silent hostility. Nobunaga gripped his sword hilt so tightly his knuckles turned white, and Franklin's arms hung ominously by his sides. Fiden clenched his hands while Finks rolled his shoulders, muscles tensing. All eyes were on Hisoka, who, unfazed, twirled a playing card in his fingers. It's still here, Hisoka pouted. After Yuvijin's death, he knew suspicions would be directed at him whenever he went out, especially on his outings. But he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Luckily, he was prepared. Hisoka, you were also part of the 287th Hunter exam. There must be some connection between you and the chain user, Kurapika. Shulnark's tone was completely flat, his face devoid of expression. Or, could it be that your date was with the chain user himself? With those words, the tension in the room spiked. Hisoka, are you the one who betrayed Yuvijin and the troop? Fiden squinted, raising his hand, and Nobunaga immediately unsheathed his sword. They only waited for Krolo's command before making their move. Hisoka, however, remained unfazed. He knew they wouldn't fight now. Though suspected of being a traitor, he was still a member of the Phantom Troop. The troop's rules were strict, and one of them forbade infighting among members. When there was a dispute, decisions were made by Krolo, who created the troop and established the rules. And Krolo would not stand idly by. Wait a second, Krolo's soft voice cut through the tension, filling the empty building with an even heavier atmosphere. Though there's suspicion surrounding Hisoka, he's still one of us. I need further confirmation. Krolo slowly stood, his eyes fixed on Hisoka. Hisoka, would you allow Pakunoda to briefly scan your memory? No, as for the reason, I cannot say. Hisoka, unfazed, twirled a playing card between his fingers. If Pakunoda probed his memories, his secrets would certainly be laid bare. Is that so? Krolo's gaze darkened slightly. If we can't find out the truth, it'll be difficult to clear you of suspicion, Hisoka. His tone was light, but a chill underlined his words, one that hinted at a more ruthless side. Why not let me just cut off his hands and feet? Nobunaga's eyes glinted with bloodlust, his tone unrestrained. Yuvijin's death was something he couldn't accept. It's simple, Krolo. Hisoka cut in, ignoring Nobunaga's threat, a smirk tugging at his lips. The daughter of the Nostrade family, she has a rather accurate divination ability, doesn't she? Krolo was silent, and Hisoka's smirk deepened. You could use her divination ability, right? Wouldn't that clear things up? When Hisoka had first heard about divination from Ronald, he specifically asked about it while meeting Kurapika. He wanted to be prepared if Krolo ever obtained that divination ability and decided to use it against him. He had learned that the ability couldn't be used for self-predictions or read by the person it was about. From that moment, Hisoka had already started planning a way to use this divination to his advantage. With Krolo's personality, he would never pass up an ability like that. After acquiring the divination ability, Krolo would undoubtedly use it to investigate him, and the resulting prophecy would be shared with everyone. This would be the perfect opportunity for Hisoka to clear his name. All right, then, Krolo said after a pause. But until we verify the divination, don't do anything suspicious. Otherwise, it might be difficult for the others to hold back, rules or no rules. Of course, I'll stay put until you give me that divination, Hisoka replied, smiling. Clang. Nobunaga sheathed his sword, sitting cross-legged on the floor with his eyes fixed on Hisoka. Until we have our answer, I'll keep an eye on you, Hisoka. I don't mind. Hisoka drew out a deck of playing cards and began stacking them into a pyramid. Then, let's adjust our plan, Krolo said, shadows flickering in his gaze. With that, a new day dawned. Pakunoda and Maki, disguised as sisters, ventured out to gather intel. Since the chain user, Kurapika, was targeting the Phantom Troop, they would surely encounter him soon. Pakunoda and Maki would serve as both scouts and bait. Nobunaga stayed back to keep an eye on Hisoka, while Krolo discreetly set up a two-way tracking system, unbeknownst to Maki. Ronald and Finks were chosen to tail the scouting pair. With their past encounter in the Republic of Padokia, the two were comfortable working together. With Kurapika in their crosshairs, the troop could rest assured there was no more suspicion lingering within the group. Everyone, even Krolo, trusted them fully. Finks clenched his fists as he and Ronnel watched Pakunoda and the others, seated at a round table on the rooftop of a nearby building. Ronnel, what kind of guy is that Kurapika? He asked, keeping his voice low as they observed from a distance. The question seemed more like casual conversation, though both kept their focus on the situation. Very rational and calm. He's the type to make the best decision no matter the situation. In some ways, he's like the leader. Ronnel paused, considering his words. But people like him, when they lose their cool, they can be the most unpredictable. They throw all caution to the wind. Finks nodded in understanding, a hint of agreement in his expression. Years of experience had taught him about people like that. The Phantom Troop itself had its share of unpredictable members. Phaeton, Shulnark, come under most circumstances, but if they were to snap. He thought of Phaeton's Painpacker or Shulnark's autopilot mode, single-minded focus during a frenzy, abilities powerful enough to make even fellow troop members keep their distance. While he and Finks conversed, Ronald noticed Maki, a little further off, seeming alert to something behind her. It looks like she's noticed someone trailing her, Finks observed. Could be Kurapika. Let's see what he's got planned. He glanced at Ronald, who seemed lost in thought for a moment. It was possible Gon and Killua were following Maki as well. Meanwhile, the Zaldik family, the famed assassins hired by the Tendons, had just arrived in Yorno City. Their presence boosted the Tendons' confidence. They'd already decided to continue with their underground auction at 9 o'clock, as planned. They even considered recovering stolen items held by the Phantom Troop a trivial matter, with the Zaldiks in play. Since the Zaldiks had never failed a job due to incompetence, the Tendons were confident. Once they accepted a mission, they committed fully to completing it, unless cancelled by the client or due to the client's demise. And the Tendons? Who would dare to assassinate them? Such is the confidence that comes from power, which can lead one to overlook the world's dangers. But in the world of Nen, anything is possible. To ensure the troop's downfall, the Tendons had hired not only the two Zaldik heads but also other renowned killers in the industry. When Ronald, in disguise as K. Taylor, arrived in the party room under the guidance of Leorio, they found it packed with people. Immediately, Ronald's attention turned to Zeno and Silva Zaldik, who sat quietly in a corner, exuding a chilling aura. As their eyes met, Silva gave a slight nod, meeting Ronald's gaze with steely resolve. Murderous intent, a controlled, refined energy that only emanated in the presence of a target. This wasn't like any other killer here, this was someone who'd walked through oceans of blood. Ronald felt it immediately, though he kept his reaction hidden, taking a seat with Paikasai. Silva sensed his father's intent without words. A slight, questioning aura from Zeno made him glance back. He's strong, Silva answered internally. Definitely not on the same level as the others here. I can feel a presence that's not weaker than mine. I tested him with a touch of killing intent, and he was the only one here to notice without reacting. Zeno's mustache twitched slightly. Looks like this underworld crew has its share of talent better than those shadow beasts. Stay sharp, Silva. Don't let him steal our prey. Yes, Dad. Their eye contact ceased, and the two returned to silence. Then, Zeno suddenly looked back at Silva. That kid, Miluki, came to Yorno too, right? Yeah, he said he wanted to check out a game auction. That kid. Ronald continued observing the assassins in the room. Most of them were capable in some way, but none seemed particularly formidable. There were only two with some potential. One had a vacant look in his eyes, a strange hat, and a dazed expression. The other was bald with a rat-tail braid, his makeup giving him a fierce look. Even so, they were no match for Krolo, who would dispatch one with his order stamp and finish the other with a single pen jab. After Ronald finished assessing the room, he turned away, suppressing the urge to confront Silva again. The only people present who truly interested him were the father and son from the Zaldik family. Is everyone here? As the person in charge of the assassination mission and the direct representative of the Tendons, a short, bald, greasy middle-aged man with a thin mustache strode to the center of the room, casting a look around. Not quite. Only one representative from the Nostrade family is here, said a secretary-like figure next to him, flipping through a dossier. Nostrade. Hearing the name, the bald man's expression soured, clenching his jaw. Evidently, there was no love lost between the two. Just then, the door creaked open. Apologies for our delay. Light Nostrade, a dignified and imposing man, entered the room with Kurapika, a handsome young man of 16 by his side. Kurapika had returned to his usual calm demeanor, either masking his emotions or stowing them away once more. TCH. The bald man's face twisted in displeasure upon seeing Light, turning away with a scowl before muttering a snide remark under his breath. After Kurapika entered, his gaze swept over the members of the assassination group, pausing briefly on Silva and Zeno before moving on. These two are the strongest among everyone here, he thought, before continuing his survey. Finding nothing unusual about Ronald, he mentally placed him on the same level as the man with the hat and the opera mask and moved on. Everyone present is a leader in the assassination world. If anyone has any strategies for this attack on the Phantom Troop, now's the time to share, announced the bald man. Despite his clear disdain for Nostrade, he knew business was paramount and got straight to the point. With a clap of his hands, he signaled the start of the meeting. After his voice fell, discussions immediately started among the gathered killers. Alongside Ronald and Kurapika, there were 11 assassins in total. 4 of them, veterans of the field, suggested using color code names. The other 6 members scoffed. The man in the hat and the opera mask sneered openly. This isn't some kid's game. I prefer working alone. Silva and Zeno exchanged looks of indifference. Do what you want, Zeno said coolly. Just don't think of giving us orders. We do things our way. Despite their detachment, the two managed to convey their keen business sense as hired assassins. This is the contact information for the Zaldik family. If you need anything, call us. As colleagues, we'll offer you a 30% discount. Zeno grinned, handing out cards with only a series of numbers. 30% off. Ronald murmured, pocketing the card. It reminded him of his encounter with Illumi during the Hunter exam at the bottom of the trap tower when he'd asked for a discount and had been offered a meager 9.19% off. Just then, he heard Kurapika analyzing the situation. Since we're unfamiliar with each other, working together may hinder our effectiveness. I also prefer to work alone. Ronald chuckled hoarsely, adding, same here. I work best alone. As the head of the operation, the bald man wisely chose not to intervene, letting the assassins organize themselves. With 2 members of the Zaldik family on board, the success of the mission seemed all but guaranteed. Meanwhile, across town in Yorno City, a well-known restaurant stood on a busy street corner. A man, standing at 182 centimeters tall, hiccuped as he exited the restaurant, looking content. Now, for the next place. Consulting his map and the magazine in his hand, he set off on his next food adventure. Ding dong. The notification sound of a text message broke his focus. A message from P, he muttered. What could he want? Last I heard, he was busy with some new game development. When I asked him about Greed Island, he ignored me. Myzystem, better known by his online screen name, like computers, snacks, and cute girls, opened the message with curiosity. It's from a friend of P's who's also in Yorno City, the message read. He's a skilled gamer. Last time you mentioned Greed Island, I was busy, but now you can get in touch with him if you want. You might learn something useful. Ronnel. Why does that name sound so familiar? Myzystem wondered, feeling as if he'd heard it somewhere before. During this time, Ikshan had been engrossed in developing new games and characters, finally seeing some progress. Now, he was able to relax a little and catch up on the accumulated news in his circle. With only a few people he regularly spoke to, he replied quickly, saving the most amusing messages for last. T/N, what's presumably a mask, which bears a slight resemblance to a panda bear, is white in the face, has a red dot with a PE inside on the forehead, and has green ears. He is claimed to be a resident of the digital world. He'd been aware of the situation surrounding Greed Island for quite some time and even provided Jing with a bit of help on its construction. Although Jing held the game's copyright, meaning Ikshan couldn't say much, he'd still offered an ambiguous response when Jing inquired about it. Before he could catch a break, 10 new chat windows popped up on his screen. Speak of the devil, Jing's face appeared in one of them, making Ikshan grimace. Ikshan, you bastard, what do you want now? Jing, ha ha ha, can't I just check in on an old friend? Ikshan, right, so you just want to chat. Jing, not exactly. I do have a favor to ask. Typical Jing? Ikshan gritted his teeth in irritation, suspecting what was coming next. Jing, think you could find some basic info on the guy watching over Crew's cemetery? I think his name's Ronnel, right? Streets of Meteor City. In an abandoned area a few kilometers away from the notorious auction house, Gon looked around nervously before whispering into his phone. Gon, do you think this just a trap? Killua, hard to say. They could be leading us into a trap, but they haven't pinpointed our location yet. So, they're leaving clues for us to follow. On the other side of the line, Killua eyed Pakunoda and Maki from his hidden vantage point. While Gon was still a novice at tailing people, Killua had grown up training for just these situations. He was confident in his tracking skills and knew how to avoid detection. Just then, Pakunoda's phone rang. Gon and Killua immediately hung up, pressing their backs against the wall and peering around the corner to observe. Pakunoda's gaze suddenly shifted in their direction. Killua, we've been spotted. Both Gon and Killua reacted instantly, leaping back to avoid detection. However, Killua, double tracking. He noticed Finks smirking nearby, clearly enjoying the thrill of hunting down his prey. Despite Killua's evasive maneuvers, he couldn't break free from Finks, whose relentless pursuit left him trapped. Pakunoda positioned herself behind him, and now Killua was surrounded. Killua, looks like we were a bit too careless. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gon found himself face to face with Ronnel, who was blocking the only exit with a smirk. Gon, Ronnel. Despite the mask, Gon's sharp instincts immediately recognized him. Ronnel's presence stopped Gon in his tracks. Ronnel, long time no see, Gon. Standing at the only exit, Ronnel's voice carried a note of casual amusement. Maki, observing the interaction, raised an eyebrow. Maki, oh, you two know each other. Ronnel, yep. Gon here passed the 287th Hunter exam, just like me. He's also a friend of Kurapika's. Maki's gaze narrowed as she processed the information. Maki, so, this kid's tailing us because of Kurapika. At the mention of Kurapika, Gon's heart skipped a beat. He clenched his fists. Gon, we're not here on Kurapika's orders. We followed you on our own. Nearby, Killua was similarly cornered by Pakunoda and Finks. Realizing the futility of arguing, Killua decided to focus on finding an escape route. After a brief struggle, Finks overpowered him, securing him in place before leading him to a waiting car. In the car, Gon and Killua sat wedged between Finks and Pakunoda, with Maki in the driver's seat and Ronnel in the passenger seat. Pakunoda's eyes moved between the two captives. Maki, it's confirmed. These two are tied to Kurapika. Hearing Kurapika's name sent a chill through both Gon and Killua. They exchanged a tense look, each wondering just how deep their friend had gotten into trouble with these notorious fighters. Ronald glanced over from the passenger seat. These two are definitely connected, Finks remarked, a grin spreading across his face as he caught the subtle changes in Killua's expression and Gon's unmistakable look. Didn't think we'd get a surprise like this. Pakunoda, feigning familiarity, draped her arm around Killua, whose face showed a hint of maturity but retained its characteristic wariness. So, why don't you tell us about your connection to Kurapika and what you're hoping to gain by tracking us? Killua fell silent, eyes flickering as his mind raced. A memory of working alongside Kurapika surfaced involuntarily. Yet, he was unaware that each subconscious recollection was being carefully read by the woman casually resting her arm on his shoulder. So that's how it is. Pakunoda's lips curved up slightly. Observing this, Maki glanced away from the rearview mirror, while Finks merely chuckled. The car sped along, bringing Gon and Killua closer to the troop's hideout. It looks like Kurapika's already tangled with the troop, and they might have discovered who he really is by now. As Killua walked through the abandoned building's dim corridors, he pondered his next move. Since Gon and I are both connected to Kurapika, they must be bringing us in for questioning. And there's also Ronnel. If he's here, he might help, or maybe not. Ronald joined the troop years ago. He's likely to side with them. Back at the Heavens Arena, he warned that if Kurapika pursued revenge, he'd have no choice but to oppose him. Maybe he even leaked Kurapika's identity to them. So, what are we going to do? Killua's mind raced, searching for a way out. Gon, meanwhile, stole glances at Ronald, hesitating to say something, a hesitation that didn't go unnoticed by the troop members accompanying them. Still, with Pakunoda keeping silent, Maki and Finks refrained from asking questions. In this way, the group reached the meeting room where the troop had gathered. Franklin sat side by side feet and absorbed in a book, while Nobunaga eyed the newcomers suspiciously. Hisoka was there too, playing with a deck of cards. At the sight of Hisoka, Gon let out an involuntary gasp. What, you recognize someone here? Phaeton asked, glancing up from his book. Pakunoda chimed in before Gon could answer. They both took the hunter exam this year and have crossed paths with Hisoka before. This spiky-haired kid even fought him at Heaven's Arena. While Gon fumbled for words, Pakunoda took the lead, recalling details she'd gathered from the boys' memories during their ride over. Oh. The other members sat up slightly, their focus not on Hisoka but rather on Pakunoda's mention of the hunter exam. Kurapika, the chain user, had also passed the hunter exam that year, or so Ronald had informed them. Could there be a connection? Yes, these two are friends with the chain user Kurapika, Pakunoda confirmed. The full story's too long to explain verbally, so I'll just transfer it to you. With that, she pulled out her memory transmitting gun, loading it with 6 rounds. Amid Killua and Gon's puzzled expressions, she fired 6 shots, each embedding itself in the foreheads of 6 troop members. Are they fighting each other? No, that's not it, Killua thought, eyes darting as he studied Pakunoda closely. This woman didn't know us before, but somehow she learned all about us and Hisoka. Back in the car, she was asking about him. And we only gave vague answers, yet she seemed satisfied, almost like she already knew. Her hand was on my shoulder then. And now she's shooting them with something more than bullets, transferring information like files on a computer. Could it be? As Killua realized the nature of Pakunoda's ability, the other troop members also finished processing the memories they'd received. These two are definitely tied to the chain user. All eyes turned toward Gon and Killua. While they don't seem to know exactly what Kurapika's been up to, they were following us because of the bounty, Franklin said. But given their connection to Kurapika, letting them go would be a mistake. Then they can stay here at the base. Phaeton closed his book. And those gangsters who dared to challenge us, it's time they learned a lesson. I pulled Kurapika's number from their memories. We could use these two as bait to lure him out. He seems to value his friends, Pakunoda added, glancing at Ronnel, who was seated nonchalantly on a stone bench. Pakunoda had sensed the tension between Ronnel and Kurapika within the memories, which further eased her doubts about Ronnel's loyalty. Is it really memory reading? Killua thought, piecing things together. Her ability must allow her to extract information on touch, then transmit it to others using bullets. As these thoughts crossed Killua's mind, his expression darkened. Just earlier in the car, hadn't he and Gon learned everything about Kurapika? Fortunately, they didn't know much about Kurapika's recent actions or his mastery of Nen, so there was still a slim chance of escape. Being held here with Gon as a hostage left Kurapika in an extremely vulnerable position. They needed to find a way out fast. Killua shivered suddenly, sensing an intense wave of killing intent. It wasn't just him, even Gon, who had been watching in wide-eyed confusion, broke into goosebumps. Since they're connected to the chain user, this might be useful, Nobunaga muttered. He'd been watching Hisoka intently but now shifted his focus to Killua and Gon, gripping his sword's hilt. Nobunaga moved toward the boys, his eyes narrowing menacingly. What are you doing, Nobunaga? Franklin, sensing the shift in Nobunaga's mood, was the first to speak up. I'm going to kill one of them, and offer it as a tribute to Yuvijin. Without hesitation, Nobunaga kept advancing, intent clear in his stance. After all, these two are friends of Kurapika's. Losing one wouldn't change much. One hostage is enough to get what we want. Nobunaga's bloodlust was palpable, making Gon and Killua instinctively want to run, though the weight of his intent locked them in place. The other Phantom Troop members hesitated. Franklin, usually the voice of reason, was the only one attempting to intervene. But the others remained silent. After all, Nobunaga was right. They had the upper hand, and if the chain user truly cared, one hostage was all it would take. If not, well, it didn't hurt to vent their anger. Nobunaga's fury over Yuvijin's death was shared by everyone in the brigade, each member filled with a quiet, simmering rage. So, who dies first? Nobunaga's katana gleamed as he drew it, and Killua and Gon's frightened faces reflected in the blade. What do we do? Killua's mind was racing, eyes widening in panic. He could feel cold sweat trickling down as his survival instinct screamed at him to run, though his body felt frozen. Beside him, Gon was equally overwhelmed. There was no way they'd make it out on their own. They needed help. Killua glanced around and locked eyes with Hisoka, who, for once, wasn't smiling. Despite his usual amusement with the boys, Hisoka seemed caught in indecision. Fiden and Finks, on high alert, took Nobunaga's place, ensuring Hisoka stayed in check. Even if Hisoka felt a strange fondness for Gon and Killua, in this setting, his hands were tied. Suddenly, a voice broke the tension. Stop it, Nobunaga. You can't kill either of them. Ronnel stepped forward, placing himself between Nobunaga and the two boys, his tone calm yet firm. Move, Ronnel. Nobunaga snapped, glaring at his comrade. You really can't kill these two. Why not? It's not just because I know them, Ronnel began, holding Nobunaga's gaze, but there are deeper reasons. If you still insist after hearing me out, then we'll leave it to the spider's toss. If luck's on your side, I won't stop you. Nobunaga gritted his teeth, anger flashing in his eyes. Then what's this deeper reason? The other troop members watched closely, curious as to why Ronnel was so protective of the two hostages. Their only history with him was from the hunter exam and the brief ties to Kurapika. There didn't seem to be any logical reason for him to interfere. Do you even know their names, Nobunaga? Ronnel asked as Nobunaga's rage ebbed slightly. No, what do names matter? The one with white hair is Killua Zaldik, and the other is Gon Freaks. Zaldik. Gon's name didn't register much, but upon hearing the name Zaldik, the troop brigade fell silent, exchanging glances. So that explains the kid's abilities. Finks muttered, nodding as understanding dawned. Killua's skill had struck him as abnormal for his age, almost unnervingly so. But learning he was from the infamous Zaldik family, the legendary assassins, made it all clear. The troop's members, especially those aware of the Zaldik family's reputation, grew cautious. The Zaldiks were not to be taken lightly. They had a long history with the Phantom Troop. Killua sighed with relief as Ronnel stepped up to defend them. After hearing Ronnel expose his own details, Killua's mouth couldn't help but twitch. When it came to the Phantom Troop, Silva had gathered the four brothers together a few years ago for a serious talk. Back then, after completing a list of the Phantom Troop members, Silva had complained, though he rarely did. With a wary expression, he'd told them all, remember, avoid provoking the Phantom Troop at all costs. Silva's tone and the intensity of the warning left a deep impression on Killua. It was clear Silva had suffered for it somehow. Killua knew the family rules. If he went against Silva's advice and provoked the Phantom Troop, the consequences would be dire. It would be akin to a fool's death. Illumi might fly into a rage to avenge him, but Silva and Zeno would keep him from pursuing the troop. The Zaldiks still held a grudge against the Phantom Troop. In light of that, Killua doubted that Ronnel's attempt to intimidate the spiders would work. Nobunaga sneered. Zaldik family or not, I'm not afraid of them. I could slice them all down myself. Killua thought as much. Nobunaga didn't seem fazed by the Zaldik name at all. Our member was just killed by one of their family. Why not take this kid down as payback? He snarled, directing his fury at Killua. Killua's eyes widened, but it was Franklin who cut in. Hold on, Nobunaga. He's still a Zaldik. The leader just made a deal with the Zaldik family. It's not the best time for a fight. Fine, then let's target another one. Nobunaga turned his sights on Gon, his blade pointed menacingly, causing Gon to tense. Jing Freaks? You called him by his last name. Is this hedgehog-headed kid special? Maki glanced at Ronnel. Since you called out both their names, I feel like this one's drawing more attention than the Zaldik kid. Maki's instincts rarely failed her. Could this simple-looking boy be more dangerous than a Zaldik? The troop members turned their attention to Gon, looking to Ronnel for answers. Ronnel spoke clearly. Jing Freaks. His father is Jing Freaks, once assessed by Netero himself, the world's strongest Nen user and chairman of the Hunter Association. He's one of the top 5 Nen users worldwide. A man who could rival the chairman of the Hunter Association in both power and influence. The room fell silent. One of the 5 strongest in the world. Despite their bravado, they all understood their own limits. Those who earned the title of world's strongest were people who could truly shake the world. If the Phantom Troop decided to mess with someone like that, even a few allies wouldn't be enough. They'd be staring down their own demise. We'll decide what to do about these two once the leader returns. Pakunoda broke the silence. What's the matter, scared? Fiden sneered, as Nobunaga clenched his fists in frustration. No one here is afraid to die, Ronnel said, his voice low but firm. But we can't die pointlessly. You know as well as I do, it's not just one life on the line. If we pick a fight with the world's top 5 and the Zaldik family, we could all be wiped out. Nobunaga's grip on his sword relaxed as he bit back a response. Seeing his hesitation, Ronnel stepped closer, his tone softening. Besides, they might carry some unknown Nen from the Zaldiks or Jing freaks. Powers that could backfire on anyone who kills them. For instance, some condition where a family member has placed an ability that curses their killer, he said. Let Yuvajin rest for now, Nobunaga. We'll bide our time, he added, patting Nobunaga's shoulder. After a pause, Nobunaga looked over at Ronnel, then at Gon and Killua, who were visibly relieved, and finally loosened his grip on the hilt. Damn it! Nobunaga muttered, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he dropped to the floor in frustration. Fiden glanced at Gon and Killua before cracking open his book, a silent affirmation of Ronnel's plan. The others nodded in agreement. Gon watched Nobunaga's silent tears with a newfound understanding. So, they cry for their comrades, too. Hisoka, feeling Fink's gaze on him, silently exhaled in relief. If Illumi found out that Killua had been killed by these madmen, and that Hisoka had somehow been complicit, he'd be in deep trouble. But for now, Killua and Gon were safe. Their future was uncertain, but they had made it through this encounter. Thus, the troop members came to a silent agreement. They would wait until the leaders returned to decide the fate of these two strange kids. With that, the troop couldn't help but throw subtle, speculative glances at Gon and Killua. I hadn't expected that, by pure chance, the two little brats we'd captured would be such well-known figures in their own right. By the way, Ronnel, how did you know where these two kids were from? Finks asked, clearly curious. He'd overheard the silver-haired kid mention his family name Zaldik. But that spiky-haired one, Gon, seemed different. He only knew his father's name and had entered the hunter exam just to find him. Bound by Maki's threads, Gon looked over at Ronnel, curiosity clear in his gaze. Surprisingly, he didn't seem worried about his safety at all. After hearing Ronnel's introduction, Gon was more eager to learn about his father. Oh, I've had a few run-ins with Netero, the chairman of the Hunter Association, Ronnel replied nonchalantly. I heard bits and pieces from him. During the second phase of the Hunter exam, Netero himself had shown up, so it wasn't hard to connect the dots. But Ronnel had his reasons for keeping Gon and Killua around, just as he'd hinted. If either of them died, the Zaldik family and Gon's father, Jing, would definitely stir up trouble. Regarding the Zaldiks, Ronnel wasn't afraid of a confrontation. Worst case, he could fight back, even take on Maha if necessary. Killua's younger sibling, Aluka, had a mysterious power through Nanaka, a being with rules-defying abilities from the Dark Continent. Killua had the closest bond with Aluka and Nanaka in the family. Ronnel knew better than to dismiss such a power lightly. Nanaka's capabilities were unlike any ordinary Nen technique. As for Gon, well, Jing was a force of his own. His skills, showcased through the Greed Island game, proved that he and his friends wielded some of the most peculiar and powerful Nen abilities. If Gon were killed, the combined wrath of the Zaldiks and Jing would be daunting, to say the least. Not to mention that Gon had deep ancestral roots connected to hunters who roamed the Dark Continent. When Nobunaga had hinted at killing the two, Ronnel had shut that down, encouraging the troop to let go of any murderous intent for now. The others seemed to agree, leaving Maki to guard the boys while they returned to their own affairs. The arena grew quiet. Gon twisted around, glancing hesitantly at Ronnel. Despite knowing it wasn't the ideal time, he couldn't resist asking more about his father. The rest of the troop noticed Gon's expression but chose to ignore it. If the kids acted up, a quick knockout would suffice. With Maki keeping watch, the others got back to their routines, Hisoka fiddling with his cards, Nobunaga resuming his watchful glare at Hisoka. Meanwhile, Shulnark was informed of the situation by Pakunoda, who'd sent him a quick update on her phone. Krolo was already in action elsewhere, and Shulnark advised, much like Ronnel, to keep an eye on Gon and Killua until further instructions came from their leader. Suddenly, Gon spoke up. Ronnel, do you know anything about Jing? He asked earnestly. Even as a captive, Gon's mind was occupied with thoughts of his father, which left Killua, sitting next to him, a bit exasperated. But he understood Gon's obsession. He, too, was curious about this mysterious figure. Under Ronnel's introduction, Jin seemed like an incredible man, an elusive legend. I don't know much, Ronnel answered, reclining on the stone bench, but I know what's commonly said in hunter circles. Jing freaks a double-star ruins hunter who's discovered countless relics, admired by many. He could easily be a 3-star hunter, but he thinks it's a hassle. He continued, he's a genius, skilled in fields from biology to archaeology, linguistics, geology, even games. He's also known as the Boar of the 12 Zodiacs in the Hunter Association. Many admire his skills, but his personality? Not so much. That was putting it mildly. Jing's reputation in the association was rocky, to say the least. Only his fellow ruins hunters and close friends seemed to tolerate him. Is that so? Gon looked pensive. He seemed impressed, but a bit confused. Jing sounded both incredible and distant. Killua, processing the information, looked thoughtful. Before he could digest it all, Gon spoke again. Ronnel, did you tell the Phantom Troop about Kurapika? Hey, is now the time for that? Killua thought, shooting Gon a sharp look, cat-like eyes narrowing. The other troop members had been doing their own things, but at the mention of Kurapika, they shifted their attention back to Ronnel and Gon. When Gon asked his question, several people around leaned in, curious to hear Ronnel's answer. Yeah, Ronnel admitted openly after a moment of thought. One of our members was captured by Kurapika. He escaped but left his name behind, which is how I realized Kurapika had begun his operation. Seeing the sadness on Gon's face after this, Ronnel smiled and asked, "What's the matter? Do you think I did something wrong? Planning to scold me?" Killua's body tensed up at Ronnel's words, but Gon shook his head, disappointment in his voice. "No, Ronnel. You've explained it before. We each have different roles to play. As a member of the Phantom Troop, you have to stand by your own." Gon glanced toward Nobunaga, sitting nearby. "I didn't understand why you joined them before, but after meeting the members of the troop, I get it a little more." He sighed. "They're human too, with feelings grieving when they lose one of their own. But..." Gon turned his gaze back to Ronnel, his eyes intense. "But why? Why can't that sympathy and sadness extend to the people they killed? Why can they just end the lives of innocent people?" Gon's voice rose, catching Killua off guard, who flinched beside him. "This kid," Pheton muttered, closing his book with a sigh, his irritation barely hidden. He found Gon's questions naive and disruptive, having seen many people who self-righteously tried to condemn others. Pheton didn't feel provoked, just slightly annoyed by the interruption. The other troop members seemed similarly unbothered, though Nobunaga looked at Gon with a curious glint in his eyes, seeing a faint echo of Yuvijin in him. Ronnel, taken aback by Gon's sudden outburst, shook his head with a faint smile. "Why? Because it doesn't matter to us," he replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Our leader would say the same." Gon, frustrated by Ronnel's detached response, was about to press further when Ronnel cut him off, turning his attention to Killua. "Why don't you ask Killua?" Ronnel challenged. "Before he met you, didn't he kill people who had nothing to do with him? Yet, you're still friends with him." "That's different," Gon stammered. "Killua was born into an assassin family. He had no choice, he was forced into it." "Really?" Ronnel shrugged, his expression unfazed. "Then tell me, Gon, do you know where the troop members come from? What kind of lives they had? Maybe learn that first before asking your questions." Ronnel glanced away, leaving Gon visibly unsettled and Killua awkwardly silent. Turning to Killua, Gon asked, "Hey, Killua, do you know where the Phantom Troop comes from?" Killua hesitated, a complicated expression crossing his face. "Yeah, I know. My dad told me a little, and my mom and one of the butlers are actually from the same place as them." Gon looked at him, puzzled. "Where?" "It's called Meteor City," Killua replied, his voice low. He felt an unease not because of himself but because of his mother, Kikyo. His mother Kikyo, along with several generations of family servants, including Canary, originated from Meteor City. The senior servants, like Subone, carried their loyalty and values over to serve the Zaldik family, but Kikyo infused her teachings to Killua and his brothers with the harsh philosophy of Meteor City. In particular, Illumi bore the brunt of her influence, embodying the intense loyalty and ruthless pragmatism characteristic of both Meteor City and the assassin's life. Kikyo took pride in Illumi's progress and aimed to shape her other sons in much the same way. But her second son, Miluki, who had now reached 17, stood as an exception. Though tall and heavily built, he rarely left the Zaldik estate, immersed in his computing and tech skills. Despite his recluse lifestyle, Silva and Zeno valued Miluki's expertise, letting him manage the family's cyber security. His role kept him out of the family's fieldwork, an anomaly for a Zaldik. Kikyo's influence extended to Kalito, her obedient fifth son, whose natural aptitude for the assassin arts was still developing, though his loyalty and admiration for Killua ran deep. Killua, as the family's prodigy, had become the focus of Kikyo's high expectations. The family held off teaching him Nen, prioritizing building his physical abilities to peak performance first. Kikyo's intense methods did have side effects, however. Killua, under her stern training, eventually rebelled and fled, driven to carve out his own path. Kalito, though drawn to both Killua and Aluka, had his own quirks but shared a fierce attachment to his brothers. With Illumi now sporting an engagement ring alongside Hisoka, it was no surprise that Silva chose to allow Killua the freedom to be with Gon. Perhaps, amidst the tumult of family expectations, he saw the need for his youngest son to find his own way.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.